Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter faced his demons and changed the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Haunted by his past, Harry Potter embarks on a transformative journey to confront his deepest fears, forging unexpected alliances and reshaping the future of the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry already has enough attention. In fact, I believe it would be best if no one knew about this, not even your parents. Dumbledore looked over his glasses at Ron intently and then Hermione. The two nodded back. Dumbledore smiled at them. Now, let's give Harry some time to rest, shall we? Hermione hugged Harry tightly before she left and Ron clasped him on the back. Dumbledore waited until the two were gone before he turned on Harry with a serious expression. Harry looked up at the aged headmaster, suddenly angry with the old man. Why do you lie to me? Is there something else you're not telling me? Volume. Harry winced and clenched his teeth as pain shot through him. Maybe the curse was still there. Harry regretfully amended his sentence. You know who he. Call him Voldemort, Harry. Harry breathed in deeply as another shock ran down his spine and he shook his head to rid himself of the pain. No, and don't ask me to again, Harry said severely. Dumbledore looked at him worriedly, but Harry cut off any questions he might have had. He said that my mother only died to protect me. Why was he after me in the first place? I was only a baby. Harry decided that playing it safe with the timeline was going to be thrown out the window. He wanted to see if Dumbledore would keep the prophecy from him if asked about it. He knew it would be changing the future, but he didn't care. Screw the future. It didn't exist yet. It could be changed. He could change it. Harry, that is something I cannot tell you, not yet. You think I'm too young, don't you? You think I won't be able to handle it, whatever it is, Harry accused. Well, I can. I may only be S11, but I'm not a normal 11-year-old. Dumbledore raised his hand to silence him and Harry was relieved that he hadn't caught Harry's slip. Harry, when Madame Pomfrey changed you out of your clothing, she noticed several scars that could not be normal childhood injuries. 2 of these scars were new and had been made within the last month or so. Harry looked at Dumbledore in confusion. What was he talking about? The only scars he had when he was 11, besides his curse scar, were a few barely noticeable ones that he had gotten over the years from his uncle and cousin. What scars? Harry asked quietly as he thought about the scars he had before he died. Several of them self-inflicted, but not so many as what had been given to him by the Dark Lord. In fact, one of them was a painful reminder why he no longer said his name, or even thought it. Could that be one of the scars? But no, that one was permanently under a glamour. If it could be seen, he'd be able to say the Dark Lord's name. These scars, Harry, Dumbledore said seriously, as he pushed up his pajama sleeves on his right and left arms. Harry looked down at the long matching scars on his forearms and his already pale complexion got even whiter. These scars he'd done himself with Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin's swords. They were curse scars and had obviously followed him into the past, but the magic he had gotten from them, where was that? He didn't feel it there. Harry shook his head and looked away from Dumbledore as he pulled his arms towards him, hiding the blood ritual scars against him. What could he tell Dumbledore? That he didn't know how he'd gotten them. Even if he used his best bold-faced lie, the headmaster would see through it. He had given them to himself to be more powerful, and the power had nearly destroyed him. And this one, Harry, Dumbledore reached out and touched one on the back of his neck and Harry screamed in agony and jumped away from him, right out of the bed and clear to the other side of the infirmary. Don't! Harry yelled, panting in pain as he slid down the wall and drew his knees up to his chest, shaking slightly with aftershocks. Don't! He whispered, breathing in deeply. Dumbledore calmly walked over to Harry. Where did you get these scars, Harry? He asked gently, kneeling down beside him, worry in both his voice and his eyes. Harry looked up to the old man, but didn't meet his blue eyes that lacked their customary twinkle. I did them. I needed to. Please, I don't want to talk about them. This The one at the base of your neck, that's a curse scar. How did you get it, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Though his voice was gentle, it was demanding. Harry lowered his eyes from Dumbledore. From Volume. Harry bit back a curse. You know who, he spit out and then jumped to his feet. I don't want to talk about it. Harry, I don't want to talk about it. Harry repeated, nearly yelled. Please don't make me. I'm fine. The ones on my arms won't happen again and the one on my neck doesn't matter. Dumbledore looked as if he was about to protest again but then sighed heavily. Very well. Assuming Madame Pomfrey says you are fit, you can come to the farewell feast. Dumbledore made to leave the hospital wing, but stopped just before the door and turned back. Harry saw what could only be described as disappointment in his aged eyes. When you are ready to talk, know that I'll always be here to listen, Dumbledore said and then left. No you won't, Harry whispered and a suppressed tear slid down his cheek as he watched him go. But you will be. I won't let you die again, not when I can prevent it. Harry couldn't help the sense of déjà vu as he walked alone down to the end of year feast. He had meant to be out of the hospital wing before, so he could walk down with his friends, but Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let him go. She insisted he talk about his scars. He firmly kept his mouth shut for over an hour before the nurse finally gave up in exasperation. She almost didn't let him go to the feast at all, but Harry had argued that she couldn't keep him there forever and that he was fine. She had reluctantly let him leave and he had quickly scrambled away before she could change her mind. Harry peeked into the Great Hall, which was of course, already full. The Slytherin colors ruled the hall and Harry smirked when he remembered that it wouldn't be staying that way, not after Dumbledore gave out the last house points anyway. Harry looked in at all the faces. Some he had seen killed within the last few months. Harry blinked back tears knowing their fates, a fate, which would now never come, if Harry had anything to say about it. The scars on his arms were proof enough for him. He was still protector of Hogwarts. He had found out the summer after his 6th year, when he had come back to Hogwarts on his pursuit for Severus Snape, when he should have been looking for Horcruxes. The legend of the Protectors was common knowledge, even better known than that of the Founders' stories. As far as it was known, they were chosen at random for their loyalty to the school. No one knew how they were chosen, only that the magic of Hogwarts deemed them worthy. However, every known Protector had turned against the school. Every known Protector had given in to the luring power granted them and turned into a dark wizard. The last was unknown, but Harry had suspicions that Tom Riddle had been one as well. Harry had yet to tap into the full power of the Protectors that he had once invoked, and he would never do so if it meant him turning into a dark wizard. He would also never tell anyone that he was Protector as he had seen firsthand what the wizarding world thought of them. Harry thought about getting his invisibility cloak and sneaking in under it, but instead he walked into the hall and tried to ignore the stares. As had happened the last time, the hall fell silent as Harry walked down the rows and sat between Ron and Hermione. As they had before, some stood up to get a better look at him and talk went up and down the hall with him as the focal point. Harry smirked. You'd think that I'd just won the Tri-Wizard Tournament, he mumbled under his breath. What's the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Harry? Hermione asked beside him. Harry shook his head. Never mind, he said quickly and turned to Ron. Want to bet that Professor Dumbledore gives us some last-minute points for saving the stone from Quirrell? He said, changing the topic from his slip of tongue. Harry, we could have gotten ourselves killed, you nearly did. He's not going to reward us for that. What we did was very foolish, Hermione argued. Hermione, if Dumbledore wants to give us points for saving the stone, he's more than welcome to, and we shouldn't complain. Besides, even if he does, there's no way that he's going to give us enough points to beat Slytherin. We're in last place, Ron said morosely and leaned his chin on his crossed arms on the table. Yeah, Ron's right, Seamus Finnegan sighed depressingly, as he dropped in from the other side of the table where he was sitting next to Dean Thomas. Hermione glared at him but didn't get a chance at a comeback as Dumbledore rose from his seat. Another year gone, said Dumbledore cheerfully, but not as cheerfully as Harry remembered him being the last time, and he could swear he saw the old man glare at him as his eyes swept the hall. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. In 3rd, Hufflepuff, with 352. Ravenclaw has 426 and Slytherin, 472. As before, Slytherin erupted in cheers and Harry rolled his eyes and looked back up to Dumbledore, knowing that he wasn't finished. He didn't even glance at the adolescent Draco Malfoy, as he was already having a hard time keeping himself from getting up and throttling the boy, let alone hexing Severus Snape, who was clapping along with his house. He'd deal with them in time. They wouldn't be causing the pain that they had his past year, in the future. Yes, well done, Slytherin, Dumbledore said, and the cheers quieted. However, recent events must be taken into account. The hall fell silent and the Slytherin's smiles disappeared. Harry smirked and Ron and Hermione looked at Harry curiously. I have a few last-minute points to award. Let me see. Yes. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Harry smiled as Ron's face turned nearly purple and he slapped him on the back along with many Gryffindors around him, and cheers came loudly from the table. But Harry knew Dumbledore wasn't finished and halted his own celebrating as he looked up at Dumbledore again. Finally, the hall fell silent and Dumbledore continued. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Hermione stared up at Dumbledore, her mouth agape, and Harry hugged her shoulders as cheers came from the Gryffindor table again, this time even more loudly as they were now 100 points up from when the feast had started. They eventually fell silent as Dumbledore raised his hand. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore stopped, his smile not as bright as it had been, and Harry looked up at him curiously. To Harry Potter, for outstanding courage in the face of great peril, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. Though the noise was again deafening, Harry sat staring at Dumbledore. Ron patted him on the back, but Harry didn't react. This was not how it had happened last time. Last time he had gotten 60 points and it had tied them with Slytherin, but now they were still down 10 points. There are all kinds of courage, Dumbledore began, and the hall fell silent once more. It takes a great deal of bravery to stand up to our enemies, but just as much to stand up to our friends. I therefore award 10 points to Mr. Neville Longbottom. The hall was shocked into silence, waiting for Dumbledore to continue, even as Neville stared up at the headmaster, himself in shock. We're tied with Slytherin, Hermione whispered beside him, and Harry nodded. Yes, they were, but would Dumbledore let the tie stand? Never had there been a tie for the House Cup, at least not for over 100 years, and then there were only rumors. Which means, Dumbledore called over the non-cheers from the Gryffindor table, and the already silent hall did the impossible and grew even more silent. We need a little change in decoration. Never have I seen two houses tied for the House Cup, and it is an honor to Hogwarts and me to see it so. Dumbledore clapped his hands once and one side of the hall turned to the Gryffindor red and gold, while the other side stayed the Slytherin green and silver. Where the banner of Slytherin had hung behind the high table was now a tapestry that Harry had only seen once before, and he stood up looking at it as if he were seeing a ghost that didn't belong. He had last seen it when he had become protector. The tapestry was of a large snake coiled loosely around a golden roaring lion. It represented unity between the two rival houses, and Harry had to smile at it. I can't believe we're tied with Slytherin, Ron grumbled, and several other Gryffindors nodded in agreement. He looked up at Harry. Harry, what's wrong? Harry looked down at his friend, the smile still on his face and a faraway look in his eyes. It's not so bad, Ron. Ron looked at Harry as if he'd grown a second head. Being tied means we didn't lose. I'd rather share the cup with them than lose it to them. But, Harry, they're Slytherins, you know they won't see it as winning. Look, they're already starting to complain. Ron pointed at the Slytherin table and Harry looked over. Sure enough, they were. Harry shook his head. It was a shame that it had to take the beginnings of the downfall of Hogwarts for the houses all to start working together. This was insane, and they would probably call him an attention seeker for it, but the rivalry had to stop. It was just going to cause more problems for everyone. Besides, Harry was the protector of all of Hogwarts. "Harry, where are you going?" Hermione asked. Harry didn't answer. He didn't want his friends to stop him. Several heads followed his progress to the Slytherin table, including all of the staff. Harry walked up to a Slytherin fifth-year prefect and held out his hand to him. The boy looked at Harry oddly. "I wanted to say congratulations. It is an honor to tie for the House Cup with Slytherin House. I for one think it should happen more often." The boy gaped at him for a minute in which the majority of the hall had fallen silent again, and then he took Harry's hand and shook it, a smile coming to his face. Another Slytherin beside him also shook Harry's hand, and then another. Harry smiled at them and caught Draco out of the corner of his eye. The boy looked to be fighting between shaking Harry's hand like the older students and sneering at his attempt to stop the house rivalry. Instead he just sat there with a perplexed expression on his face. Another Gryffindor, a prefect, came up to the Slytherin table and, taking Harry's example, shook the nearest Slytherin's hand. It wasn't long before more followed. Not all of Gryffindor and Slytherin participated, but it was a start. Harry glanced up at the headmaster and saw him slowly sitting down, a bright sparkle in his eyes and a brilliant smile on his face. Harry bet the old wizard never thought he'd ever see a day like this, and it was a guarantee that no one would ever forget this night. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 with his trunk sitting beside him and Hedwig perched on top of it. He watched as his friends lugged their trunks off the train. He tried to fight the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. The last time he had seen a sight like this was weeks before his friends had been killed. "Hey, Harry, give me a hand a second," Ron yelled from the train, and Harry laughed at the sight of his best friend being overtaken by his school trunk. Harry wiped his sleeve over his eyes and rushed to help his friend, just as others started to complain about the way being blocked for so long. Harry helped Ron out and soon the trunk was sitting beside his. "Honestly, Ronald, you could have hurt yourself trying to pick your trunk up like that," Hermione scolded, and Fred and George, who had both just dragged their trunks over, snickered. "I didn't mean to, Hermione. Scabbers kept rattling his cage and almost made me drop him," Ron defended and held up the cage. Harry took one look at the rat and saw red. He nearly jumped at the cage, but Neville knocked into him and made the contents of his bag spill out onto the platform. This was the first time he'd seen Wormtail since before his death. Neville dropped down to help Harry pick up his bag, as did Hermione, and by the time Harry got his things back together, Ron and the rest of the Weasley family, including the rat, were already heading off the platform. "Thanks," Harry told the two in a tight voice and shouldered his bag. He grabbed his trunk and Hedwig's cage and headed for the barrier himself, with Hermione and Neville following behind, both glancing at each other behind Harry's back and then back at Harry. It took a while, but Harry finally managed to get off the platform, and what greeted him were three people he'd never thought he'd see again. They may have made his life miserable, but he was actually glad to see them alive and well. He'd never forget the sight of Uncle Vernon taking the killing curse that had been meant for him, even after his own son had died by the same wand. That had been the night he had been captured, the night he had lost Hermione and Ron. The battle had nearly destroyed Privet Drive, and had only lasted a few minutes, though it had seemed hours to Harry. "Ready, are you?" Uncle Vernon asked gruffly as he eyed the multitude of redheads not too far away, with distaste. Harry shook his head to clear his thoughts. "One moment, Uncle Vernon, I have just got to say goodbye to my friends," Harry said and walked the 2 feet to Ron. "Harry, you must come and stay this summer," Ron said and then looked over Harry's shoulder. "Both of you," he told Hermione. "I'll send you an owl." "Oh, I'd be glad to come and stay, but you better not send an owl. Muggle Post would be better. I think one owl around the house is enough for my relatives," Harry said, running his hand through his hair and glancing at the 3 Dursleys. "I might even send Hedwig to stay with you, Ron, at some point during the summer." "Don't want her to get locked up again," Harry thought. "Oh, yeah, sure mate," Ron grinned. "Busy year?" Mrs. Weasley asked all of them, and Harry caught himself before he could hug Mrs. Weasley. Instead, he settled for nodding. Ginny was huddled close to her mother and was staring star-struck at Harry. Harry caught himself from staring back. He reminded himself that this was not the same Ginny from the future, She was not the same Ginny he'd. Harry blinked back the tears and looked away. I'm so sorry, Harry. I keep telling her that you're just like everyone else, that she shouldn't stare, Mrs. Weasley began. Oh, Harry said, realizing what Mrs. Weasley thought of his actions. It's all right, Mrs. Weasley. I'm used to it. Thanks for the fudge and sweater, by the way. You really brightened up my Christmas, Harry said smiling, though it was forced. Oh, it was nothing, dear. You have a good summer. I will, Harry said and turned to Hermione and Ron. I better get going. I'll see you over summer, he said quickly and walked back to his uncle, aunt, and cousin. Remember, Muggle post please, he said over his shoulder to his two friends and then started to walk away with his relatives, dragging his trunk behind him. Harry looked back briefly over his shoulder at Ginny. He had a diary to get, a basilisk to slay, and a crazy, not-so-helpful house elf to free, and he was determined to do it all before school started again. If he was going to change his future and the futures of his friends, he was going to go all out. He had a lot of work to do. Harry sat on the front stoop of number 4 Privet Drive. He was rather deep in thought. He hadn't had much time to adjust to being 11 again and he hadn't given much thought as to how it had happened. But now he had much time to think, too much time to think. The Dursleys were inside doing what they did best, ignoring him. Harry stared out into the street unseeingly, trying to remember every detail of how he had died and when he had arrived in the past. He remembered the broken mirror. But he was sure that had nothing to do with it. He had already figured out how he had gotten pulled into his body, the shards from the Philosopher's Stone. Harry looked at his right palm. No one had noticed and Harry hadn't either until he was washing up that morning before breakfast. There were 3 blood-red shards of the stone embedded just under the skin in the center of his palm. They formed a perfect triangle and were barely noticeable without a bright light. The lighting in the bathroom had made them visible, just as the afternoon sunlight was making them visible now. In the dark or dim, he couldn't tell they were there at all. He couldn't even feel them. The Philosopher's Stone had pulled him into his body. It made sense as the stone gave life, not that Harry would be able to explain it any further than that. But it still didn't explain why he had become a ghost. Sure, he had loads of unfinished business, such as his whole life, but still he had nothing left to live for, not really. It was a sad fact, but he had been praying for death near the end. So why did he turn into a ghost instead of crossing over into full death? How did his ghost end up in the past for that matter? He was sure these questions would plague him for years to come. Boy, Vernon shouted from within and Harry winced slightly before he lazily got to his feet. First thing was first, that name had to go. He had been back less than a week and already he couldn't take his relatives' treatment of him any longer, even if in the end, they had given their lives for his. Harry pulled his wand from his long-sleeved shirt, just in case. He held loosely to it, still disgusted with it, with what he had done. It didn't feel right in his hand anymore, not like it used to. He'd taken to wearing long sleeves to hide his scars. He already had too many questions from Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey. He didn't need any more. Harry was just glad other marks that had adorned his body hadn't followed him into the past. Harry would like to see himself try and explain those. Harry opened the front door and walked in, calmly closing the door behind him. Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry said monotone, his wand hidden behind his back. Petunia has a list of chores for you and I have a few myself, Vernon sneered, and handed out a piece of paper that was covered front and back in tiny handwriting, far too much for anyone to do in even a week, if they weren't a wizard that is. Harry took the paper with his left hand and looked it over. He was about to complain, but then he smirked, getting an idea, a trick to the system he just had to try out. I'll have it done in an hour, Harry said nonchalantly and started to walk away, but turned back to his slack-jawed uncle. Uncle Vernon, my name is Harry, by the way. Please don't call me boy, it's disrespectful. Harry walked away before his uncle had time to react. He knew that wouldn't be the last time he heard that from him, but it would soon be, even if he had to threaten his uncle into submission. Being called boy was one of the only things he wouldn't tolerate. It brought up too many bad, painful memories and he already had enough of those to contend with. Harry walked up to Dudley's second bedroom, his room now. His trunk was only with him because he had lugged it up to his room faster than his uncle could think to lock it in the cupboard. Harry opened his trunk and pulled out his cauldron, and 5 ingredients. Thanking the Weasley twins for their brilliance. Apparently a simple modified aging potion, the same one they'd used to attempt to get into the Tri-Wizard tournament, would allow for underage wizardry, because technically and temporarily, he was of age. Sure, magic would be used at his residence, but who's to say he doesn't have an above-aged friend? Harry had always wondered something about the age monitoring. He'd seen kids younger than him at the Quidditch World Cup in Diagon Alley use small amounts of magic and hadn't gotten in trouble, except for maybe by their parents. It had always been a thought, a chancy thought, but what if because they were in such a high concentrated area of magic that they couldn't be monitored? Harry decided that he'd have to test that theory someday. Harry had become rather adept at brewing with Snape not looming over his shoulder, and he hoped to put his rather limited skills and memory to use in the man's potions class that year, but now he was on a mission. It didn't take long to prepare and make the potion, and Harry smelled the nauseating concoction before he held his breath and downed a good quarter of a vial, much more than just the 1 drop the Weasley twins needed. He felt a slight tingling, but otherwise nothing outward changed, though he would love to get the aftertaste out of his mouth. Harry picked up his wand, the wand he had grown to hate, and pointed it at his cauldron. Now for the test. Scourgify. Harry cast the spell and his cauldron was swept clean a second later. Harry noted that the spell was rather low-powered, not up to his usual standard, maybe because he wasn't of his majority yet. Harry held his breath and waited, and waited, and waited. Letting out his breath, he laughed to himself. Geniuses, they really are geniuses, he said to himself, and with such simple ingredients as well. Harry pointed his wand at the leftover ingredients. Pack, he said clearly with a flick of his wand, and everything fell into his trunk neatly. He mentally thanked Tonks for revealing that spell to him, and Mrs. Weasley for teaching it to him properly. Harry grabbed the list from his bed and looked it over again. Practically skipping down the stairs, Harry went to the backyard. He first looked around himself carefully, to make sure no snoopy neighbors were watching, and then he drew his wand through the air in an intricate pattern that he barely managed. A simple rune formed in the lawn momentarily, and then the entire lawn was cleanly cut a moment later. The plants were all weeded and several new growths were even visible. Harry smiled. It had been Hermione's insistence that he learn some basic runes. They hadn't come in handy in his past life, but he was sure to make use of them this time. Harry next pointed his wand at the fence, which painted itself. He did the same to the shed, and then he set about doing the rest of his chores before the potion wore off, making sure that he wasn't seen in the process. Exactly an hour later, Harry sat down in the kitchen, just in time for dinner, with his list all checked off, and finished. He handed it to his uncle. Finished? Anything else I can help you with, Uncle Vernon? Harry asked politely. That's impossible. There is no way anyone could have gotten through that list in an hour, boy. Vernon stood up, but Harry just looked up at his uncle's reddening face with a cool glare in his eyes. You can certainly check my work, Uncle Vernon. Everything is done, and don't call me boy, Harry said, hissing the last words angrily as a final warning before he stood up and left the kitchen, dinner forgotten. Harry had a restless night, full of dreams and nightmares. He thought his total amount of actual sleep was maybe bordering on an hour, if that. The rest of the week wasn't any better for him, and to top it all off, he had nearly lost his cool with his uncle. But somehow, he had managed to walk away before he had actually blown up, or blown something up. By the next Monday, he was dragging himself through his chores, which he was doing the Muggle way, as his potion stores were running low. He didn't know his past would have such a huge effect on his subconscious. He'd never had such nightmares before, even after his capture and torture. Sleep was something he desperately needed, but he was as well lacking the ingredients needed to make a dreamless sleep potion, not to mention he didn't have the directions to do so, and it was a very complicated potion. As Harry finalized his plans to head back to Hogwarts and dispatch with the Basilisk, he was quickly losing his ability to think and do things with a rational mind. His lack of sleep was only the tip of the iceberg. He'd developed a slight fever, which constantly either had him way too hot or freezing, and not even the muggle medicine he'd pilfered from the bathroom cabinet was helping. Harry stirred the contents of the cauldron a final time and blew out the flame under it. He ladled the finished potion and sniffed at it. It didn't smell as it should and the color was off slightly, but Harry, being tired and a little annoyed from an earlier incident with his uncle, gulped it down anyways, and then he waited. The tingling sensation ran over him and he picked up his wand. Wingardium Leviosa, he said quietly and tiredly, and a nearby textbook floated into the air. Harry set it down. After a few minutes of waiting, Harry declared he wasn't going to get an owl from the ministry. He bottled some more of the potion before he cleaned his cauldron and replaced everything back into his trunk. Then he grabbed his invisibility cloak, his empty book bag, and the spare bottle of aging potion, and walked out of his room. The house was empty except for him. His relatives had gone out for the day. All Harry had to do was make sure he was back before them. To his annoyance, this was the first day since he had gotten back that he could do this and have it go unnoticed. He was cutting it awfully close to the day Dobby was to arrive and try and make his home life more of a living hell. Harry walked into the backyard and looked around briefly before he threw his invisibility cloak over himself and concentrated. His younger body was not going to like him for this, but he didn't want to take the chance of anyone recognizing him if he tried the night bus. He disappeared with a crack and reappeared in front of the gates of Hogwarts, where he was quite suddenly, violently sick. It took a few minutes for Harry to recover from the apparition, push himself unsteadily back to his feet, and check himself over. Luck was on his side. He hadn't splinched himself or lost anything. Harry looked through the closed gates and up the lawn to the school. "Hello, Hogwarts," he said and put his right hand on the gates. A brown glow emanated from the gates and then they slowly creaked open. Harry smirked slightly. Being protector, even though he hadn't been named yet, did have its advantages. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak tighter over himself and started up the lawn for the school. As Harry pushed open the entrance hall door, he could swear he saw someone following him, but when he looked back, there was no one there. Harry closed the door and continued silently to the second-floor corridor. He walked the length, stopping every now and then to look behind him. He still had a feeling that he was being followed, but he chalked it up to paranoia and the multitude of portraits that couldn't see past his cloak. Harry finally came to Beeping Myrtle's bathroom and he looked over his shoulder once more before continuing inside. He pulled the cloak off, stuffed it into his bag, and then walked to the sink he knew opened the way into the chamber. "What are you doing in here?" "This is a girl's bathroom," Myrtle said crossly from her floating position above him. Harry didn't even glance at her. He looked at the tap and the snake etched into it. "Open," he commanded in Parseltongue. The familiar white light appeared and then the tap began to spin. There was a grinding sound and then slowly the sink disappeared into the floor, exposing the large pipe that led into the chambers below. "Wow, how did you do that?" "Not even I knew that was there and I'm in the pipes quite often," Myrtle said, twirling her hair around her finger and tilting her head sideways. Harry smiled up at her. "I know a lot of things. Nice chatting with you." Harry waved and jumped into the pipe without a second thought. He wasn't quite sure how he was going to pull this off, but somehow he'd make sure that the basilisk would not be a problem anymore. Harry wiped his hands on his pants as he exited the slimy pipe. It was even dirtier than he remembered it. Of course, there hadn't been a basilisk using it all year. Harry raised his wand and was about to use the Lumos spell, but suddenly the chamber was full of light from a row of torches that he had never noticed before. They led deeper into the tunnel, towards the main chamber. Harry raised an eyebrow and then followed it. There was no snakeskin this time, which meant that the basilisk had shed it during the year, and of course, the passageway was free from rocks as there had been no cave-in. Though the ceiling was still cracked and looked rather dangerous in places. It didn't take him long to reach the true entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and one simple, "Open," in Parseltongue had the door opened. Harry looked into the chamber as torches lining the walls sparked to life. He moved into the chamber and down the rows of snake-entwined pillars towards the giant image of Salazar Slytherin. He stood at the base and chewed at his bottom lip in thought. His wand was gripped tightly in his hand from the memory of the first time he had been down here. Harry looked up and down the large statue. Here came one of the flaws in his plan. The last time he had been down here was when he was 12, and he couldn't for the life of him remember what the younger Tom Riddle had said to open the mouth of Slytherin's statue. Open, he hissed. Nothing. Well, he was the only Parseltongue besides the Dark Lord. If he got rid of the diary, then no one would be down in the chamber at all. Problem solved. Now why hadn't he thought of that before? A cold shiver ran up his spine and Harry wrapped his arms around himself and turned to leave the chamber in annoyance from his useless trip. He'd gotten a couple of steps when he heard a hissing sound coming from behind him. Heir of Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, do you seek entrance into the chambers of Salazar? Harry stopped and very slowly turned around. He relaxed slightly when there was no one behind him. The chambers of Salazar? He asked. This was new. He didn't know there were other rooms in the Chamber of Secrets. There was no reply. Yes, he tentatively hissed. A sliding noise alerted him to the opening in the floor just before he dropped from the room above as the floor disappeared beneath his feet. He landed with an audible oomph on a green carpeted floor. Lights had lit all around him, and that was when he noticed that he was in a large sitting room, and of course he noticed the stairs that led up to the chamber above. Those would have been handy coming down, he mumbled. Harry pushed himself off the floor and looked around. There were other rooms branching off the one he was in, but before he had a chance to choose one of the doors, a distinct slithering sound caught his attention. Harry spun around without thinking to be face to face with Slytherin's really large basilisk. Harry fell backwards and looked wide-eyed at the large serpent. Then he realized that he wasn't dead, or dying, or even being maimed or eaten. Hello, young heir of Slytherin. Do not be afraid, I will not harm you, the basilisk hissed, and Harry nodded, his eyes still wide, and his hand tightening around his wand. Hello, Harry replied tightly as he got to his feet shakily. My name is Mortadolf. What are you called, young heir? Harry raised an eyebrow after spelling that in his head and wincing slightly at the mere thought. He named you after himself. If you are speaking of the one who thought he could control me, no. He stole my name and used it for his own. My master Salazar named me. Harry wanted to laugh. The Dark Lord had named himself after Slytherin's pet. Had he thought the large snake would have found it funny, he would have, but instead he kept it to himself. He didn't want to offend him while they were on such good terms. Oh, Harry simply said back. I'm Harry. It is good to meet you, Harry, Mortadolf hissed. Would you like to see the rest of the chamber? Harry thought about it for all of half a second, and then he nodded his head and put his wand away. This was an opportunity of a lifetime. Of course he wanted to see the rest of the chamber. He couldn't believe he was calmly, well, almost calmly, standing there talking to a basilisk he had been forced to kill in his past. Harry shook his head to himself. Best not to think about that. Mortadolf moved past Harry and he followed him into another room, his eyes lit up at what he saw. He may never be as bookish as Hermione was, but he had to admit that even he would be spending much time in this library. Harry could barely restrain himself from running to the copious volumes of books. Harry ran his hand along the spines in amazement. There weren't only Slytherin's writings, but the other founders had placed something there as well. They were even divided into category, first by founder and then by subject. These books were priceless, and Harry was certain that the world hadn't seen any of these books since the founders themselves were alive. Harry pulled several books off the shelves, marveling at the ingeniousness of preservation charms, and then settled himself in a nearby chair, the rest of the chamber forgotten. Hours later Harry sat in the same big puffy armchair he had settled in earlier. He had a large tome in his lap, and Mort, as Harry had taken to calling him with permission of course, was wrapped in a giant coil beside the chair. He'd learned a lot about the snake at his side, including why he wasn't dead after looking him in the eyes. Mortadolf had a second lid on his eyes, which allowed him to see without killing or petrifying anyone. Handy that. Harry had also learned much about Salazar Slytherin, and his opinion about him had changed dramatically. It had also confused him greatly about the Dark Lord's motives for being the way he was. It turned out that Salazar had no major qualms with Muggles and Muggleborns. He did have a few problems with the witch huntings and the way the Muggles of the time feared wizards, but he understood it as just that, fear, and that was why he pushed for the two to be separated. But he also believed that those muggles and muggleborns that could cope with wizards had every right to the wizarding world as the wizards did. So what made everyone think Salazar Slytherin was against muggles and muggleborns? And if the Dark Lord had been in the chamber of Salazar before, why was he sprouting about ridding the world of anyone not of pureblood under Slytherin's name? It didn't make sense. Mort? Asked Harry, lowering the book with an intense frown on his face. Yes, Harry. Mort yawned and looked up at him. Harry blinked. Snakes could yawn. I don't understand. If Salazar didn't dislike muggles and muggleborns, then why does the world think he did? Why do they think he was a dark wizard, when there were so many dark wizards that he was against at the time? He helped build this school, yet everyone is so against him. It doesn't make any sense, Harry rambled on in Parseltongue. Mort simply blinked at him. I do not know. I did not understand the boy, Tom, either, which is why he never saw these chambers. Harry sat up quickly from his curled-up position in the chair. Tom Riddle never came into Salazar's chambers. Mort nodded. I did not like the feel of him. He was dark and had less of a soul than a normal man, and he had the scent of someone who had killed before. So I hid the chambers of Salazar from him. I've killed before, Harry said distractedly with a distant glare in his eyes. I was forced to, every time. A tear slid down from the corner of his eye at the memory of what he had been forced to do. He felt flushed and faint as the memories assaulted him. Ginny, he would never forgive himself. Mort uncurled slightly and nudged Harry with his giant head. Yes, but not like him. He was not forced. He tried to control me. He threatened me with death. I made sure everyone he sent me to kill did not die, just sleep, until the last. I had not meant to kill her. I had meant to stop him, but she had gotten in the way. Harry didn't know why. Maybe it was adolescent emotions taking over, or maybe it was just his extreme tiredness and growing fever, but he wrapped his arms around the snake's neck, seeking comfort from the giant serpent he had been forced to kill in the past. Harry didn't know when he had fallen asleep, but when he woke up it was in a large, very comfortable, four-poster bed, and he could feel that his fever had grown quite a bit and he was achy all over. Mort was curled up on the floor of the large bedroom, and he lifted his head when Harry suddenly sat up and looked at his watch and swore a string in English and Parseltongue. He'd been gone far too long. Harry put his head in his hand at a brief dizziness, and then once recovered started muttering at the realization of the situation he could possibly be in. They're going to kill me, all of them. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, Professor Dumbledore, Hermione, Ron, Mrs. Weasley. Hell, I won't be surprised if Hagrid shows up as well, Harry muttered, switching unconsciously between Parseltongue and English in his panicking state. Who's going to kill you? Mort sounded alarmed. Harry suddenly laughed and shook his head, the panic disappearing completely. No one, Harry sighed tiredly. I've just been here too long. They're going to notice I'm gone, if they haven't already. I just hope Professor Dumbledore isn't having me watched. Harry stopped. Moody, Harry declared in English as he jumped out of bed. His bare feet hit the glacial-like floor and he jumped back on the bed with a rather girly yelp. How do you get my shoes off? Mort seemed to be laughing at him. At least Harry thought that was what the weird hissing sound was. Very carefully, he finally said, and nudged Harry's shoes to him with his tail. Harry reached to the floor and put on his shoes and socks, which he found still in the bed, back on his feet. He left the bedroom and entered into the main sitting room, Mort following behind him. I've got to go. I believe I was followed here and I'm not supposed to be at the school, Harry told Mort distractedly. I'll be back again in a few weeks when school starts. I can't risk coming back sooner. He said hurriedly. Are you going to be all right, Harry? Harry stopped and looked back at the giant serpent. He smiled softly to his new friend and nodded. Yes. Harry, having discovered the stairs that had led back up to Beeping Myrtle's bathroom from the chamber, peered around cautiously before exiting into the corridor. Myrtle had followed him out and Harry turned back, with his invisibility cloak firmly in place. Myrtle, can I ask you not to tell anyone about me being here? He asked quietly, looking up at the ghost who he discovered could see him through his cloak. Myrtle tilted her head in thought for a moment and then sighed. All right, I suppose, but you must promise to come back and visit me again, she said sweetly. Harry nodded. Of course I'll come back. Nice seeing you, Myrtle. Bye. Harry waved and started swiftly down the hall. He didn't see Dumbledore watching him from a concealed hallway nearby, and he didn't hear him following after him. Harry made his way quickly to the other side of the school. He stopped just outside the hospital wing and put his ear to the door. He wasn't going to leave without the second thing he had come for, even if it meant taking longer getting back. Hearing nothing from within, Harry opened the door and slipped into the darkened ward. He slowly made his way to the other end of the hall where he knew Madame Pomfrey kept her potion stores. He opened the cabinet and shuffled a few bottles around before he found what he was looking for. Taking 3 dreamless sleep potions from the shelves, Harry placed them into his bag and then he pulled out a strengthening potion of maximum strength. This should do, he whispered to himself as he carefully looked at the label, and then placed it too in his bag. Harry closed the cabinet and turned around to leave but stopped and turned back and opened the cabinet again. He pulled out a vial of fever reducer and downed it, placing the empty vial into his pack. He walked straight past a frowning Dumbledore without seeing him and continued out of the school. As he reached the edge of the darkened school property, he pulled his spare aging potion from his bag and downed the contents. He concentrated and then apparated with an audible crack. Dumbledore stood on the steps of Hogwarts watching his student go, completely bewildered and worried by his young Gryffindor's actions that day. Harry appeared queasily in his backyard and looked around carefully, more carefully than before, as he suspected that his house was being watched. He pulled off his cloak and started into the house, stuffing the cloak into his bag as he went. There was a loud screech and a crash that sounded like dishes hitting the floor. Harry ran into the kitchen and immediately stopped himself from pulling his wand out. "Get that ruddy bird out of my house, boy." Vernon was a dangerous shade of red and Harry scrambled towards the owl. "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Harry grabbed at the tawny owl and grabbed the letter in its claws. He made to stuff the letter into his book bag as the owl flew away out the window, but his uncle grabbed it from him. "What's this?" Uncle Vernon ripped the envelope open. "It's for me, not you." Harry complained and tried to take the letter back. Harry's stomach dropped as he watched a malevolent smirk develop on his uncle's face as he scanned the letter. Suddenly the letter was thrust into Harry's hands. "Read it," Uncle Vernon hissed, a delighted glint in his eyes. Harry opened the letter, out loud. Dudley and Aunt Petunia both looked at Harry as he stared back at his uncle and then looked down and read the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we have just received intelligence that unauthorized apparition was used at your residence at 25 minutes past 8. Harry's eyes widened and he glanced at his uncle before he continued. "As you know, underage wizards are not permitted to perform spells outside school, and further spell work on your part may lead to expulsion from said school. Furthermore, apparition without an authorized license is illegal. If you continue, serious charges may be brought against you." Vernon grabbed the letter back from Harry. "You didn't tell us you weren't allowed to use magic outside school." Harry took a step back away from his uncle as a maddening glint formed in the beefy man's eyes. Oh, Harry was no stranger to what was about to happen to him. "Forgot to mention it. Slipped your mind, I dare say." Harry was now backed into a corner, his uncle looming over him. "Well, I've got news for you, boy." Harry flinched. "I'm locking you up. You're never going back to that freaky school." Vernon grabbed Harry roughly around the back of the neck, and the mark there burned, making Harry nearly yell out as he hissed in pain. Not that his enraged uncle took notice as he dragged Harry up the stairs. "And you can't magic yourself out or they'll expel you." He laughed as he tossed Harry none too gently into his room and slammed the door shut. Harry struggled to his knees, gasping from the pain that still shot down his spine from the mark. It subsided after a few minutes and he staggered to his feet and over to Hedwig's cage. "Hey girl, I want you to go to the Weasleys, they'll take care of you." "I'll be along in a couple of weeks. I just have to wait for someone," he said shakily. Hedwig blinked in concern for her master and nipped at his fingers gently. Harry opened the window and let Hedwig out into the night. He only had to wait till his birthday in Dobby. Hedwig had been lucky that Harry had managed to keep his uncle from locking her up so far, but he was concerned that now he wouldn't be able to stop him, not without the threat of magic. Harry lay down on his bed after his owl had gone from sight. He was still breathing hard from the pain from his scar. It was times like these that Harry wondered why he was even bothering to stick around. An all too familiar urge suddenly hit Harry and he closed his eyes against it. It was bad enough that he had the twin blood scars, he certainly didn't need any more. That wasn't to say that the urge to cut himself was going away. He hadn't ever meant to start. Shortly after Dumbledore's death, he was sitting in his room in 12 Grimmauld Place, and had been cleaning out his trunk when he had cut himself accidentally with the knife from his potions kit, which had been dumped into his trunk. He didn't know why or how, but 10 bloody, but shallow slashes later, and he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He'd stopped after the blood ritual, probably because at that point, he didn't have the time and then he had the torture sessions from the Dark Lord to worry about. He'd never thought he'd get the urge again after that. Harry wrapped both his hands tightly in his blanket and forced himself to go to sleep. He'd take the dreamless sleep potion only if he dreamed. He really hoped he didn't. He needed real sleep, and he didn't know if he'd be able to stop the urge again if he was awoken from a memory again. Harry was lying on his stomach with his hands under his chin, as he listened to the muffled conversations coming from downstairs. The Masons were over, which also meant that today was his 12th birthday and he would shortly be visited by an over-exuberant, big-eyed, floppy-eared, like to try and save his life by getting him killed in the process, house elf. Joy of joys, Harry mumbled to himself. The last couple weeks had been hell on earth for him. The only time he was let out of his barred windowed room was to do back-breaking chores until he was ready to drop and to use the bathroom. Not to mention, he'd been pushed around a few times and his uncle had jarred his mark more than once, resulting in a searing pain running down his spine that nearly brought him to his knees. Though he supposed he was lucky that he was let out to do chores, as last time he wasn't even allowed to do that. Of course, the last time he was only locked up for 3 days. A small pop was the only thing that alerted Harry to Dobby's arrival. Harry didn't react, he simply glanced over at the elf in boredom. "What?" he asked quietly. The elf squeaked in surprise at being noticed so quickly. "Harry Potter. So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir." Harry cut the elf off before his high-pitched voice could alert his uncle. "Shush." Harry hushed, getting up from his bed. "I don't want to get in any more trouble, thank you very much. So just stay there and be quiet, I have a proposition for you." Dobby's floppy ears perked up. Harry smiled slightly, now that he had the over-eager elf's attention. Harry proceeded over the next few minutes to explain his plan, to not only obtain Riddle's diary, but also to free the elf from his position as Malfoy's beep. Harry finished by telling Dobby that if he didn't wish to be without a family to serve, he could work for him, for pay even. Harry was grateful that the elf didn't question him on his knowing of the diary and the danger at Hogwarts. Dobby looked to be in serious thought for a moment and then he nodded. "Dobby can do this, sir," he said quietly, and Harry was relieved that he hadn't started jumping up and down or something. Harry smiled and patted the elf on the shoulder. "Good, now leave before my uncle realizes you're here. Oh, and Dobby, can I have my letters back please?" The elf gave a sheepish smile and handed Harry the bundle of Muggle Post letters. Harry didn't dare thank Dobby, for the risk of setting the elf off would bring, instead he just nodded. "All right, go now," quietly. Dobby nodded again and then disappeared with a small pop, which was barely heard by even Harry. Harry breathed a sigh of relief at hearing the continued and uninterrupted conversations going on downstairs, glad that his family hadn't heard himself and Dobby talking this time around. Harry opened his already packed trunk and pulled out a properly made aging potion. It had helped that he had actually gotten a couple nights of real sleep thanks to the dreamless sleep potions he had pilfered from Hogwarts, not to mention he was well again thanks to the fever reducer. He'd have to remember to replace them at some point. Harry gulped down the potion and pulled out his wand. He pointed it at the bars and muttered a spell. The bars silently melted away. Harry pointed his wand at his trunk and Hedwig's cage, separately, and shrunk them down to pocket size, and then he pocketed them both and picked up his invisibility cloak and his broom that he had left out. He looked around his room briefly to make sure he hadn't left anything, and then swinging his cloak around him, he jumped out the window on his broom. The note he'd left for his family fluttered lightly in the breeze. Harry hadn't really cared about worrying them, especially since the likelihood of them ever worrying about him was very slim, but he wanted to make sure that they knew that he was coming back at the end of the school term. After all, he really didn't have anywhere else to go, and as much as he loathed his relatives, they had taken care of him for most of his life and he owed it to them to keep the protection wards around the house from collapsing with his absence. Harry flew as far as the nearby park and then landed softly. He unshrunk his trunk and placed his broom and invisibility cloak inside, and then after re-shrinking his trunk and placing it back into the pocket of his sweatshirt, he pulled out his wand and stepped up to the curb. He held up his wand and then quickly stepped back as the night bus sped towards him and then stopped abruptly. Harry pulled the hood of his sweatshirt up over his head before Stan could appear. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded." "I know, Stan," Harry interrupted. "How is it ye know me name, have we met before?" Stan questioned, looking Harry up and down suspiciously. "Yeah, we've met, though it was a few years ago," Harry said with a small smirk as he held back a laugh. Stan stared blankly back at him for a moment before he shrugged. "Sure, whatever ye say, kid, where you goin' anyway?" Harry thought about it for a moment. Appearing at the burrow right away might raise some suspicions, especially as he'd never technically been there before. "The Leaky Cauldron," Harry finally answered. "Right, take a seat. We got 2 others goin' there as well." Harry nodded and after paying, went to the nearest empty bed and sat down just as the bus banged into movement. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of the Leaky Cauldron with a sudden stop that had Harry hanging on to the nearest pole so he wouldn't go flying. Harry got off the bus with the other passengers. That was when he noticed one of the passengers getting off with him. It was Nymphadora Tonks. Harry smiled at her, but didn't talk to her or make any motion of recognition. He followed her into the pub but no farther as she moved into the alley and Harry stopped at the bar. "I would like a room for the night, and if you have an owl, I'd like to send a letter to the Weasley family," Harry said to Tom the bartender. Tom recognized him and Harry stopped himself from rolling his eyes as the man's eyes flicked up to look at his hidden scar. "Mr. Potter, o' course," Tom said after a moment before handing Harry a key from the wall behind him. "Room number 7, and I'll let ye know when Renoir gets back and ye can use him to send off ye letter." "Thanks." Harry took the key and headed up the stairs to where he remembered room 7 to be. Once in the small room, Harry unshrunk his belongings and pulled out his Hogwarts cloak. It was a simple black cloak with the Hogwarts crest on the left side. He threw it over his shoulders and after locking up his room made his way downstairs, back into the pub. Harry walked to the back and after tapping his wand over the correct bricks that opened the wall into Diagon Alley, he made his way towards Gringotts. The sun was just setting as he made his way inside. He had some serious shopping to do if he was going to get his younger body back up to speed, both magically and physically, with his past, future self. It didn't take long for Harry to access his vault and start at his shopping. He went first to Flourish and Blotts, keeping his hood up on his cloak. Some of the things he got at the bookstore would sound alarms, even in Ron's adolescent mind, had he gotten them with the rest of his school supplies, which he decided to get when he went with the Weasleys. It obviously wouldn't be good to have everyone thinking that he supported the dark arts, even though Harry had learned that there was no line between what people considered light and dark magic. Dark magic, if used cautiously, was classified as gray if you wanted to get technical with it. It all really depended on how one used it. Even light magic, such as the Patronus charm, could be seen as a dark spell if used in certain ways. After all, given enough power, it could kill a Dementor, something that wasn't known yet. After the bookstore and stationery shop, skipping over quality Quidditch supplies, Harry made his way to Ollivander's Wands. The shop was dimly lit as he entered. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry called into the silent shop. "Mr. Potter, Holly and Phoenix Feather, what can I help you with?" Ollivander said as he seemed to appear out of nowhere. "I seem to be having a problem with my wand," Harry said as he set his wand on the counter. "My spells are weaker than they normally are and I don't feel as connected as I used to." "Has someone taken your wand from you?" Ollivander asked. Harry frowned. Yes, in the past, future, the Dark Lord had taken his wand, but only after Harry had dropped it, but he couldn't say that, and would it really affect him now? Harry shook his head. No. You are certain? Harry nodded. Then I do not know. Give it a wave for me, he said, surveying Harry curiously. Harry picked up the wand lightly and used the levitation spell on a nearby box. The box levitated and then sat back down at Harry's direction. Harry immediately put the wand back on the counter, happy enough to touch it as little as possible. Ollivander raised an eyebrow. You dislike your wand. I would dare say you are disgusted with it. Why? I don't know. Harry lied as he looked at his feet. Yes you do. Until you can accept that whatever happened was not the wand's fault, that it was only a tool, then the wand will never work for you properly. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, remember that and you can accomplish great things. With that said, Ollivander disappeared back into his store. Harry stared at his wand on the counter for quite a while afterwards. Ollivander was right, it wasn't the wand that had killed Ginny Weasley, it was him, and he would have done the same given any other wand, because he was too weak to fight back. Harry felt tears come to his eyes and he wiped them away before he picked back up his wand and felt the familiar warmth and power. In the shadows, Ollivander smirked as he watched the boy pick up his wand and leave. The wand chooses the wizard, and Harry Potter would do great things, again. The apothecary was Harry's second to last stop for the night. It must have seemed awfully strange for a 12-year-old boy, at night with his hood up, to be rummaging around in some of the more advanced potion ingredients, but he saw no other way. There was only one book on the subject and it was a potions book. The shop owner kept sending him glances as he helped other customers, but hadn't yet approached him. Harry placed the last ingredient, which he would need for this particular stage of his plans, in the large basket he was holding his supplies in and turned back to the counter to pay. He glanced over the contents of the basket while he walked, making sure he'd gotten everything. He didn't get more than 5 steps before he ran straight into a dark, imposing, rather unforgiving body and he dropped his basket and some of his ingredients spilled out. I apologize, I didn't see you there, Harry said politely and rushed to retrieve his ingredients. As he did, his hood fell from his head, and his eyes widened as a very familiar pale hand reached out from a black robe and picked up one of the fallen items. Harry slowly looked up to the figure and froze. Professor, Harry finally managed to force out. Potter, Snape said neutrally as he looked intently at what else Harry carried in his basket, as well as the other purchases he had made. His eyes scanned over the items for a moment and then he locked eyes with Harry. Harry flinched back at the sudden anger that radiated in Snape's onyx eyes. What are you trying to do, kill yourself? Snape seethed. Harry averted his professor's piercing gaze and quickly finished grabbing the ingredients from the floor and stood up. Snape followed, his eyes never leaving Harry. These ingredients, Snape snarled as he tossed the bag of aconite back into Harry's basket. Do you have any idea how dangerous most of this can be? Harry stared back at the man, but then quickly averted his eyes again. Harry finally decided that he would not, at that moment, win against a Legilimency assault, at least not from one of the most powerful Legilimens in the country, no matter how much he had practiced. Yes, I do, he answered honestly. They can be even more dangerous when mixed together. Now if you will excuse me, Professor, I still have a silver cauldron I need to purchase. Snape grabbed Harry's upper arm in a vice grip before he could leave to the counter. Let go of me, Snape, Harry snarled quietly. Snape actually flinched slightly, but didn't release him. No, I may terribly dislike you, but I cannot allow you to purchase these items. You could kill yourself. Harry glared up at Snape with a hateful fire in his eyes, making them seem to be tinted almost red, and then smirked. Perhaps, Harry said coolly. Snape let go and looked back at Harry as if he'd gone crazy. But I've a countermeasure, just in case. Won't be pleasant though, Harry answered truthfully with only the slightest shiver. Snape grabbed the front of Harry's cloak and Harry rolled his eyes. He was really getting sick of this. You were trying to unblock your magic before you were 17. Have you gone mad? Do you know what that potion could do to your mind? I do not know how you found out how to do this, but for a second-year potion student it is suicide. Even if you survive, which knowing your incompetence in the subject you won't, you could lose your mind completely. Snape whispered harshly. Of course, Harry was well aware of this, but he was also willing to take the risk. He was rather surprised that Snape had caught on to the potion he was going to make for himself so quickly. The variety of ingredients could make just about anything. And it wasn't a well-known potion. Harry grabbed onto Snape's hand and twisted it, forcing pain to run up the man's arm and making Snape let go. "I said, let go." Harry whispered the last two words and pushed the man away from him. To say that Snape was surprised was an understatement, and his shock showed on his pale face. Harry started for the counter again, not letting the man who had killed Dumbledore delay him a third time. Snape narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow as he clutched at his sore wrist. He silently followed Harry up to the counter, but didn't stop him from buying any of the items. With his purchases paid for and bagged by the rather perplexed shop owner, Harry left the apothecary, well aware that Snape had followed him out. "Albus would not tell us what happened to you down in the chamber," Snape said calmly. "I don't think he has ever kept anything from me before," Snape said quietly. Harry stopped and turned back to the man before he reached the nearby cauldron shop. "You saw him down there, didn't you? You spoke to him." Harry looked away from Snape as he suddenly and vividly remembered the last time he had spoken to the Dark Lord in not just dying words, and a tear rolled down his cheek. He quickly wiped it away. "Yes," Harry answered shortly and started to walk away. "We are not at Hogwarts right now, Professor. You have no authority over me. So either run off to Dumbledore and tell him what you've found his Gryffindor golden boy doing, or leave me alone." "Why are you doing this? What is the point, even if you survive?" Harry spun back around. He had no idea why he was even still talking to the man. "I know exactly what I'm doing, and if it works I'll never have to worry about volume," Harry growled as pain coursed from his hidden scar. "The Dark Lord, when he returns," Harry spat and turned to leave again. "And perhaps I'll be able to get rid of this damn scar," Harry thought as he entered into the cauldron shop. Snape hadn't followed him in but stayed outside with a peculiar expression on his face. Harry ignored the other patrons as he went up to the counter. The shopkeeper looked at him as if he were no more than a nuisance. Harry hated it when people treated him like this, as they'd done so most of his life. That was until they saw his scar. He scowled back at the man irritably, which was rather completely lost on his 12-year-old face. "I need a silver cauldron." Harry slipped out the piece of paper he had jotted down the needed ingredients on, and glanced over it. "Number 4 standard." The shopkeeper smirked at him. "I'm sorry, but by ministry law, you are too young to buy a silver cauldron, and I highly doubt you have enough galleons for one." There were only 3 other people in the shop, but they all looked over when Harry growled lightly in annoyance. Harry resisted the childish urge to stomp his foot and ran a hand through his hair, making a show of revealing his scar. He hated using his fame, but sometimes, like it or not, it worked to get him what he wanted, or not. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, but otherwise didn't react. The other patrons started to whisper behind him though. "Is there anything else I can get you, Mr. Potter?" he said with no pleasantness at all. No, I'll just take my business elsewhere," Harry growled out. "And make sure my friends do as well," he mumbled as he made his way past a smirking Snape waiting outside. Harry really didn't want to go into Knockturn Alley at night, but he wanted to make the potion to unlock his magic that night, as it was the new moon and the potion would be at its peak effectiveness. He also wanted to make it before he sent an owl to the Weasleys, just in case they wanted him to come to the burrow in the morning. He didn't know what the full side effects of the potion would be yet, and if it knocked him out for a day or two, it wouldn't raise too many questions, as everyone, except Snape, thought he was still at the Dursleys. Speaking of the slimy git of a potions master, Harry spun around about halfway to Knockturn Alley as Snape was still following him. "What do you want?" he demanded. "Temper, Mr. Potter. A little upset are you that your fame could not get you what you wanted?" Snape sneered. "I believe it was you, sir, who told me in my first potions class that fame clearly isn't everything, or something along the lines of that," Harry sneered back with his best impression of Snape. "You were practically telling me not to use my fame, so of course, what else is an adolescent to do, but show a little rebellion?" Harry wanted to laugh at the scowl that graced Snape's face, but held it back. "Now I ask again, what do you want? I don't have time for this. I still need to find a silver cauldron." Snape looked behind Harry, In Knockturn Alley, at night. Clearly you are more deluded than I thought. Harry shrugged. He'd had enough of this. He may appear 12, but he was not a child and he was not going to fall for Snape's insults as he once had. Yes, Professor, that is exactly where I am going, so you can either, as I said before, leave me alone, or you can stop me. Harry turned to leave. Which I'd really love to see you try, he muttered under his breath as he started to walk away. Or I can go back into the cauldron shop, ask Mr. Weiss for a silver cauldron number 4 standard, and help you make the potion so you don't blow yourself up. Out of the goodness of my heart, of course, Snape smirked as Harry turned back around. Goodness of your heart, Harry scoffed, as he narrowed his eyes at the potion's master, though he was seriously considering the man's help. He wasn't a fool after all. He knew that he wasn't the best at potions and this was a highly advanced one. He'd had Hermione to help him make it the last time. When it is concerning me, there is no goodness in your heart, Harry said coldly, more to himself. Snape scowled at that, but Harry wasn't finished. However, Harry muttered and then cleared his throat. I could use your help, but I want to know what you think you're going to get out of this. There was a brief moment of shock on Snape's part. Whether it was because Harry had said he needed his help or because he knew Snape had an ulterior motive, Harry wasn't sure. I will tell you after we get your cauldron and we are in a less public arena, Snape said quietly as he glanced around. There were a number of people watching and Harry caught his meaning clearly, as he was certain there were 1 or 2 future, or former, Death Eaters among them. In fact, he was pretty sure he helped capture them in the past, or future. Harry nodded slowly. Very well, he said and started back towards the cauldron shop with Snape on his heels. He just knew he was going to regret this in the future. Harry handed Snape a pouch of galleons and waited outside the shop while Snape retrieved the cauldron he needed. He turned to see Snape and the shopkeeper, Mr. Weiss, in the doorway. Snape was acting almost friendly with the man. I am so sorry, Severus, had I known the boy was picking the cauldron up for you I would not have turned him away. I thought he was just using his fame to harass the shop owners. Yes, well I had told Potter to tell you that he was picking the cauldron up for me, but it must have slipped the boy's mind. You would think that after a year with him that his incompetence would not surprise me. His skill in potions is even worse than his memory, Snape sneered. Harry crossed his arms over his chest and rolled his eyes. He wasn't that bad. I have to admit that I am surprised by that. After all, both James and Lily Potter were quite adept at potions, and wasn't Lily on her way to a mastery before she was killed? Mr. Weiss commented. Yes, she was, Snape said quietly, a frown marring his features. Harry tried not to react to that news. He hadn't known that. Well, he hadn't known his father was good at potions, though he hadn't really given it a lot of thought since he had found out that the potions book from 6th year was Snape's and had pretty much given up on potions. He never did find that book again. No one had ever really said anything to him about his parents' abilities in school. He knew that James was good at transfiguration and Lily good at charms. It was strange that now he was just starting to feel rather inadequate compared to his parents. Perhaps this time he would do better in school. Put in more of an effort, learn new things. So deep in thought, Harry didn't realize that Snape was finished until he was grabbed at the back of his neck and propelled towards the leaky cauldron. Harry let out a strangled yelp of pain and dropped to one knee. What's wrong, Potter? Snape actually sounded worried as he put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry breathed in deeply and shook off the pain as best he could. Blinking away the tears that came to his eyes, he shrugged off Snape's hand and stood shakily. It's nothing, an old injury, he forced out and continued on to the leaky cauldron as if nothing had happened. Snape followed behind him with doubt and curiosity in his eyes. It wasn't long before Harry fully realized how much of a mistake it was to have Professor Severus Snape help him with his potion. Harry sat staring at Snape in disbelief in his room at the leaky cauldron. Never in 2 lifetimes would he have guessed that Severus Snape had most of his magic blocked. He had enough magic to get by, but apparently only at a level on par with a 16-year-old. And it was the real reason the man taught potions instead of defense. Obviously, he had Dumbledore, or the Dark Lord, unblock his magic just prior to Harry's 6th year in the last timeline. Of course, Harry knew how much of a mistake that was. It had resulted in Dumbledore's death. Harry stared back at Snape unblinkingly for quite a while as Snape finished explaining. "If I help you make this potion, when you have your full magic, will you unblock mine?" Snape asked evenly, though he was tensely staring back at Harry. Harry ran a hand through his hair and stood and paced the room. If he did this, it could be a huge mistake. "As I already told you, only someone with the magic of an adult can unblock my magic." Harry stopped pacing and turned back to look at Snape. "Professor Dumbledore put this block on you?" Harry asked quietly. "As I've already told you, yes," Snape said with a bit of bitterness in his voice. "So it would take more than just an average bloke to unblock it," Harry commented to himself as he continued pacing, Snape watching him. So Snape somehow knew that in adulthood he would be on a similar level magic-wise to Dumbledore. Of course, he knew. Harry scoffed to himself. He was the person who ran to the Dark Lord with half the damn prophecy. Harry stopped again. "Will I get in trouble if I help you?" "Professor Dumbledore must have had a good reason to put the block on you," Harry said rather stonily. He could care less about getting in trouble, he was fishing for more information. "No, I will dumb down my magic and I will not tell anyone about you lifting the block on yours," Snape replied. "As for Professor Dumbledore blocking my magic, yes, at the time he had a very good reason, but I have changed since then." Harry glared at Snape. Had he really? Then why had he killed Dumbledore? Why did he block your magic?" he asked. Of course, Harry already knew the answer to this. "Potter, you really do not want to know." Harry continued to glare at Snape until finally, Snape let out an irritated huff of breath and looked away, and then he pulled back the sleeve on his left arm. "Because of this, Potter," he snarled angrily and turned his arm over, revealing the faded, yet still visible, dark mark. Harry flinched slightly at the sight of it, but didn't look away. He stared at it for a good 5 minutes before he lifted his head to meet his professor's eyes. "All right," Harry whispered. The shocked expression on Snape's face was priceless and Harry would have laughed had the moment not been so serious. "But I want you to swear a wizard's oath on your magic that you will not go back to the Dark Lord, no matter what," Harry said very seriously. So they'd be losing a spy in the Dark Lord's ranks. Harry didn't care, they didn't need one, they had Harry's foreknowledge. Snape looked back at Harry, though he clearly wasn't seeing him as he was apparently waging a war within himself. Harry was determined that Snape not make the same mistakes as he had in Harry's past. If there were a third person there with them, Harry would have forced the man to make an unbreakable vow with him. Finally, Snape nodded his head in agreement. "All right, let's get started. We have all night, and tonight is the best night to make this potion," Harry said and started setting out the ingredients in precise order that they were to be added. He hadn't even cracked the book with the instructions open yet. This one he had spent hours studying with Hermione before her death. Harry and Snape both stood back as Harry tossed the last ingredient into the cauldron, and then they shielded their faces just in case. As there were no immediate explosions, Harry slowly looked through his fingers and then lowered his hands with a sigh. It had worked. The potion was done. Snape walked up to the potion and put out the fire underneath it. He then ladled the potion into a vial and set it aside. "I have to say, well done. So why haven't you shown such competency in my classroom?" Snape asked as he started to clean up. "Your skills even rival that of some of my fifth years." Harry paused in his walk around the table they were using. He hadn't thought of what he was going to tell Snape about his advances in potions. He was still trying to decide if this was all a good idea. Let's just say I had an epiphany at the end of the school term and I probably would have done rather well on your potions exam had I not been concerned with other matters. Actually, your exams were remarkably well done, had I graded them fairly," Snape mumbled, not looking up at Harry. "You," started Harry as he shot his head up, "really? Don't let it go to your head, Potter," Snape smirked, almost smiled. "You can drink the potion now. Don't forget to add the 3 drops of your blood." Harry without a second thought drew a small knife from his trunk and sliced it lightly over the tip of his finger, and then leveled his hand over the vial of potion. He let no more or less than 3 drops fall in before removing his hand. The potion turned an icy blue and let off a small puff of red smoke. Before Snape had a chance to comment or stop him, Harry lifted the vial to his lips. "Cheers," he said, while at the same time he prayed to the gods or anyone watching over him that he did not die again. Harry gulped down the potion and the effects were almost immediate as he collapsed as an unbearable amount of pain washed through him. Harry gave himself credit, he didn't scream. He simply closed his eyes tightly and prayed for the pain to subside quickly as he bit the inside of his lip and held his arms around himself. What he didn't notice was the magic that flowed around him and forced Snape toward the room as best he could and leave, closing the door behind him. Harry didn't know how long it all lasted, but finally the pain was gone and he was able to sit up shakily with enough time to be suddenly very sick. It took a while, but eventually Harry was able to stop retching. There was suddenly a soft knock at his door and Harry, not trusting himself to stand, said with a scratchy voice, "Come in." Snape opened the door and walked in, closing it behind him. He waved his wand and the mess Harry had made vanished. "Are you all right? I've been out there for 4 hours, he said quietly, almost worriedly. 4 hours, Harry thought. Merlin. He never wanted to go through anything like that again. He hadn't wanted to go through that the first time either. It was stupid, but Harry had to admit, worth it. He could feel his magic again, all of it, well, almost all of it. The magic of the protectors still wasn't present, though he could feel a tingling of it, so he knew it was there, somewhere. Harry smirked to himself. It figured he'd probably have to visit the room again. Harry didn't really have any idea what to call it. All he knew was that one moment he was walking into a room he'd never seen before and the next moment he was on the floor, sizzling, most unpleasant. "I'm fine," Harry finally answered. "That was not pleasant." "No, it didn't look pleasant," Snape said as he helped Harry to his feet. "I have to say that it was incredibly stupid what we did. You could have been killed," Snape commented seriously, as he helped Harry to sit on his bed. "I am fairly certain the potion was not supposed to be that color." "Oh yes it was. I agree. Never let me do that again," Harry said, forcing humor into his voice while at the same time he felt as if he were burning up. "Merlin, I'm hot," Harry said quietly and then tugged on his sweatshirt and subsequently his t-shirt underneath and pulled them off over his head. Something was wrong. He hadn't had this after effect the last time. He didn't see the shocked look Snape gave him, but he did hear the man's audible gasp. Harry looked down at his torso and his blood ran cold at the sight that greeted him. It had become familiar in the week leading up to his death, but here, he'd never expected to see it. "Potter, what is that?" Snape demanded, his eyes not leaving Harry's torso, or more specifically the hourglass-shaped burn mark in the middle of Harry's chest. "The death mark," Harry whispered as the room started spinning and then darkness overtook him. Harry twisted and turned in his fever-induced sleep. Nightmares assaulted his senses and he could do nothing against them as they were all memories from the last couple of months before his death. "Harry!" Hermione screamed at Harry as he was thrown roughly to the ground and put yet again under the torture of the Cruciatus curse that shot out of the Dark Lord's wand. Harry screamed as pain assaulted him, but he fought past the pain to grab hold of Gryffindor's sword in front of him. The curse was suddenly lifted from him and all of Harry's thoughts were focused on getting back to his feet to finish his fight with Voldemort. He gasped for breath as he pushed himself back up and spun around to face the Dark Lord again. "We finish this now, Voldemort," Harry rasped out and swung the sword at Voldemort's torso. The sword was ripped from his grasp before it ever had time to connect and Harry was forced to his knees as the back of his neck was grabbed roughly and he was turned around just in time to see the killing curse hit Ron in the back. "No," Harry screamed out, but there was nothing he could do for him. The grip on the back of his neck tightened and he closed his eyes as he heard Voldemort's voice right by his ear. "See what you have done, Harry. You have killed your best friend. Go to hell, Voldemort." "I didn't kill him, you did." Voldemort laughed at Harry and made him look up at the battle still taking place in front of them. He watched as Hermione was forced to her knees and her wand was ripped away from her. "No, Voldemort, kill me instead, leave her alone," Harry pleaded, silently praying that the order would finally arrive and rescue her. "No," Voldemort whispered, "first you will learn to fear saying my name, boy, and then I will kill you." Voldemort nodded and the Death Eater holding Hermione let go of her and aimed his wand at her heart. Hermione looked straight at Harry with fear but acceptance in her eyes. "Harry," she mouthed before the green light of the killing curse struck her and she fell. Unimaginable anger and sorrow swelled within Harry and he didn't even register that he was under the Cruciatus curse again until it was lifted. Harry simply lay on the ground, the fight completely gone from him as he gave up. Harry sat up abruptly and put his head in his hands as sobs racked his body. After the death of both of his friends, he had given up and for it spent 2 of the worst weeks of his life in a tiny cell somewhere in the depths of Riddle Manor. He could still hear the echoes of Voldemort's voice. "Do you know what this is?" Voldemort pointed to a symbol in an ancient-looking book as Harry hung limply from the chains holding him to the wall. "This, boy, is the death mark. It was once given to wizards sentenced to death before their souls were ripped out of them by the Dementor's key." Voldemort closed the book gently. "The Ministry seems to think it too cruel to use now. They had all of the branding spheres destroyed." Lucius Malfoy walked in carrying a fire-red sphere. "All but one." Harry remembered his voice going raw from screaming. The pain was unimaginable. It was no wonder the Ministry had banned the use of it. What had been left of the Order of the Phoenix had rescued him the next morning, which had been 2 days before his 17th birthday. A day he'd never be able to erase from his mind, as it had been the day that he had been forced into murdering Ginny Weasley. He deserved the death mark. Harry eventually got himself under control and that was when he first noticed the potions master sitting in a chair beside his bed, staring calculatingly at him. The staring match went on for a good 5 minutes before Snape finally broke the silence. "Who are you?" Harry swallowed hard at those words before he answered. "Harry Potter." "No," Snape snarled. "Harry Potter is a 12-year-old boy who's never even heard of the death mark, let alone seen one before. Harry Potter is not yet a second-year student who has no idea about where to find the potion's ingredients to make the potion he did last night, let alone even know where to look to find such a potion. And Harry Potter does not have the dark mark burned into his left arm. So I ask again, who are you?" Snape shouted and Harry flinched. "Harry Potter," he said again quietly as he looked down at his bare left forearm, where indeed the dark mark was branded into his arm, distorted only slightly by the blood curse scar that ran through it. A tear slid down his cheek as he closed his eyes to the sight of it. Silence swept over the room for a good 10 minutes before Harry finally looked up to his potions professor, a decision made up in his mind. "I'm from the future." Snape stared back at Harry. "Go on," he said quietly, though he didn't look as if he was going to believe anything Harry was about to tell him. Harry wouldn't believe anything he was about to tell him. 5 years from now, the summer after my 6th year, I went to Hogwarts looking for you and found out that I am a protector. 2 weeks and 2 days after that Hermione, Ron, and I went looking for what we thought was the Dark Lord's last Horcrux and instead were tricked and met him at Privet Drive, where Ron and Hermione were killed in front of me as were my remaining relatives. I was captured and tortured for 2 weeks, during which time I received unwillingly both the Dark Mark and the Death Mark. I was rescued by the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix and on my 17th birthday, I was forced to murder Ginny Weasley while under the Imperius Curse. 5 days later, I finally killed the Dark Lord, but not before obtaining a mortal wound. I woke up as a ghost in the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone above my own 11-year-old body. When I reached out to touch him I touched the shattered remains of the stone and was beeped into my younger body and the next thing I knew I was waking up in the hospital wing with a second chance at life. But now I'm not so sure I'm going to get that." Harry finished and looked down at his white-knuckled hands that clutched the blanket that covered his legs. Snape was silent for a very long time as he stared at Harry unblinkingly. Harry hadn't noticed it before, but Snape had both of their wands clutched in his hands. Finally, Snape broke the silence. "I don't know why, but I believe you," Snape said quietly. Is that why you wanted me to take the oath, because I rejoined the Dark Lord?" Harry quietly contemplated for a moment. He didn't know if he should tell the man anything about his own future, but Harry had already changed too much, he supposed it didn't really matter. Harry shook his head. "I don't know," Harry said honestly, looking at him. "You killed Professor Dumbledore in front of me when Draco Malfoy refused to and then you ran. I didn't ask questions when I caught up with you. You killed me." Snape was rather pale as he asked that, whether it was from the knowledge that he was the one to kill Dumbledore, or because his future killer could be sitting in front of him, Harry wasn't certain. But something inside him knew that it was the first. Harry shook his head. No, I handed you over to the Ministry and they gave you the Dementor's key. You didn't get a trial. I asked for one, but at that point, they'd stopped trusting me. I did manage to get Draco a trial, though I was probably already dead by the time they got to it. Snape nodded. They stopped trusting you? He asked after a few moments. Yes, a couple days before I captured you I found out I was protector of Hogwarts and foolishly told the Order. We had a spy that ran to the Ministry, and naturally, the entirety of Wizarding Britain knew soon after, via the Prophet. I'm kind of glad I died before I got to see what people really thought of me because of yet another stupid title, Harry scoffed. Snape let out a deep breath. I take it that you have not told anyone about this. Who would believe me? Harry half laughed and then shook his head with a sigh. No, Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey saw a couple of my scars, but they seem to think that I'm cutting myself. The death mark and the dark mark are new. I had hoped they wouldn't follow me into the past as my other cursed scars did. I guess I'm just going to have to be careful and keep them covered. Other cursed scars? Harry nodded. The one on the back of my neck. Harry pointed to the snake-shaped burn mark at the base of his neck. Another gift from the Dark Lord. It causes me pain when I hear, think about, or especially say, the Dark Lord's name. It also hurts like hell when someone touches it. Oh, Snape said as he flinched fractionally in remembrance of earlier. I apologize for that. It's all right, you didn't know. Neither did Uncle Vernon unfortunately. Harry mumbled the last bit. Anyways, the two on my arms are from Gryffindor and Slytherin's swords and they're only cursed because I did a blood ritual to make myself more powerful, not that it did a lot of good. They're what got Professor Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey thinking I'm cutting myself, but I think I managed to convince Professor Dumbledore that it wouldn't happen again. Will it happen again? Snape asked, lowering his eyes to Harry's forearms briefly. The scars weren't as visible as they had been, but without his shirt on, they were more than noticeable. Harry didn't bother hiding them. He looked the man in the eyes. Most probably, yes, he answered truthfully. He hadn't been able to beat back the urge. Not with being locked up for so long at Privet Drive. Snape nodded with something akin to understanding in his eyes. So, where do you go from here? I assume you have a plan. If I were given the opportunity to go back and rewrite my past I would most certainly do many things differently, Snape said with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. I've already started. A few more things to sort out and the only thing I'll have to worry about during the school year is school. Harry half smiled at the thought of a normal school year, but was knocked out of his reflections by a rasp on his door. Harry quickly grabbed his sweatshirt and pulled it on and then rather wobbly got out of bed, glancing out the window as he did. It looked to be late morning. Snape stood as Harry cautiously opened the door. He sighed. It was only Tom the barkeep. Renoir is back, Mr. Potter, if ye still wanted to send off ye letter. Yes, of course, thank you. I'll be down in a moment, Harry said and then closed the door as Tom left. Snape glanced at Harry curiously. I decided after escaping my relative's house, that showing up at the Weasleys' residence without ever having actually been there might raise some eyebrows. As my owl is currently with them. Well, Potter, it seems that you have actually learned to use that Gryffindor brain of yours, Snape smirked. Harry glared back at him. I'll have you know, Professor, that the Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. The look on Snape's face was priceless and Harry chuckled at the man. Harry Potter in Slytherin, now that is a scary thought, Snape said under his breath, but Harry heard him quite clearly. Hey, I resent that, Harry literally squeaked, and then it was Snape's turn to laugh, though he tried rather hard to suppress it and then turned it into a cough when he failed. Harry smirked at his attempts as his face turned slightly pink with embarrassment. It was good to know that his sometimes, well, most of the time, snarky potions professor had a sense of humor, especially after what he had just told him. So how is it I go about unblocking your magic? Harry asked after a few moments. We'll have to wait until after you are back at Hogwarts or the Ministry will detect your use of underage magic. Nope, Harry said as he sprang to his trunk, pulled out his last vial of aging potion, and held it up. "I've got that covered and I can make more now that I've been to Diagon Alley." Snape raised a curious eyebrow. "What is that supposed to be?" "An aging potion, special recipe. Lets me do magic outside of school without getting caught. I can apparate too, though it's a little uncomfortable with the body of a 12-year-old, I'm hoping that will change some now that I have full use of my magic." "You made this?" Snape asked. "Yes, and no. I made the potion, but the Weasley twins developed it in my 4th year to try and get past an age line. Didn't work for that, but the Ministry detects things differently. Geniuses they are." "Fred and George Weasley?" asked Snape, looking aghast, and Harry nodded with a smirk on his face. "Perhaps I should give them a little more credit. That is, if they would stop their pranks on me." Harry outright laughed at that. "They'd probably be insulted at being called smart. From what I gathered, the two of them purposely botched their OWLs, 3 OWLs apiece, that's all." "I do believe I will never understand the likes of Fred and George Weasley," Snape mumbled. "That makes 2 of us. So about this spell to unblock your magic, is it complicated?" Harry asked. "Yes, but I am even more certain that you can do it now as I did when I thought you were only 12, Snape said sincerely. "Show me the spell." Snape was correct, the spell was complicated, but not overly so. For a normal 12-year-old though, unless you're Hermione Granger, Harry wasn't so sure he would have been able to manage it, even with his adult level of magic. The wand movements alone would have fumbled him up, and it would have taken him hours to get it right. Especially as he remembered how much trouble he'd originally had with the simple levitation charm, and that was a simple swish and flick. Harry was currently sitting and eating a late lunch while Snape was passed out cold on his bed. The reaction that Snape had to the unblocking of his magic was completely different from Harry's experience, and Harry had to grumble that Snape had it easy. He wasn't even in pain for more than a few minutes before he passed out. Harry had to deal with almost 4 hours. Though, Harry had been forced to stand hours of torture without being allowed to pass out. The first thing Harry was going to do when Lestrange escaped Azkaban was hunt her down and give her a taste of her own torture. Merlin, he hated that woman. Harry looked over at Snape. He had been conked out for a good 3 hours, and Harry had sent off his letter to the Weasleys as well as read most of one of the books he'd picked up at Flourish and Blotts. Harry was just setting aside the remains of his lunch when Snape suddenly sat up. "That was interesting," Snape mumbled. "You had it easy," Harry said grumpily. "So did I lift the block completely?" Snape smiled, actually smiled, not smirk. "Yes, it's definitely gone." "That's good," Harry whispered, and then looked up at the sound of tapping on the window. It was Hedwig. Harry jumped up and let his bird fly in and land on his arm. "Hey girl, I missed you. Sorry I had to leave you with the Weasleys, but Uncle Vernon locked me up. I wasn't about to let him do the same to you." Hedwig nuzzled her head against his hand and then held out her leg with the letter tied to it. Harry took the letter and skimmed over it. He almost laughed at the, "What the bloody hell are you doing in Diagon Alley?" written across the top in Ron's messy scrawl, and he could just imagine Molly Weasley's, Ronald, language that would accompany it. The rest of the letter said that they'd be there later that afternoon to collect him and bring him back to the Burrow. "When you said escaping your relatives, you literally meant escaping?" questioned Snape rather suddenly. Harry looked up and nodded. "A couple weeks ago I took a little jaunt to Hogwarts to obtain some dreamless sleep potion and take care of what would have been a large problem. Anyways, I was rather dead on my feet. I hadn't been sleeping much at all. I still don't. I managed to botch the aging potion. It worked to get me there, but not to get me back. I arrived just as a Ministry owl did, scaring the wits out of my relatives. I hadn't told them that I couldn't do magic outside of school and had been keeping them in line with the threat. Needless to say, my uncle was furious and locked me up. At least this time I was able to get Hedwig out and keep my stuff. Though last time I was only locked up for 3 days before the Weasleys rescued me. I had no idea your home life was like that. Why haven't you told Albus about this? He was the one who put you there after all. He could take you out as easily." Snape actually looked rather appalled. Harry had almost expected the man to blame him for his uncle's actions. Harry shrugged. It didn't really matter to him anymore. He knows. My Hogwarts letters were addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, and when Hagrid came to collect me, my uncle had moved the family to the most remote location to get away from the owls. It was rather hilarious actually, Harry said with a slight chuckle, before he sobered. My relatives hate anything magic, so in proxy they hate me. I'll never get them to see me for who I am and not my magic, but I owe them for taking care of me. I won't abandon them and let the wards fall around their house. They already died for protecting me once, I won't have it happen again. Snape nodded, but he seemed to be fighting to understanding as he sat down at the table and pulled forward the lunch that Harry had brought up for him. Tell me about your past, future, whatever. You must get really confused. Harry chuckled at that comment and then obliged Snape his curiosities as he told the man about his past, starting with his second year with Riddle, the diary, and the basilisk, which he then revealed was named Mordadolf. His professor had a good laugh at that, but was a little unnerved to find out that Harry was a Parselmouth, and there was a fully grown basilisk currently living under the school. Harry continued after that to tell him about Sirius and his escape from Azkaban. Snape was shocked to find out that Sirius had been wrongly accused, and that Pettigrew was still alive. Harry had said that as soon as he could he was going to get his godfather out of the prison. Snape actually offered to help, which surprised Harry greatly. It took Harry a great deal of time and emotional energy to dwell into his 4th, 5th and 6th years at the school. He always found a way not to think about the last few years before, so it was difficult for him to talk about them now. But it also felt good to open up to someone again. Ron and Hermione had always been his sounding board, and still he had never told them everything. He knew that they would not have been able to cope if he had told them everything. He was barely able to cope. Talking to Snape was refreshing as he didn't hold any judgments about what Harry had done or attempted to do in his past, and he was actually a rather good listener. The sun was just starting to set low in the sky when there was a knock at his door, snapping him out of the somber mood that had settled over him. Harry got up from his seat and opened the door, and then his eyes widened and he quickly closed it again. It's Ron. How am I supposed to explain your presence? Snape shrugged. I am tutoring you in potions. That's all you can come up with. Another knock resounded from the door. Harry, open the door, mate, Ron yelled through the door. They're Weasleys, they'll believe just about anything, Snape sneered. Harry rolled his eyes. You can't apparate out of here or something? Snape waved his hand nonchalantly. Anti-apparition wards. Harry nodded. Right, he said. He turned and opened the door just as Ron was about to pound on the door and ended up falling forward instead. Hi, Harry, Ron smiled from the floor as he pushed himself up. Can't even knock on a door properly, Weasley. Snape drawled from his seat. Ron jumped up and paled dramatically. Professor Snape, he gasped. Please tell me I'm hallucinating, he pleaded to Harry. Sorry, mate, Professor Snape is tutoring me in potions. Seems to think I'd be worth the effort after I did rather well on my potions exam, Harry explained, glancing at Snape. Snape rolled his eyes. I knew that comment was going to go to your head, he grumbled as he stood up. Well, we were just finishing up anyways. As your adoring fans have come to rescue you, our session is over. I will see you at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter, Weasley. Snape's sneer was so prominent Harry almost laughed, especially after getting to somewhat know the man over the last few hours. What we discussed, Potter, will stay between us. Harry nodded and then watched as Snape left. Harry really hoped he did the right thing in telling Snape about the future, and unblocking Snape's magic. Harry focused back into the present as Ron started ranting. Tutoring you in potions, torturing you is more likely. How did you come about him tutoring you anyways? And what did he mean about the stuff you talked about? Ron questioned rapidly. I ran into him in the alley, he noticed I was carrying a potions book and offered to tutor me. And you know, he has to keep up his reputation, wouldn't want anyone to know that he's not as bad as he seems. Not that he's not still greasy and a git, Harry added by the appalled look coming onto Ron's face. He's just a better teacher than I thought. Right, mate, I don't envy you in the least. Mum's downstairs, says for me to help you with your stuff, so we should probably hurry before she yells for us. It's scary when Mum yells, Ron gulped. Harry listened half-heartedly as Mrs. Weasley explained how to use the Flow network. He of course already knew how, but as he wasn't supposed to know, he pretended that he didn't. When she finally handed him the Flow powder, Harry threw it into the fireplace and disappeared. As always, he stumbled out into the burrow and didn't have to mask his awe at the Weasleys' house. He had always been fascinated with all the little things that made it a real home, something he'd never had. As Harry brushed himself off, he noticed Ginny standing in the shadow of the doorway staring at him. He gave her a small smile before he was suddenly pounced on by Fred and George. "Harry, you should have stayed at the Dursleys another day," George said, throwing his arm around Harry's shoulders. "Yeah, we had plans to borrow the car and rescue you," Fred added. "Don't tell Mum though," George whispered as the fire flared to life again. "She'd skin us alive if she thought." Fred scooted closer to Harry. "We wanted to take," George continued for Fred. "The car," the twins said in unison, both looking around conspiratorially. Harry nodded, and decided to humor the two. "The car?" he asked quietly, with a bit of intrigue laced in his voice. "The car," said Fred. "Yeah, Dad's been tinkering with it all summer," George muttered, eyeing Mrs. Weasley who had just come through the Flow after Ron. "Dad says it can fly," Fred whispered. "Told us he'd take us for a ride before school starts," George said even more quietly when Mrs. Weasley eyed the three of them. "Fred, George, give Harry some room to breathe," Ron interrupted, walking over to the group. "That is, of course, unless you want to let me in on what you're whispering about over here." Fred and George looked at each other and then to Harry and back to their brother. They both shook their heads. "Us whispering?" they asked in unison. "Nah, not us," George supplied. "Couldn't be. What would we have to whisper about?" Fred added. The twins then winked at Harry and left him standing with Ron. Harry shook his head at the twins' antics. They'd never change. Harry turned to Ron and shrugged his shoulders. Ron rolled his eyes. "So what do you think of the burrow, mate?" Ron asked. "It's perfect," Harry said with a genuine smile. "It's the best house I've ever been in." Ron shrugged, turning slightly pink. "It's not much, but it's home. Come on, I'll show you my room, that's where you'll be sleeping." "It's at the top." Harry nodded and let Ron help him with his trunk. After receiving their Hogwarts letters, as well as a letter from Hermione, Mrs. Weasley decided on a visit to Diagon Alley. After thinking it through for a bit on what he wanted to purchase, Harry had decided that he really needed to take a trip down Knockturn Alley. Of course, he couldn't do this with all the Weasleys around him, so he chose to mispronounce the name and once again found himself inside Borgin & Burke's. He had dressed simply in black pants and black long-sleeved shirt, with his black Hogwarts cloak, the hood pulled up over his head. He'd charmed the insignias off. He didn't want to draw too much attention to himself while in the alley. He didn't stick around inside the shop this time though and slipped out just before Lucius and Draco Malfoy entered. Harry rolled his eyes as he made his way deeper into the dark alley. He held his wand firmly in his hand and had it visible so those around him would know not to mess with him. Harry didn't spend long in Knockturn. He was after a book that he couldn't get in Diagon Alley. In fact, he couldn't get it anywhere else in the world, at least according to the Dark Lord who had said that he had found it in a rare bookshop in Knockturn Alley. That was right before he had used several of the dark spells from it on him, including the one that had given him the curse scar that would not allow him to say the Dark Lord's name without feeling excruciating pain. Harry was hoping he'd find a reversal spell. Harry only knew of one rare bookshop in Knockturn and he entered it with strong determined strides. The owner immediately stood up straighter. "May I help you?" he asked. "Yes," Harry hissed with a combination of both English and Parseltongue. He cringed. He hadn't actually meant to, but there were several Parseltongue-speaking books on a nearby shelf and it just kind of slipped out that way. The owner took a step back. Harry was glad he had made sure to put his hood up, hiding his face in shadow. He wasn't about to let anyone know that he was a Parseltongue so soon. Not to mention the field day the press would surely have if they knew Harry Potter was doing business in Knockturn Alley. "I want verdammt und die Dunkelheit," Harry said with a soft yet commanding voice. Harry thought it sounded kind of silly coming out of someone so young, but the shop owner seemed to be taking him seriously for a change. "Of course, one moment, and I'll have the book you request." The shop owner's voice was rather shaky and he bowed before he backed out of the room. Harry thought that he should have done this the last time he was shopping. He certainly got more respect, but it was probably something to do with the shop owner thinking him the Dark Lord or something ridiculous like that. Harry rolled his eyes angrily when the owner came back. "The book, on the house of course, my lord," the owner said quietly, bowing again. That confirmed it. Harry wasn't about to argue the fact that he wasn't the Dark Lord, he was too short after all. He took the book and quickly left. He was prepared to pay for the book, but he'd gladly take it for free. As long as he got the book, that was all he cared about. Harry hid the book in his concealed book bag that he had under his cloak and strode to the lighter side of Knockturn so that he could leave the dingy alley behind and join the Weasleys. He wondered how long the rumor of the Dark Lord being in Knockturn Alley would take to circulate around the Death Eaters. Harry was about to leave Knockturn when he looked into a grubby storefront window and saw something that he never thought he'd find so easily, as it had taken a good week for Hermione, Ron, and him to hunt down, and that was with the clues left behind by Dumbledore. Harry looked up and down the alley and then entered the shop. Ignoring the shopkeeper, he went to the window display and picked up the second-to-last Horcrux that the Order had not been able to find. "Excuse me, can I help ye?" the shop owner finally asked. Harry turned around. "I'm buying these," he said immediately. The foul-looking man looked from Harry's hidden face and then to the object in his hand. "They ain't fair sale, so ye can just go on and get." Harry fingered the 3 conjoined bracelets. He was not leaving without them. He looked around. The shop was empty but for the shop owner. Harry took in a deep breath, making a decision. He raised his wand and quickly fired a very brief blinding hex, and then he ran, dropping the bracelet into his bag as he went. He didn't dare look back. He could hear the shop owner following him. Harry dodged around a rather large figure and noted it was Hagrid, before he ran out of Knockturn Alley and into Gringotts across the way. He skidded to a halt just inside the door, pulled off his hood, and cancelled the concealment charm on his cloak so that the Hogwarts patch was clearly visible. He then hurried up to one of the goblins at the counter. "I'd like to visit my vault, please," he asked, somewhat out of breath. "Do you have your key?" the goblin asked. Harry looked briefly over his shoulder. The shop owner had followed him in and was looking around. "Yes," Harry said, nodding his head as he pulled out his key. "Follow me," the goblin drawled. Harry followed the goblin, glancing back at the shop owner. He felt kind of guilty about stealing the bracelet, but he needed it to be destroyed if he had any chance at all of defeating the Dark Lord. Hermione had finally tracked down Rowena Ravenclaw's bracelet just 3 days before her and Ron were killed. Harry had to destroy the bracelet on his own after he had been rescued. He did it the same way he had destroyed the diary his second year, as well as how he had destroyed the other Horcruxes, but one, with a basilisk fang, or more specifically the venom in the fang. Apparently, basilisk venom could corrode spell wards fairly quickly, like the ones holding a soul inside of a Horcrux. Harry looked around his vault after they had arrived and unlocked it for him. He really didn't need anything there, but he had never really given himself a lot of time to look around it. There wasn't just gold in there, and Harry, after wandering around the back side of the large mound of wizarding currency, found a small trunk sitting against the back wall. Intrigued, Harry knelt down, unlatched the trunk, and opened it. Tears instantly sprang to his eyes. It was filled with pictures, some Muggle, but most wizarding. There were pictures of him and his mum and dad when he was a baby, pictures of their school days, pictures of them as they were children with their parents, his grandparents. This was the most treasured find he had ever come across, and he wished he had found it sooner. Harry closed the lid, wiped his eyes dry, and picked the trunk up. There were few other things that grabbed his attention, and after a quick glance around, he returned to the goblin. Harry was about to leave the vault when he stopped, a thought coming to his mind. "My family vault," Harry said. "Do I have to be 16 to have access to it?" he asked the goblin. He had never tried to obtain access to his family vault sooner. He hadn't even known it existed until the summer after 6th year. "Only with the permission of your magical guardian," was the answer. Harry thought for a moment, Goblins usually didn't talk. And if my magical guardian is currently incarcerated? You have no secondary guardian? The goblin asked. Not as far as I know, Harry answered truthfully. I'll have to check with my superiors, but I believe you can have limited access, though there are things you may not be able to remove until you are of age. Harry nodded. He already knew that. Then I will check with my superiors, Mr. Potter, it shouldn't take long. When Harry left Gringotts sometime later, after making sure the shop owner he had stolen from was nowhere in sight, he ran into Hagrid, literally. As he was carrying the trunk with the pictures in it, he was knocked backwards and landed particularly hard on his backside. He was so glad he had shrunk the Potter's sword and put it in his bag, along with a few other items he had wanted from the vault. There was much he hadn't been able to take out, like the money and some of the more advanced books. But that was all right with Harry. He didn't have much interest in it at the moment anyways. He did learn something though that he hadn't known before. Alice Longbottom was his godmother. Ari, there ye are. The Weasleys are lookin' fair ye, Hagrid said as he helped Harry to his feet. Harry nodded as he rubbed his back while clutching the small trunk with his other arm. Yeah, I figured they might be. I got spit out of the flow at Gamble and Japes of all places, can you believe that? I think I mispronounced Diagon Alley, Harry lied, chuckling a bit and not looking at Hagrid. Decided to hit Gringotts on my way to catch up with the Weasleys and I found a trunk full of pictures while I was there. Hagrid, it's amazing. There are so many of my mum and dad, Harry said, a real smile on his face, and he finally looked up to Hagrid. That's great, Ari. Hagrid pat Harry on the shoulder overenthusiastically and Harry's knees nearly buckled. Come on then. The Weasleys are all over at Madame Malkin's, I'll take ye over there, Hermione's with them as well. Oh, great, Harry said happily as he walked with Hagrid over to where the Weasleys were. Harry saw Hermione and her parents first, and Hermione in turn spotted him first. Harry, she yelled and ran up to him. Look at you, you're covered in soot. Where did you end up? Bo. Harry snapped his mouth shut. He'd almost answered Borgin and Burke's but caught himself and amended quickly. Gambles and Japes, they really need to clean their flow. Harry didn't meet Hermione's eyes as he said this. The rest of the Weasleys soon followed Hermione and Mrs. Weasley started to brush him off, just as Hermione was doing. Harry colored a bit at the unnecessary attention as he repeated for the Weasleys where he'd been, along with revealing his find at Gringotts. Hagrid soon left them, glancing over his shoulder at Harry as he went. Harry noticed this but shrugged it off and quickly forgot about it. The large group then all split up to get things done quicker. About an hour later, Harry and the rest met up in Flourish and Blots. It didn't take long for Harry to get his books as Harry avoided the line to the book signing for the fraud Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry loathed the coming year in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Though it would give him another goal for the year, maybe he'd even get the twins in on it. Yeah, Project Get Lockhart sacked, it seemed like a worthy plan to him. Harry was sorting through his purchases when he looked up and saw the coming confrontation between the Weasley head and Lucius Malfoy. He debated stopping the coming fight, but decided to let it continue as he sidled up next to Ginny. He watched with amusement as Arthur Weasley was obviously winning the tussle, not to mention that the twins were egging on the fight. Finally, Hagrid came and broke up the fight and Harry saw his chance. Just as Lucius was about to thrust Ginny her book, Harry intercepted and slid the black diary from it and handed Ginny the Transfiguration book. Harry pulled from his pocket a single sock. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said loudly. Lucius turned to Harry as Harry held up the diary. I think this belongs to you. Harry thrust it into a shocked Lucius' hands. Dobby, as per his agreement with Harry, popped into the bookstore just beside Lucius. Maze Dobby takes your things for you, sir. Lucius looked livid at Harry but then thrust the diary into Dobby's hands absently. Harry couldn't believe that had just worked. Again, moronic Death Eater. Come, Dobby, Lucius sneered as he cuffed Draco on the shoulder and steered him in the direction of the door. Dobby didn't move, he looked up to Harry instead. Harry mouthed, "Open it," at Dobby and Dobby did. A sock. Master has given Dobby a sock. Master has given Dobby clothes. Dobby is free, Dobby squealed. What? Lucius shouted as he rounded on Harry. Harry shrugged and smirked at Lucius. Oops. You've lost me my servant, boy. Malfoy drew his wand and Harry took a step back as Dobby raised his hand. You shall not harm Lord Harry Potter. The elf shouted, and with a bang, Malfoy was thrown out of the shop. Draco scurried after him, neither remembering the diary. Harry looked at the house elf with a raised eyebrow. Lord. The shop was rather quiet. Harry turned to see almost all of the customers and shopkeepers, including the Weasleys and Grangers, staring at him. Harry ran his hand through his hair sheepishly. House elf embeatment is so wrong, Harry said and shrugged when everyone kept staring at him. He turned back to Dobby. Dobby, would you like to work for me? I will of course pay you, Harry said seriously. With the book still in his hand, Dobby threw his arms around Harry's legs and hugged him. Harry laughed and then relieved Dobby of the diary. He quickly stashed it into his bag. This had all worked out far better than Harry had thought it would. He now had 3 Horcruxes in his possession and Dobby would certainly come in handy later. The next morning his picture was all over the Daily Prophet with articles entitled, Potter Against House Elf Embeatment, and Potter Pays House Elves, and one small one, Malfoy Loses House Elf to Harry Potter. Harry with a wide yawn and a long sigh slid into his seat on the Hogwarts Express. The Weasleys and Harry had actually left early as Harry kept off-handedly reminding Fred, George, and Ginny about things that he knew they would forget. When he had reminded Ginny about her diary, she had looked at him funny and said that she didn't keep a diary. Harry just shrugged, and stared off into space as he realized that Ginny had been writing in Tom's diary before they had even gotten to school. He had then never even noticed her with it. Ron soon entered the compartment, followed by Ginny, and then Hermione a short while later. Harry and Hermione simultaneously pulled out a book for the long journey. They both received scandalous looks from Ron before he shrugged at their raised eyebrows and started a game of exploding snaps with Ginny. Not long later, Neville joined their compartment and joined in on the game. Hermione and Harry both rolled their eyes when Fred and George appeared and the game of snaps exploded into a war, which Hermione and Harry did their best to ignore, even as Fred and George tried to get the two to join in. Harry was just getting to Chapter 2 of an actually interesting potions text when their compartment door opened and Draco Malfoy swaggered in, Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Harry glanced up at him, but did little else. Ron however stood up, probably rather emboldened by the fact that his brothers were in the compartment, and who would be insane enough to mess with the Weasley twins. What do you want, Malfoy? Ron sneered, doing a fair impression of Draco himself. What, Weasel, can't stand the sight of your betters? Draco mocked. The twins glared up at the blonde idiot. Only when my betters are far from better than me, Ron retorted. Is that the best you've got, Weasley? Maybe your friend Potter over there can come up with something more intelligent, Draco scoffed and looked over to Harry. Harry barely even rolled his eyes and only slightly glared up at him. For Slytherin's sake, Malfoy, is the animosity you have with my friends and me because your father wishes it, or is it because we are Gryffindors? If it's just because we're in Gryffindor, you really should let the house rivalry go. We've got another 6 years together in the same school and I for one am tired of fighting with you. Harry said this all very calmly, his book still perched on his knees as he leaned against the compartment wall. The others' mouths all dropped open, all but Draco, who continued to stare at Harry for nearly a minute before he huffed and left the compartment, his 2 goons following him silently. Harry, I didn't realize you were that serious about the house rivalries, Hermione said as she put her book aside. Harry shrugged tiredly and then a thought came to his mind, a way to help get Sirius' name cleared. Harry stood up, closed their compartment door, and then turned back to his group of friends. At the end of last year when I was down in the chamber with you-know-who, he told me something that made me realize that it doesn't matter what house you are in. What did he tell you, Harry? Ron asked, losing some color in his cheeks as he remembered the happenings of the end of the previous year. Harry sat back down. My dad had 3 best friends while he was at Hogwarts. I've shown some of the pictures to you and Hermione, Ron. Ron and Hermione nodded. Though I don't know much about them, Harry lied. I do know that their friendship continued after Hogwarts. When my parents went into hiding, they used a charm called the Fidelius. It requires a person to keep their location secret, a secret keeper. I looked it up, Harry clarified, when Hermione looked at him curiously, before he continued. One of their friends, a guy named Black, was supposed to be their secret keeper, but my parents changed at the last second to their other friend Pettigrew. Pettigrew was working for the Dark Lord all along, and he's the one who gave up my parents' location. He's the one responsible for my mum and dad's death, Harry said sadly, with anger in his voice. The twins both glanced at each other, their eyes widening slightly. Harry, you've known about this all summer. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Hermione asked as she put her hand over Harry's on the seat. Harry shook his head and his eyes glided over the rat huddled in its small cage next to Ron. It doesn't matter, according to you-know-who, Pettigrew's dead. So there's nothing I can do about it. But that is also why I decided to stop with the house rivalry. My dad and all his friends were in Gryffindor. Pettigrew was in Gryffindor, Harry growled. A you-know-who supporter in Gryffindor, whispered Ron with a speculative look on his face. Blimey. Harry nodded again, glancing coldly at the rat. He didn't notice Ron's pensive look, nor did he see the four Weasleys and Neville all glance at each other. Most of the rest of the train ride was spent in silence. Harry had really given his friends something to think about, he just hoped it wasn't too much for them to think about. Harry barely noticed as one by one the twins, Neville, Ron, and Ginny all disappeared, leaving Hermione and Harry alone. It was Hermione who looked up from her book and commented on it. "Where'd everyone go?" she asked, putting her book aside. Harry finally looked up from his own book. "You know, I hadn't even noticed them leave." Harry had just finished his statement when Ron, Ginny, and Neville returned. Harry and Hermione gave them questioning looks. The three averted their eyes from Harry and started to pull out their robes to change into. That was when the train began to slow, and the announcement came on about them arriving at Hogwarts. Harry shrugged and put his own book aside to change into his robes as well. They were all ready to go just as the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. The group left Ginny to the other first years and got a carriage with the twins that appeared out of nowhere. Harry ignored the Thestrals that were clearly visible to him as he climbed into the carriage. He however didn't ignore that the twins wouldn't look him in the eyes, and neither would anyone else but Hermione. He was about to comment on it when they arrived at the castle and they all piled out of the carriage. The six of them walked into the great hall together. Ron nudged Harry in the ribs and pointed up to the nearly full head table. "Where do you reckon Snape is? Think he's ill?" Harry half shrugged, still wondering what was up with his friends. "I'm sure he's around here somewhere, Ron." "Maybe he left, or got sacked," Ron said enthusiastically. "I mean everyone hates." "I don't, Ron," Harry interrupted Ron before he could get himself into trouble with the potions master Harry knew was following them up the aisle. Ron looked incredulously at him. "What, I don't? He's a good teacher," Harry said honestly, and the twins tried not to snicker as they looked past Ron and quickly took their seats. "I can't believe you're beeping up to that git and he's not even standing here," Ron blurted. "On the contrary, Mr. Weasley, I am." Ron lost all color in his face and his mouth did a perfect imitation of a fish as he turned around to find Snape standing before him. "I mean, what I meant was. I'm sure I know perfectly well what you meant. 20 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting a professor, Weasley," Snape sneered with satisfaction. Ron looked as if he were about to argue that they didn't have any points for him to take away from yet, but Malfoy beat him to it. "Losing points on the first day, Weasley," Draco scoffed. "I'm surprised it wasn't Potter, he's the one with the bigger mouth." Snape looked at Draco coolly and then he turned back to Harry. 30 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, you did some excellent potions work this summer." Harry's mouth nearly fell open at that and many students turned to stare at Snape as if he'd lost his mind. A smirk came to Snape's lips and before he turned to continue on his way to the head table, he looked back at Harry. "And 10 points from Gryffindor for beeping up to a professor, Potter." Harry stared back at Snape for a moment before he shrugged and sat down at the Gryffindor table. Ron followed, grumbling under his breath about not being allowed to keep the points as he did. "Well, at least we're tied with everyone else again," Hermione said quietly, that tie being 0. Ron just rolled his eyes and put his head on the table to wait for the sorting and the feast to start. Harry stormed out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He was the first to flee, having no inhibitions about leaving his friends behind to take care of the mess after the class he had just had. He was irritated as all hell. He had managed to avoid Lockhart for the first week and a half with the exception of defense class. So he was most utterly mortified and enraged when Lockhart had tried to pin him as an attention-grabbing celebrity in front of the whole class, again. The first time had been when Harry had torn up his preposterous test on the first day of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry had stood up and called him a fraud to his face, with a scandalized rebuke from Hermione and a cheer from Ron, but the idiot just brushed it aside and unleashed the hellish neon blue pixies onto the unsuspecting class. Harry had made sure he and the other Gryffindors had gotten out without having to clean up that one. But this time, Harry just needed time alone and away from everyone else. Besides, if he hadn't stormed out of class, he wouldn't be held responsible for his actions against the big-headed idiot. As he knew his friends would be tied up for some time, Harry took the opportunity to visit a new friend finally. He'd wanted to do this much sooner, but there had always been someone around, even with his friends randomly disappearing, which was starting to irk him to no end, especially when Hermione was apparently let in on the secret. Harry walked the deserted corridors to the second floor and slipped unnoticed into Beeping Myrtle's bathroom. He looked around and was relieved that there wasn't anyone there, not even Myrtle. Harry figured the ghost was probably off haunting another part of the castle. He quickly walked up to the sink that led into the chamber and after casting a silencing charm over the bathroom, hissed in Parseltongue for the chamber to open. The sink sunk into the floor and Harry smiled when he saw the stairs cleverly hidden in plain sight. The stairs were charmed to look like the rest of the pipe, so it wasn't any surprise that he had never seen them before. But now he knew what he was looking for. Harry walked down the steep stairs and into the tunnel system that ran under the school. As soon as he got to the bottom, the torches lining the walls sprung to life. He looked down the large tunnel and saw that a long snakeskin took up a big portion of the tunnel. He made his way past it and then to the true entrance to the chamber. He hissed for it to open and it did. Harry moved through the entrance and into the chamber. "Mort," he called in Parseltongue. There was a slithering sound and then Mortadolf appeared from one of the connecting tunnels. "Harry, it is good to see you again," Mort said as he came up to Harry. Harry smiled. "It's good to see you as well. I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner. I have a feeling that it will become difficult for me to visit. My friends are around me most of the time and they don't know about the chamber or my heritage. Perhaps one day you will be able to share this secret with your friends," Mort said as he muzzled Harry's left hand. He pulled back almost immediately. "Such darkness," he hissed and the hiss sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Harry looked to his feet. "I must reveal something to you. I know, you are from the future. But you did not have this darkness the last time we met. What has happened?" Harry looked up at the serpent. "You know?" Harry asked. The snake stared back at him, awaiting an answer. "My past, my future, has come to haunt me. The Dark Lord, Tom Riddle, had captured me before I returned to the past. He tortured me for many days and branded me. I am once again marked by him and death. Marks I will carry for the rest of my life, I fear. That's where the darkness comes from," Harry said solemnly, bitterly. "Your magic has been unblocked as well, young heir," Mort commented. "Yes, it has. I will need the full use of my magic in the coming years. Had I known it would bring the dark mark and the death mark to me, I would have made do with my limited magic. I am sorry that you have been branded with such darkness. It must be a heavy burden for you to carry," Mort said with his words laced with pity. A pity Harry did not want, but accepted in the face of the gigantic snake. "But a burden I will continue to carry until I can find a way of ridding myself of it, which you may be able to help me with." Harry reached into his bag and pulled out Tom Riddle's diary and Rowena Ravenclaw's bracelet. He carried them with him wherever he went so they wouldn't have a chance of falling into the wrong hands. "With your venom I can destroy the Horcruxes residing in these and be that much closer to ridding the world of the Dark Lord and the dark mark on my arm. Will you help me?" Mort stared at Harry for a long moment before he nodded. "I will, young heir." Harry lost track of time in the chamber with Mort in the Founder's library. He was too engrossed in a charms book written by Salazar. Harry had no idea the man was so good at charms. He would have thought potions and the dark arts would have been his expertise, but actually, it was charms and runes. It was Helga who excelled in potions and Godric who fancied everything dark arts. Rowena loved herbology and was past mastery level with transfiguration, a huge feat for the age she was when the founders started Hogwarts. She in fact had 3 animagus forms. Something Harry didn't think was possible. At least according to McGonagall it wasn't. Harry would love to see her face were she to find out otherwise. Harry's eyes lit up at the next charm he read about. He stopped reading and looked over at Mortadolf. "Mort?" he asked absently while he was thinking. "Yes, Harry." Harry shook his head. Never mind. What was he thinking? Mort would probably eat him for suggesting it. "What is it, Harry?" Mort asked, lifting his head from his curled-up position. "It's nothing," Harry said, going back to his book, but then he looked up again. He couldn't help it, it was too tempting. "Actually," Harry said hesitantly, Mortadolf was still looking at him. "I just came across this charm in one of Salazar's books. It's a shrinking charm, designed for use on animals." Harry could swear he saw the serpent narrow his eyes at him and he looked away quickly. "Never mind, forget I mentioned it. Would I be allowed out of the chamber?" Mort asked after a moment. Harry's eyes shot back up to the snake's eyes. "Well, yes, I suppose. All right, but if you mess this charm up, I am going to eat you." Harry nodded and half laughed, not knowing if the serpent was being serious or not. Mortadolf tended to have a dry sense of humor. Harry picked up his wand, and then looking over the directions 3 more times, he aimed it at the serpent. He cleared his throat. "Please, please, please, let this work," Harry thought furiously before he performed the charm, which really wasn't that complicated. Harry watched with fascination as Mort shrunk down to the size of a baby boa constrictor. After the spell was complete, Harry walked over to the much smaller basilisk. He wasn't moving and he had his eyes closed. Harry crouched down and poked the snake cautiously. "You dead, Mort? Poke me again and I will bite you," Mort hissed, looking up at Harry irritably. Harry jumped in surprise, pulling back his hand. "You have no idea how strange this feels. I feel like I am a hatchling again. Actually I kind of do. Maybe not to such an extreme, but I was 17 when I died. It was rather disturbing waking up in the body of an 11-year-old. I am used to you looking up to me, not the other way around," Mort mumbled as Harry picked him up. Harry chuckled, glancing at his watch as he did. Harry hummed, his laugh falling silent as he took in the hands of the clock pointed at 1:12 and then his eyes widened. "Bullocks," Harry cursed. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he didn't have his invisibility cloak with him. "What is wrong?" Mortadolf asked as he circled around Harry's neck, being mindful of the curse scar there. "It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and way past curfew. People are going to be looking for me. I'll have to get up to the 7th floor without being spotted." Harry was silent for a moment, thinking. "Or have a good enough excuse for being out of bounds," he added. Mort didn't comment. Harry gathered up his bag and the book on Wizarding Language Translators by Ravenclaw that he wanted to use to look for a charm that would allow him to read Verdammt und die Dunkelheit. After all, the whole book was in German and Harry didn't speak a word of the language. Harry stored the book in his bag and then started to head, with Mort out of Salazar's chambers. He was just about to leave the sitting area at the entrance when he side-glanced at a mirror that hung at an odd angle on a rather blank wall, and then did a double take of the mirror. Harry wouldn't have taken any notice of it normally, except that there wasn't anything on the wall nearby and it was showing Dumbledore's office, or more specifically a meeting taking place in Dumbledore's office. "Mort, what is that?" Harry asked, walking up to the obscure mirror. Mortadolf looked at the mirror. "I believe that is Salazar's spy mirror, Harry. I am fairly certain that you can see most anywhere in the castle with that. He used to say an incantation and tap it with his wand and he would be able to hear as well. But I do not remember the incantation," Mort explained. Harry looked up and down the mirror and pulled out his wand. "Ausculto," he whispered, and suddenly Harry could hear the people sitting in Dumbledore's office. "That would be the incantation," Mort hissed dryly. Harry shrugged. After reading many of Salazar's texts he discovered the man was never one for obscurities, so the listening incantation seemed to be the most obvious. He was right. Now that pleasantries have been dispersed and term business has been concluded, there is something I must reveal to you all for the safety of both the school and a particular student, Dumbledore said somberly, suddenly looking much older. The other professors and staff perked up significantly, as they waited for the headmaster to continue. I am worried about Mr. Potter. When are you not? Snape said snidely, and Harry smirked. Dumbledore glared at him before continuing, but didn't censure his attitude. I hadn't wanted to alert any of you, but this summer young Harry visited Hogwarts. Not only did he break through the wards on the gates as if there were no wards at all, but he also, and I cannot fathom how he knew how, apparated here. There were shocked expressions on all but Snape's face, who did not look at Dumbledore as the rest of the staff did. Are you certain he apparated, Albus? It could have been a portkey, McGonagall suggested. Quite certain, Minerva. I was able to trace his apparition signature back to Privet Drive, and he received a warning from the Ministry, both for the use of underage magic and for illegal apparition. McGonagall looked pensive at that. That must not have been pleasant for young Potter, Flitwick commented. There are reasons for laws against underage apparition. Indeed, Phileas, but the apparition is not what has me worried. It is why he came to Hogwarts in the first place. When he arrived this summer, he disappeared into a girl's bathroom on the second floor for several hours. This obviously is worrisome to me in itself, but after he left he went to the hospital wing and stole several vials of dreamless sleep potion and a bottle of strengthening potion of maximum strength. Dumbledore was quiet for a few moments as the staff members around him took in this information. All but Snape had a confused look on their faces. I don't believe I have to tell you how dangerous mixing those potions could be. It creates a fast-acting poison of which there is no cure, Snape said quietly, looking to be in deep thought for a moment. It is why they are not easily bought by the public. Also, the maximum strengthening potion is very difficult to make. However, I do not believe that was Mr. Potter's intent, Albus. The rest of the staff looked at Snape and then back to Dumbledore, realization just dawning on them. Are you quite certain of that? The boy has been cutting himself, Severus. Dumbledore said morosely, and the others gasped. Yes, I am certain, Snape said firmly. Dumbledore looked at him as if he didn't believe the man. Snape rolled his eyes. I ran into Mr. Potter in Diagon Alley and he told me about his trip to Hogwarts this summer. He told you this, and you said nothing to me about it, Dumbledore said, a hint of anger in his voice. I had no authority to punish him outside of school, as Mr. Potter so promptly reminded me, and I saw the warning he had gotten from the Ministry sufficient enough to convince him not to do it again. He has been having trouble sleeping since the incident at the end of the last school year. I'm sure you can understand why, Headmaster. Snape lied very convincingly. He even looked Dumbledore in the eyes as he did. Harry was impressed. He could never look the Headmaster in the eyes and lie to him. But then again, it wasn't entirely a lie. He told you about Quirrell then? Dumbledore said quietly, and Snape's eyes narrowed marginally. Harry hadn't told him about Quirrell. Yes, Snape nodded, recovering quickly, though Harry could see profound curiosity in Snape's eyes and was sure the man would ask him as soon as he got his hands on him. And the strengthening potion? Asked Dumbledore, conveniently dropping the subject of the late Professor Quirrell. A mistake, I would assume, Snape said dismissively. Dumbledore nodded slowly, though he seemed to be in deep thought. Harry hoped the man was considering Snape's words. He didn't like the idea of the headmaster or the staff thinking he was going to off himself at any moment. That isn't to say that he hadn't ever thought about it, but really he had quite a bit to live for now, unlike before where he had lost everyone he'd ever loved. The old wizard took in a deep breath. Mr. Potter is missing. A collective gasp followed and Harry let out a small laugh before falling silent. He would have found that rather more amusing if it didn't mean that he was in serious danger of getting caught. This was not good. It was still only the second week of school. According to the portraits of that area, the same girl's bathroom that he disappeared into this summer was the last place Mr. Potter was seen this afternoon. I have already had Miss Clearwater go in there and he was not there. Dumbledore explained. Second floor girl's bathroom, commented McGonagall. Is that not the bathroom in which Myrtle resides? Yes, and I observed Harry speaking with her this summer. But the question is where he goes once he is in the bathroom. It is as if he simply vanishes, Dumbledore said, and Harry smirked because the man looked quite baffled. Are you certain, Headmaster? Snape suddenly questioned. It is unlikely Mr. Potter can merely vanish from a bathroom. I would agree with you, Severus, however the portraits say that they have not seen him leave the bathroom, and I have had Mr. Filch sitting outside since I was alerted by the portrait that he had gone in. Damn, Harry hissed. If Filch was still sitting outside of Beeping Myrtle's bathroom, which he must be as he wasn't at the staff meeting, then how was he supposed to get up to Gryffindor Tower without being seen? Mort, do you know of another way out of the chamber? The snake blinked a few times in thought before he answered. There was once a way into the forest, but it has been blocked for several hundred years now, Mort hissed unhelpfully. However, yes, there is a way into the Slytherin dormitories which should still be open. Of course, I could be wrong. It has been since Salazar's day that it has been used. I suppose it's my best chance if I don't want them finding out about the chamber, Harry mumbled and then said, show me. Harry followed Mort out of Salazar's chamber and into the Chamber of Secrets. Mortadolf led him down one of the larger tunnels that branched off the chamber. It wasn't long until they came to a dead end. Mort looked up at Harry. I believe you can open the wall by touching it there. Mort pointed his tail to a palm-shaped indent in the otherwise plain wall. Harry put his palm on the indent, a grinding noise was heard, and then the sound of rushing water. Harry watched the door open only to have water rush out over his feet and quickly up to his knees and then run into the chamber. Mort quickly moved his way up to Harry's waist and Harry pushed the wall back into place before the chamber was flooded even more. I believe that way is flooded, Harry commented needlessly, as he pointed his wand at himself and muttered a drying charm. I am sorry, Harry, I know of no other way out, Mort said sympathetically. I suppose that I am caught then, Harry said resignedly, tiredly, and walked back to Salazar's chamber. He arrived just in time to hear Hagrid speaking rather hesitantly. Obviously the conversation hadn't veered away from him yet. Professor Dumbledore, sir, I wasn't going to say nothing 'cause it's Ari and all, but I think I saw him running out of Knockturn Alley this summer, bein' chased by a shop owner, who was callin' him a thief. Now I don't know fair sure if it were him, but the lad runnin' away ran into Gringotts and not too long after, Ari came out claimin' he'd flewed out, Gamblein, Japeson, had mispronounced his destination, Hagrid said gruffly with the staff's attention on him. I was goin' to question him on it, but he was so darn happy about findin' those pictures o' his parents, I just couldn't. I've flewed hundreds of times, Albus, and it doesn't seem likely that he'd end up in Gamble and Japes, commented Sprout. What do you suppose the boy was doing in Knockturn Alley, Albus? McGonagall asked. Dumbledore looked lost on what Hagrid had revealed. I don't know, Minerva, but Pomona is correct, it isn't likely that he'd end up at Gamble and Japes, but he could easily end up at Borgin and Burke's in the heart of Knockturn Alley. You didn't see the boy's face, Hagrid? No, sir. It could, avenue been anyone, but he, had his same height and, it looked like he was wearing a Hogwarts cloak without the insignia, Ari's Hogwarts cloak to be specific. But if it were a simple mistake, why would he lie about it? Flitwick questioned, and why would he have stolen something in Knockturn Alley? Dumbledore sighed, I believe those are all questions that Mr. Potter is going to have to answer when he is found. Shit, Harry breathed, his situation had just gone from bad to worse. At least being in Knockturn he could deny, but not being at Hogwarts. This was why he didn't like lying, lies always managed to spiral out of control. He watched the meeting, taking place in Dumbledore's office, for some time more, as more and more questions were raised about him, before he decided finally to take his chances with getting caught. They were all still in the meeting, hopefully he could slip past Filch and duck the portraits. Harry with Mort wrapped around his neck made his way out of the chambers. He had just come out of the Chamber of Secrets when Myrtle poked her head out of her stall. Hello, Harry, she said dreamily. Hello, Myrtle, Harry answered morosely as the sink silently slid back into place, hiding the entrance. Professor Dumbledore has the entire staff, including the ghosts and the portraits looking for you, Harry, Myrtle said with a bit of a sigh. I know, Myrtle. I spent too much time down there. I guess I'll go face them then. Filch is waiting outside in the corridor, Harry said tiredly before he opened the door and stepped out into the hall. Myrtle followed him out. Harry turned back to her with a small sardonic smile on his face at the predicament he was in. "Myrtle, can I ask you what death is like?" Harry asked half-jokingly, for surely his life was now over. Harry cringed slightly when it came out sounding rather more serious than he meant. "Boring, Harry, very boring," answered Myrtle and then floated back into the bathroom. Harry looked left and right down the hallway. Filch was nowhere in sight. And neither were there any portraits. Then what portrait was Dumbledore communicating with? Harry shrugged. He was really too tired to care and he was developing a headache. One way led him back to Gryffindor Tower and the other would lead him further into the castle. Harry smirked to himself, why hadn't he thought of that before? And to a passageway that led up to the 4th floor, near the Hogwarts library. Harry, as silently as possible, walked away from the bathroom and towards said passageway. He was more than relieved when he reached the portrait that was the marker for the hidden passage. The portrait was of a sleepy village. Filch must have been waiting in the corridor in the direction of the tower as Harry hadn't come across him. There was still hope that he wouldn't get caught. Harry raced up the narrow, dusty passageway, glad that he had managed to avoid Filch. He still didn't know what he would say if he got caught. How would he explain to Dumbledore that he had been in the Chamber of Secrets and had made friends with Salazar's basilisk whose name was Mortadolf and was currently wrapped around his neck? Yeah, that would be one hell of a conversation. Though, the look on his headmaster's face would be priceless. A few minutes later and Harry had just passed the portrait entrance into Gryffindor after giving the password. He stopped in his tracks and then immediately tried to go back when Professor McGonagall turned and spotted him. Mort quickly moved so that he was hidden in Harry's robes and Harry had to hide a flinch when his friend almost slid over the scar on his neck. "Professor, I can explain," Harry lied quickly, breathless, from his run from the 4th floor. "I fell asleep in the library." McGonagall crossed her arms over her chest and glared at him, showing that she obviously did not believe him. "The library was searched, Mr. Potter. Would you care to try again?" Harry sighed heavily. Bullocks all to hell. It was his only way out. He'd have to deal with their disappointment as their thoughts would inevitably turn to his apparent suicidal tendencies. He just hoped that they didn't want to see his wrists. "I was talking to the ghost, Myrtle," Harry said quietly. McGonagall frowned. "Honest, Professor, you can ask her if you like. Be that as it may, Potter, the headmaster has requested your presence." Harry nodded. He really wanted to ask if it could wait till morning but instead mumbled under his breath. "I assume that means now." Harry followed McGonagall out of the Gryffindor common room, suppressing a yawn. By the time they had reached the stone gargoyle, Harry was dragging his feet from the growing exhaustion that had been plaguing him since his last dreamless sleep potion. As much as he had tried to limit the amount of times he took the potion, he was quickly becoming immune to it. He had used it as much as he could without doing himself severe physical harm while staying the last few weeks with the Weasleys. He had managed to wake Ron up once with his nightmares and that was enough incentive to take the potion more than he normally should. He didn't want to worry his friends about the nightmares that he couldn't even explain to them. Harry hadn't slept well the last couple of weeks as he had run his supply dry and his nightmares continued undaunted. Most of them being about the death of Ginny, Ron, and Hermione. Some were even about his torture, but not as many as about his friends' deaths. Most nights he only got a couple of hours sleep and the only reason no one had noticed Harry's fatigue was because he was using the strengthening potion in small doses to keep himself going, but he'd run out of that 3 mornings ago. Harry knew it wasn't healthy, but now that he was at school, he was putting up silencing charms until he could use the dreamless sleep potion again, that way his dorm mates wouldn't hear his screams. Harry wasn't embarrassed about his nightmares, he had fair cause for them, but he didn't want to have to explain them to anyone. It was best that they didn't know at all. So focused on putting one foot in front of the other to keep himself walking, he didn't notice that they had reached Dumbledore's office until he was standing in it. Harry seemed to snap out of his drowsy state almost immediately as he noticed that the room was still full with professors. He didn't think that he'd have an audience to this. "Mr. Potter, where have you been?" Dumbledore questioned right off, not so much as offering Harry a seat or a drop. "Beeping Myrtle's bathroom," On the second floor, sir, Harry answered honestly and politely. Why were you there? The headmaster asked, his eyes not leaving Harry. At first I went there to talk to her. I met her last year at the end of term and she's a good listener. Harry didn't look at Dumbledore as he said this quietly, but at his shoes. I'm sorry. I fell asleep. No one uses that bathroom and the only one ever there is Myrtle. I just wanted someplace to sit and think alone, Harry explained, purposely looking very sorry, hoping that the headmaster would not question him further. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, a moment where Harry almost believed that his hopes were going to be fulfilled, which was why he was slightly caught off guard when the headmaster finally spoke again. Mr. Potter, why were you at Hogwarts this summer? Harry's eyes shot up to the headmaster's. Oh, why did he have to ask that? What the hell was he going to say? The truth. That would go over well. Harry was just about to play ignorant, but never got the chance as Snape hissed in pain and clasped his left forearm. Everyone had turned to him wide-eyed and worried, so no one was watching to see Harry clasp his own left forearm with his right hand. Though their heads did turn back to Harry, when he let out a strangled scream and clutched his head in agony. He collapsed, unconscious before he hit the floor. As Harry opened his eyes he immediately knew he wasn't fully conscious. His first clue was that he was standing in a long dark hallway, though he could feel his body still lying on the stone floor of the headmaster's office. It was a very bizarre feeling, being in two places at once. The second reason Harry knew he wasn't conscious, was that the Dark Lord was standing in front of him, in all his hideous glory, with an evil smirk on his face. My lord, Harry forced out through clenched teeth. He didn't know if he said that only in his mind, but hoped he did. I see you remember me, Harry, good, that explains why I awoke in the past. Harry stared in shock at the Dark Lord. It was you, Harry snarled. What did you do? Beg the fates for another chance at life. Riddle laughed humorlessly. It was simply another countermeasure should you somehow manage to defeat me. Though I was not supposed to awaken in the past, nor were you supposed to be alive. He snarled angrily. You know, volume, Harry hissed in pain, knowing instantly that his body was feeling that 10 times more than he currently was. He was rather glad he was in his mind. He didn't feel pain so acutely. Harry shook the pain off as the Dark Lord laughed at his discomfort. You know, I was actually looking forward to death when I died, Harry bit out. I am more than willing to grant you death again, the Dark Lord snarled. Crucio. Harry tried to move out of the way of the curse, but it didn't come from a wand, but all around him, there was nowhere for him to go. It washed over him in agonizing waves and Harry felt as if he was falling as a scream was ripped out of his throat. He could feel his body convulsing, and knew he was screaming outside of his mind as well. Harry fully expected that the curse would be lifted after a few moments, but as he collapsed in on himself the pain only intensified. He was going to die, again. Riddle was killing him. Your mind is weak, boy. Harry barely registered the Dark Lord's cruel laugh. As the pain again grew, Harry curled up into a fetal position, his screams having stopped as his voice was ripped out of him. The Dark Lord laughed insanely as he watched Harry scratch at his own skin as he writhed under the curse. Let me show you something, Harry, before you are driven to insanity. Harry found his voice again as he cried out as flashes of his friends dying tore through his mind like black and white Muggle photographs. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, all at the ages they currently were. No, Harry grated out, his eyes tightly shut against the onslaught of images. Oh yes, Potter, you brought us back to the past and now you will be the first to die. The pain increased again and Harry knew he couldn't take much more, his mind was going to snap. Harry was just starting to plea for death when the pain suddenly stopped, leaving Harry breathless and shaking. Harry opened his eyes to look up at the Dark Lord but instead of Riddle, Snape stood in his place, a look of intense concentration on his face. Focus, Harry, I can't hold him back much longer, you need to wake up, now. Snape's voice was like a lightning strike in his mind and Harry's eyes snapped open to the soft candlelight of the headmaster's office. He was laying on his back and his arms and legs were being held down. Harry's body shuddered with painful aftershocks and his breathing was ragged, but Merlin, he was alive. Harry. Snape's concerned voice came softly to his ears, followed by Dumbledore's a little louder when he didn't respond. Harry didn't even realize he was sobbing until he was slowly released. Harry bit back another sob and took in a deep breath as he turned his eyes to meet those of the professor's. Harry groaned as he tasted blood in his mouth and felt it running down from his nose and scar. "Why is it always me?" Harry whimpered pathetically, and he heard a relieved sigh come from the people around him. "Well, he's not insane," Harry heard someone say, though he wasn't positive who it was. Harry's eyes rolled around as a dizzy spell overtook him and he knew he was going to lose consciousness. Harry's roaming gaze finally settled on Snape's onyx eyes. "Why, you saved me," Harry whispered weakly before he again passed out. Harry woke up to the silence of the hospital wing. He breathed in sharply as he remembered why he was here and a tear slid down from the corner of his eye. Harry stared out of a window across from him and into the morning sky, wishing beyond anything that it was all a dream and the Dark Lord had not followed him into the past. But the aches throughout his entire body were clear evidence that it was no dream. Harry shuddered as he wrapped his arms around himself. He was terrified, more than terrified. He was 12 years old. He may have the mind and memories of a 17-year-old, but he was physically only 12. He couldn't deal with this. Harry buried his face into his pillow, but then quickly lifted his head at the familiar hissing sound not too far from his face. Harry looked up to be staring into Mortadalvy's eyes. "Mort," Harry hissed quietly as he grabbed his glasses from the bedside table and settled them onto his face. Mort slithered down to rest on Harry's chest. "Are you well, Harry?" Harry nodded. "A bit sore, but I'll be fine, I've been through worse." "You scared me, and all the others. The one who smells of potions and darkness saved you, do you remember?" Mort asked. Harry nodded. "How long have I been asleep?" "This is the morning of the 6th day since you've been attacked. Many people have come and gone, but I hid while they were here." "Was it Tom who attacked your mind?" "Yes, he's followed me into the past. Mort, I don't know how I'm going to defeat him again. If he gains his body back, I'm dead. I'm not strong enough yet," Harry expressed his fears to his friend. "We will find a way. You are protected inside Hogwarts. The school always watches over its protector while he still remains loyal to the school," Mort said with conviction. Harry nodded solemnly as he looked around the deserted ward. Noticing that Madame Pomfrey was nowhere in sight and having the need to go to the bathroom, Harry decided to chance trying to make it to the nearby bathroom himself. Harry slipped out of bed a little unsteadily at first, but managed to push past the pain caused by his aching body. Mort slipped off his chest and onto the floor and watched him as he found his footing and walked the distance to the bathroom. After taking care of his needs, Harry found his school robes sitting in a neat pile on a nightstand and returned to the bathroom to change. Harry pulled off his shirt and gasped in shock as he looked at his torso and arms in the bathroom mirror. "Mort," Harry hissed loudly and the snake slithered his way hurriedly into the bathroom. "Yes, Harry," the miniature basilisk hissed in concern. "The death mark and the dark mark, they're gone," Harry said in shock, still looking at his reflection in the mirror. The snake shook his head. "No, Harry," Mort said regretfully. "I'm using my magic to conceal them, so others would not see." Suddenly both marks faded back into existence and Mort seemed to sag in relief. Obviously it was taking a lot of concentration for Mort to keep the glamour in place. "I'm sorry, but they were removing your clothing." Harry nodded his head in understanding as he surveyed the dark mark on his forearm. It was pure black and red and swollen around the edges, looking almost as if it were new, a clear indication that the Dark Lord really was back. Harry didn't think that he had gained his body back though. While Riddle had him trapped in his own mind, Harry got the impression that he was angry to be in the past, indicating to Harry that the Dark Lord was still just as vulnerable as Harry was, maybe even more so if he was still in Wraith form. Harry knew that if the Dark Lord had the ability to get in his mind then he was already ahead of the schedule and well on his way to gaining his body back. It was only a matter of time. "Thank you," Harry hissed to Mort and then pulled on his shirt to cover the hideous marks. Harry finished dressing and then picked up Mort and hid the serpent inside of his robes. He knew he shouldn't leave the hospital wing and that Madame Pomfrey would skin him alive if he were caught, but Harry was starving and he could already smell breakfast wafting through the castle, and Harry's stomach gave an audible grumble of protest at the lack of food. Harry quickly made his way through the halls and only hesitated slightly before entering the already full Great Hall. There was an audible gasp, and then the hall went deathly silent as the four heads of houses and Dumbledore stood up from the head table in shock. Harry stopped in his tracks at all the sudden attention. Why did he always have to be the one under the spotlight? What? Harry snapped irritably at the entirety of the hall as the teachers left their seats to approach him. "Mr. Potter, you're awake," Dumbledore said evenly, pointing out the obvious. Harry fought not to roll his eyes. "So it would seem," Harry said ominously, as he bit back a chuckle at the bizarre look Dumbledore gave him, and then he turned deadly serious. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry asked with an accusing tone. If the Dark Lord was returning sooner than before, then it would only help Harry not to be left in the dark about things that had got him in trouble the last time, and perhaps he could get some proper, and not on the sly, training out of it. "Tell you what?" Dumbledore asked calmly, concern evident in his blue eyes. "About the real reason my mum and dad died for me. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord," Harry said quietly, so as not to have the students hear. He had just a touch of bitterness and anger in his voice. He still resented that damn prophecy. Dumbledore's eyes widened comically. "He told you?" "Of course he told me," Harry spat. "He wants me dead, because he thinks I'm the only one who can kill him. But he's wrong. I'm only 12 years old. I don't stand a chance against him," Harry nearly shouted, his voice cracking as his hopeless emotions took hold of him again. "I'm only 12, Harry cried and surprised himself and the already shocked Hall as he lunged into Snape's arms as he was the closest to Harry and broke down as sobs racked his small body. Merlin, he'd never live this down. Snape, showing astonishing concern for the boy, hugged Harry back comfortingly, and then guided him out of the hall with the other heads of Hogwarts following. The Great Hall was in immediate uproar and the rest of the professors had a hard time calming everyone down and so didn't notice as two Gryffindors slid out of the hall. Harry found himself led back to the hospital wing and pushed back into bed. He sat against the headboard with his knees hugged to his chest and his head laying on his knees. He had stopped sobbing on his way back to the hospital wing, but he hadn't spoken anything to anyone yet. Not even Madame Pomfrey, who kept asking how he felt. It wasn't until Snape finally broke the silence that Harry looked up to the professors. "Harry, what did the Dark Lord tell you?" Snape asked. Harry looked at Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape. None of them but one was ready to hear that the Dark Lord that they all hoped was dead, was back, and gaining power by the minute, but Harry, hating having things kept from him, was going to tell them. He's found a way to come back. A potion, I think he said before he cast the Cruciatus curse on me," Harry whispered, and the professors, well, all but Snape, gasped. Though Snape's eyes widened as Harry stared at him, trying to convey his real meaning of "found a way to come back," and he sat down heavily on a nearby chair as he took in the gravity of the situation, unknown by the others. He was going to kill me had Professor Snape not intervened when he did. Harry was quiet for a few minutes while the professors digested the information given. "All last year, when I looked at Quirrell and he looked back at me, my scar stung. Then I thought it was my imagination, but after the end of last year when I found out about the Dark Lord using him, I started thinking. That incident in Professor Dumbledore's office just confirmed it. I'm linked through my scar to him." Dumbledore was very quiet throughout Harry's rationalization. The others were still trying to wrap their minds around this when he finally spoke. "It is as I feared," Dumbledore said quietly. The others all looked at him. "You knew about this, Albus?" McGonagall questioned sternly. "I had suspected they may be connected," Dumbledore said quietly. "Tell me, Harry, is there anything special that you can do that others cannot? Perhaps you know more about something than your friends do, or a special ability that seems out of place even for a wizard." Harry shook his head no, though the look in Dumbledore's eyes suggested that he didn't seem to believe him. "Not that I've noticed, sir," Harry elaborated, looking away from the old man for a moment, before looking back up. Dumbledore searched Harry's eyes and Harry shifted uncomfortably. If the old man was trying to use legilimency on him, Harry couldn't discern it, but the intense glare in his eyes was unnerving. What was he trying to find? The Dark Lord himself. Why did you come to Hogwarts this summer? Dumbledore suddenly asked. Harry immediately looked away again from the headmaster's piercing gaze. I didn't, he lied. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, and Harry had a sneaking suspicion that the old wizard was trying to keep his temper in check. You are lying, Dumbledore said calmly. I saw you go into Myrtle's bathroom, come back out several hours later, and steal several bottles of dreamless sleep potion as well as a strengthening potion from the hospital wing and then apparate from the front gates of the school. Now would you care to tell me the truth? You can't handle the truth, Harry whispered darkly. He meant this in more ways than one. He really only had 3 options going for him here. He could 1. Tell Dumbledore and the others the complete truth, which was entirely out of the question. He could 2. Tell them what they already believed, that he was going to commit suicide. Or 3. He could tell them a variation of the truth and hope to Slytherin and Gryffindor that they didn't come to the real truth on their own. He was not ready for anyone but Snape to know about his past, their future. They weren't ready to know, especially as when he died, not one of them was alive. Dumbledore ran his hand over his face and closed his eyes for a long moment before he looked up at Harry again. Are you trying to kill yourself? He asked bluntly. Harry opened up his mouth to deny that, but stopped himself. Not anymore, he said instead, and that was the truth, and he proved that to himself by looking Dumbledore in the eyes as he said it. Everyone but Dumbledore gasped around him, even Snape. There had been plenty of times in the past that he had thought about killing himself, even before Hogwarts, before he found out about the wizarding world, but he had always talked himself out of it with numerous reasons to live. After Ron and Hermione's deaths, he had prayed for death while being the Dark Lord's prisoner, and welcomed it with open arms when it finally came, even though it was denied him. But now he had the chance to set everything right. He could give his friends and his family a future, he could give himself a future, and that was something to live for. Harry, I think we need to talk. This is not normal for one your age, Dumbledore said seriously. Normal, exclaimed Harry, suddenly very angry. I'm not normal. There's never been anything normal about me. My parents were murdered when I was a baby because of, Harry stopped. A prophecy, he spit out furiously. I've grown up with a family who despises me, and I've got a bloody dark wizard who wants to kill me. Harry, look at me. Harry looked back up at Dumbledore. Death is not the answer, not for one so young, he said gently. Harry instantly became completely enraged at those words, and fire swirled in his eyes. You're right, but that doesn't stop them from dying, does it? Harry snapped, and then he jumped up from the bed and ran. It probably wasn't the smartest decision on his part, but he couldn't sit there and be interrogated anymore. He ran to the one place he knew no one else could follow, and he was almost there too, just outside the door in fact, when he stopped in his tracks. Mrs. Norris was sitting in the middle of the hall yowling, and not 2 feet from her was Argus Filch sprawled out on the floor, staring wide-eyed and blankly up at the ceiling. Harry inched around the cat and towards the caretaker cautiously. His breath hitched in his throat as he reached his hand out. The man was. A scream echoed through the halls, and Harry spun around, his wand coming to his hand in a flash. It was Penelope Clearwater, and Percy Weasley was with her. He shook his head, looking from Harry to Filch and back. Harry, what did you? Harry suddenly lowered his wand. No, I didn't do this, Percy, I found him like this. Harry tried to explain but was cut off when Ron and Hermione yelled his name. The professors came around the corner just after them, and Harry cursed as Dumbledore suddenly pointed his wand at him. Mr. Potter, drop your wand, Dumbledore demanded. Harry shook his head in shock, not releasing his wand. I didn't do this, I swear, Professor. You have to believe me, I found him like. Harry stopped abruptly as he stared at the wall behind the professors with a feeling of foreboding and with wide, terrified eyes. His legs gave way and he dropped to the floor, his face white as a sheet as he read the bloody message on the wall, which was to him and him alone. In what way did you ever think you could defeat me? You may have taken my life once, chosen one, but I too am back, and Hogwarts will never again see peace as long as you live. Harry looked at the others in the hall as they one by one turned to see what Harry was seeing. They all gasped. I swear, I swear that I did not do this," Harry said quietly, but firmly even though he was shaking in terror. The Dark Lord must have gained his body back, and he was in Hogwarts. He had barely defeated him the last time. There was no way he could do it now, not as he was. Dumbledore looked down at Harry almost coldly. "This is very serious, Harry. The portraits said that they witnessed you killing Argus Filch." Harry jumped to his feet. "No, I didn't kill any. I didn't kill Filch. I found him like this, I swear." "You have to believe me, Professor. I have no choice. If there were no witnesses, and you were found at the scene, Harry Potter, you are hereby expelled." "No," Harry screamed. "No, I swear an oath. On my magic I did not kill Argus Filch." A force of magic swept around Harry, stronger than that of any oath he had ever sworn, and then settled again, leaving the hall eerily calm. Everyone was gaping at him. Suddenly, Snape, who had knelt down beside Filch, spoke up. "He's not dead, Headmaster. He's been petrified." "I didn't do it," Mort hissed softly as Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The Dark Lord would have killed Filch if he were in the school. So he must be controlling someone, but who? Harry sat curled up in one of the chairs in the Gryffindor common room. He was very much deep in thought, and his friends kept glancing up at him intermittently with concern in their eyes, though neither had said anything yet. Harry was rather much fed up with his friends and the secret meetings they kept having since the beginning of school. But as he didn't want to lose the only allies besides Snape and Mort that he had left in the school, he kept his mouth shut about it. It had been nearly 2 months since Filch had been found petrified, and Harry had found out about the Dark Lord. He had been let off from the petrifying of Filch when Myrtle had come from her bathroom and said fiercely that it hadn't been Harry, that it was another boy and a snake. Harry and Mort had been looking for both the unidentified boy and the snake since, but with no luck. The first thing Harry had done after being let go was to check to make sure he still had Riddle's diary, which he did, as well as Rowena's bracelet, so he was completely baffled as to how the Dark Lord was controlling whoever he was controlling. It hadn't taken long for Snape to get him alone to find out the whole truth about Harry's encounter with the Dark Lord, and Snape seemed just as horrified as Harry. He hadn't asked how Harry was feeling about all of this, as it was obviously apparent, though he did seem to go out of his way to be nicer to him, to the amazement of the students and the staff, especially after how horrible he had been the year before to the boy who lived. Harry had hated that title before, but now he was very much disgusted with it, as it brought a whole new meaning with it. It hadn't taken long for the rumor mill of Hogwarts to come up with explanations of why. First, Harry had been in the hospital wing for nearly a week, and second, Harry had been caught with a petrified Filch. None of the rumors bode well for Harry socially. People had actually started going out of their way to avoid having even to be in the same corridor with him. It was his original second year all over again, and he hadn't even had to reveal that he was a Parseltongue. The only people who seemed to stick by him were Ron and Hermione and Fred and George, though the 4 of them showed some uneasiness around him at times which saddened Harry. Because of all of this, his cutting was getting worse, and he had taken to putting concealing charms on his arms to hide that fact from himself. He wasn't suicidal, but the pain helped make him forget for a little while. He sadly remembered when flying used to do that. Harry's scar had been tingling all day, and he found himself jumping at the slightest sounds, not to mention that he hadn't really slept in at least 3 days. Of course it didn't help that it was Halloween the next day, and things always seemed to happen to him on that cursed day. Ron's rat had vanished while Harry was still unconscious in the hospital wing, which meant the Dark Lord had a loyal servant to help him again, and Harry found himself waiting for the day when he gained his body back and came for him. "Harry!" Ron's voice suddenly brought him out of his thoughts, and Harry had to stop himself from jumping completely out of the armchair. "We've got potions in 10 minutes. We really should get going." "Right, potions," Harry muttered as he got to his feet and grabbed his bag from the floor. "Harry," Hermione called to him before he could get to the portrait hole. Harry turned back around. "Don't forget your essay," Hermione said, handing out the rolled-up parchment. Harry had completed his potions essay on only 20 minutes prior. Harry nodded and took the parchment. "Thanks," he muttered. "Are you all right, Harry? You're not looking so good, mate," Ron said from beside Hermione, and she nodded her head in agreement. "I'm fine," Harry said with his conditioned response that his friends would one day come to realize meant that he was feeling anything but. Thinking about it now though, he'd been feeling ill since breakfast. Harry shrugged it off to his lack of sleep and nervousness of it soon being Halloween and started to leave the common room again. Come on, I don't want to be late. Ron and Hermione both looked at each other in concern before quickly following their friend. The three reached the potions classroom in record time and just in time for Snape to let everyone into the room. Harry took his regular seat in the front of the classroom and pulled out his essay and potions book. Snape waved his wand and all of the essays left the students' desks, their hands, and landed on the professor's desk. He then waved his wand again and instructions for a potion appeared on the board. Harry smirked. Snape had been using more and more magic in his classroom ever since Harry had unblocked the man's magic, and he even seemed to be enjoying himself as he constantly displayed his proficiency. Of course that didn't mean that he didn't try to create havoc in his classroom with simple things, such as what he had just done on the board. Harry raised an eyebrow and then looking around he raised his hand before anyone else had even noticed what Snape had purposefully done to try and screw the more incompetent students over. It was a learning tool Harry could appreciate, now that he had more experience with potions. "Mr. Potter, you have a question?" Snape asked rather surprised. Whether it was because he had been the one to raise his hand, or because he was the first one, Harry wasn't sure. "No, Professor, just an observation. You've switched 3 of the ingredients in the deflating draft," Harry said unconcerned. Hermione beside him quickly looked through both her notes and book with intense concentration. Only because he had actually allowed himself over the last month to study the subject in greater depth had he gotten better at the finer points of potions. Even as a 6th-year student he probably wouldn't have caught the mixed-up ingredients as he had always followed the directions instead of figuring out the reactions that could be caused and how to counter them. He even started liking the subject some. Though it still wasn't his favorite, it came in a close second. Snape blinked at Harry for a moment before he nodded. "Very good, Mr. Potter, 10 points to Gryffindor for pointing that out when no one else did." Snape glared menacingly around the dungeon classroom. "Indeed, I did purposely mix up those ingredients, but I am not going to tell you which ones. Think of this as a pop quiz. We'll see who gets their potions correctly brewed by the end of class. Begin." Harry carefully set out to make his own potion, while most others quickly searched through their notes and potions books. Ron kept trying to get his attention so that he could get Harry to tell him the answer no doubt, but Harry ignored him to concentrate on his own potion, which he was having a more and more difficult time doing as he started to feel feverish. Perhaps he was coming down with something. He really didn't want to go see Madame Pomfrey because of a cold. Maybe Snape would give him something after class. He made all if not most of the potions for Madame Pomfrey anyways. Hermione finally smiled beside him when she at last found the answer in her text. Harry was rather taken by surprise when Hermione held up her text just enough so that Ron behind them could see her point out the page number. Harry was just beginning to wonder if Snape had noticed when he spoke up. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, you are supposed to be working on this individually. 10 points from Gryffindor each. Now may I suggest you get to work separately," Snape said and then turned to the other side of the room. "Mr. Goyle, 10 points from Slytherin, do your own work." The Slytherins grumbled about this and Zabini smacked Goyle on the shoulder for trying to copy his potion. The rest of the class period went by in near silence, everyone working as best they could on their potions. It was still 20 minutes before the end of class and Harry had only the last ingredient to add. He picked up a vial and was just about to pour the contents in when his hand started shaking. Harry quickly set the vial down and grabbed his right hand with his left, trying to steady it. "Harry," Hermione whispered. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry looked down at his shaking palm. The shards of the Philosopher Stone in his hand were glowing slightly. I don't know," he said truthfully and in a normal tone of voice. Snape looked up from his desk. "Mr. Potter," he began but was cut off when Harry suddenly stood up. Harry hurried to leave the classroom. He was going to be sick. He had just managed to yank the door open when a tremendous amount of pain shot through his abdomen and a rush of heat swept through his veins. He dubbed over, clutching his stomach as a whimper left his lips. It would have been a scream had he not had his teeth clenched. Snape was suddenly by his side. "Harry?" he questioned, but Harry couldn't respond as he collapsed to his knees. "Weasley, go get Madame Pomfrey, now," he snapped when Ron just sat there staring, but he snapped out of it and ran past them out of the classroom and down the hall. Snape waved his wand in an intricate pattern over Harry and counted under his breath as a light blue color rose over Harry and started slowly changing green. 5, 6, 7 shit, Snape hissed under his breath. Harry knew what the counting meant even as the pain was increasing. The Dark Lord had used poisons on him while he was his prisoner, and he had used the same counting spell. Past 7 meant fatal. "Granger, in my storage closet you'll find a jar labeled Bezoars. Quickly bring one to me," Snape said over his shoulder. Hermione leapt up from her seat and ran into the closet. She came back out not a second later. "Sir, there aren't any left," she said fearfully. Snape again cursed under his breath, but then turned back to Harry, who had started to plead through gasps of breath as the pain only increased. "Please, Snape please." Snape seemed to know what Harry was pleading for and shook his head. "No," he said adamantly, as he waved his wand over Harry again, this time using a different, more complex spell. When he was done he jumped to his feet. "Granger, come here, make sure he doesn't lay down, make sure he stays awake." Hermione immediately ran over. The rest of the students just stared in shock, not knowing what to do as their professor disappeared down the corridor. Suddenly the pain near completely left Harry and he began to feel really tired as his body temperature increased. He closed his eyes and tried to lay down, but Hermione wouldn't let him. "No, Harry, you have to stay awake," she said in a shaky voice as she shook him. Harry opened his eyes and looked up at her in confusion. "Hermione," he said sluggishly, his tongue felt really heavy. Ron and Madame Pomfrey came running down the hallway. "What's happened to him?" Madame Pomfrey demanded. Hermione shook her head, tears coming to her eyes. "I don't know. Professor Snape did a spell I didn't recognize, told me to keep him awake, and ran." "Move," Snape commanded suddenly as he ran back down the corridor and dropped down beside Harry. He turned him onto his back and Harry collapsed into his arms. "Professor, I'm dying," Harry said weakly. "Harry, stay with me. I need you to take this potion. It's going to hurt like hell, but you have to trust me," Snape said, bringing a vial to Harry's lips. It was an odd mixture of orange and purple that swirled in the vial. Harry recognized it from the one time the Dark Lord had used it on him, and his eyes widened as he remembered the long drawn-out explanation and then his begging to take it to stop the poison that was literally eating him from the inside out. Harry shook his head, remembering the pain. "Severus, you can't. That's meant for," Madame Pomfrey protested. "Trust me, he can handle it. Harry, please, you have to take this willingly." Harry looked up into Snape's onyx eyes and then nodded as he opened his mouth to allow Snape to pour the potion in. Harry swallowed the contents in one gulp and then they all waited. Harry's sudden tight grasp onto Snape's arm was the first sign that the potion was working. The next was the strangled scream that tried to rip from his throat as the potion ran completely through his system. The pain lasted only a few minutes, but those minutes seemed like hours to Harry as he tried not to close in on himself to allow the potion to work quicker. Finally the pain stopped completely and Harry relaxed and breathed in deeply as his strength slowly returned to him through the aid of the potion. There was utter silence as Harry lay on the floor in Snape's arms and his breath came back under control. The silence was broken by the sudden appearance of the headmaster. "What happened?" he asked immediately. "Harry was poisoned," Snape said bluntly. As he looked up at the headmaster, everyone gasped. "I think it happened at breakfast. I started feeling ill about then, but I thought I was coming down with something," Harry said quietly as he sat up. Madame Pomfrey started to protest, but Snape helped him and stopped the woman's protests. Harry looked back at the potion's master. "Thank you," he said quietly, "and for not giving in to my plea." The professor nodded in understanding. Harry had pled for a mercy stroke. The last and only time he had done that was as the Dark Lord's prisoner when he had been branded with the death mark. "Severus, I don't know what you could have been possibly thinking." He didn't even know what he was consenting to take. "You could have killed him with that potion," Pomfrey said sternly, nearly shouted. The silent students all gasped at that. If I hadn't given him that potion he would have died. Snape snapped back harshly, and the reality of the situation really sunk in for everyone around them. They had almost witnessed the death of the boy who lived. And he knew what the potion was, or he would not have been able to give his consent. Is this true, Harry? Did you know what potion Professor Snape was giving you? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, not looking at Dumbledore. I read about it. I knew what I was taking. How did you read about this? Dumbledore asked suddenly. The book that potion is found in isn't even allowed in the restricted section. I taught it to him, Snape said, standing from the floor and helping Harry up as well. Harry is remarkably gifted in potions, and I've been teaching him things beyond the Hogwarts curriculum for the last few months, he lied steadily as he looked Dumbledore in the eye. Harry forced himself not to allow his jaw to drop as Hermione and Ron both looked at him in amazement. Severus, we agreed that you would not take an apprentice for 15 years, Dumbledore began. Which is why I have not, Snape bit back. But I could not in good conscience allow Mr. Potter's talents to wither. I will not name him my apprentice yet, but I will not stop teaching him as long as he wishes to learn. That is part of the oath I took, not only as a potions master, but also as a professor. Harry had to admire the man, to lie to Dumbledore to his face. Yet, then again, it wasn't entirely a lie. Merlin, Snape was good at twisting truths. Harry was rather good at potions now and had gone beyond the Hogwarts curriculum in research in Salazar's chamber. He had also been meeting with Snape weekly to help rebuild his occlumency shields. Harry hadn't yet explained how or why he had a connection to Voldemort that made Harry desperately need occlumency lessons, but maybe one day he would when he learned to trust again, not only Snape, but himself. We will discuss this later, Professor Snape, Dumbledore said evenly as he stared back at the man, and then he turned to Harry. Are you all right? Harry nodded. Yes, Professor, I'm fine. Dumbledore looked at him piercingly and Harry amended his statement. A bit shaken, and I really would like to know who poisoned me. We will look into it, I promise you. Just be mindful of what you consume until we locate the culprit. Harry nodded. You should also go with Madame Pomfrey, to make sure you truly are all right. Not many so young could survive that potion. Harry reluctantly nodded again. We're coming with you, Ron and Hermione said at the same time, obviously not even considering taking no for an answer. Harry only nodded again and then followed Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione out of the dungeons, hearing Snape dismiss the rather shocked class before they turned the corner. After the incidents with Filch's petrification and Harry's near poisoning to death, everything was rather calm at Hogwarts, which only put Harry even more on edge. Halloween even went off without a hitch, though Harry thought it was a fluke as he had been poisoned the day before. Dumbledore had not been able to find anything on the person who had poisoned him, nor had the person who had petrified Filch been located. But as of yet no one had been petrified again. The Gryffindor vs. Slytherin game had come and gone, and Harry had made an amazing catch of the snitch, right out from under Malfoy's nose, literally. It had scared the boy half to death and made even the Slytherins roar with laughter. And the best part was that he had been able to keep all of the bones in his arm. When Harry had told Snape how glad he was to have his bones during one of his training sessions afterwards, the man had laughed for a good 5 minutes at Harry's expense after Harry explained why. Harry had gotten his revenge though when Lockhart had come down to the potions classroom to ask Snape to be his assistant during one of Harry's occlumency lessons, which was now also part of Harry's training. Not that anyone knew about this, they thought that Harry was still receiving extra potion instruction, which in part he was. Harry had laughed for a good 10 minutes when Lockhart had interrupted their session to pretty much demand Snape help him with the dueling club. Harry had laughed until Snape had hexed his mouth shut, and then the man had been the one laughing as Harry tried for over 20 minutes to reverse the hex wordlessly, which he did eventually manage, but not before dyeing the man's hair blue, his robes bright yellow, and his skin neon red. Snape was still a bit sore about all that, as he had to attend dinner that way grievously to ask Dumbledore to reverse it all, as Harry had not a clue how he had done it. It was all an accident, really. It was now the middle of December, just before Christmas holidays, and Harry was standing with his arms crossed over his chest in the back of the Great Hall while Lockhart tried to host his dueling club with Professor Snape as his assistant. Harry wouldn't have gone and hadn't planned on going, but Ron and Hermione had dragged him along before he could escape them. Apparently Snape was still a bit sore at Harry, as Harry was now glaring up at the man who had just called him up to duel against Malfoy, even though Harry had told Snape not to. Perhaps dyeing his skin red had been stepping over the line a bit. The entire hall turned to look at Harry as he crept backwards towards the door. Harry stopped, not wanting to look like a coward, which he most certainly wasn't. He just didn't think it was a good idea to duel Malfoy. After all, he might hurt the blonde brat. "Mr. Potter, come now, boy." Harry flinched unconsciously as Lockhart called to him jovially, "Nothing to worry about. It's just a practice duel. Perhaps I may even be able to teach you a few things," Lockhart said in that tone he often took around Harry that suggested that he knew nothing. It was the same tone that Snape used to take with Neville until Harry had told him about Neville's later achievements with brewing healing potions for several Order members after Madame Pomfrey had been injured. In fact, Neville's potions had saved the Mediwitch's life. Unfortunately, she had died a few days later in her home from an attack by Death Eaters. Harry seethed in anger at the thought of Lockhart ever being able to teach him anything and growled deep in his throat, loud enough that several students took a step back from him. "I think I know enough, thank you, sir," Harry said bitingly. "What's the matter, Potter, scared?" Malfoy sneered from the dueling platform that had been erected. Harry wished that they had just split them up as they had the last time. It would have been easier to slip out of the hall unnoticed. Harry took a step forward at Malfoy's taunt. "You wish, Malfoy, but just a warning, I'm not responsible if you get hurt," Harry said scathingly. The students looked back and forth between the two as Harry took out his wand and walked calmly, nearly strutted up to the dueling platform. Malfoy scoffed, though he did have a bit of fear in his eyes. Harry relished in that fear. He'd learned over the years, though he hadn't really realized it until after 6th year, that if his enemies feared him, then they were more likely to screw up. Or wet themselves and run away, as Peter Pettigrew had done when he had tried to stop Harry from getting at his master. That had been after Harry had made himself more powerful using the magic in Gryffindor's and Slytherin's swords, a lot of good that had done him. Harry walked up onto the platform and pushed his hair back as if to remind his opponent who he was fighting. Snape raised an eyebrow at Harry's antics, especially as Harry usually never flaunted who he was. Harry didn't like the attention, but as he was already being stared at by most of the student body, why the hell not? Besides, it made life a bit more interesting to be unpredictable, and Harry prided himself on his unpredictability. "All right, gentlemen, get into dueling stance, and I want you to disarm your opponent. Remember, disarm only, we don't want any accidents here," Lockhart said with a glaring smile as Harry and Draco proceeded to take their positions, bowing only slightly at each other. "I'll give you an accident," Harry grumbled under his breath while he laughed internally as he planned out how to incapacitate Lockhart for a few hours, if not days. He saw Snape take several steps away with a smug look on his face at hearing Harry. Harry waited for the count of 2 before he open-fired on Draco with a stream of harmless curses meant to disarm the blonde Slytherin. Draco's eyes widened as he sidestepped the barrage of curses quickly, only getting hit by one, as the rest sailed past him, hitting Lockhart square in the chest. The force of the spells sent the git off the platform to slide along the ground and all the way into the wall, where he slumped unconscious. "Oops," Harry said, with no remorse in his voice as Snape tried to hide a faint smile, and the majority of the girls in the school gasped in shock and the boys sniggered in amusement at the unconscious defense professor. One would think he would have been able to put up a shield in time. Not to mention standing in back of Draco like that. Harry turned to Snape innocently. "I'm not going to get in trouble for this, am I, Professor? After all, it's not my fault he wasn't as smart as Draco to move out of the way." Snape's mouth twisted to an almost smile, but he managed to turn it into a sneer as he said calmly, "No, Mr. Potter, in fact 20 points to Gryffindor for disarming Draco and for that amazing, yet low-level, spell work." Harry was going to remark that he was supposed to be only 12, but Snape had swept out of the hall trying to hide his obvious laughter as he levitated Lockhart behind him. Harry was abruptly pulled down from the platform and forced out of the Great Hall by Ron and Hermione. Neither of them said a word to him until they were back in the Gryffindor common room, and then Hermione rounded on him. "You did that on purpose," Hermione screeched. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron said at the same time. "I didn't know someone could say spells so fast." Hermione turned to look at Ron scandalously. What it was, that Git deserved everything he got, not to mention Harry here disarmed Malfoy at the same time. It was amazing. By the way, where did you learn how to do that? Because Lockhart's definitely not taught us that. Harry shrugged. Professor Snape taught me. Ron and Hermione both blinked at him. What? You knew I was taking extra lessons with him. You didn't think potions was the only thing I was getting out of the man, did you? No. I mean, why would you want to be in Snape's presence any longer than you have to, mate? Ron said as he looked at Harry as if he'd gone crazy. Harry rolled his eyes, but didn't get a chance to comment as Hermione interjected. Honestly, Ron, Harry's not forced to take the extra lessons, and I'd personally give anything to have the opportunity to learn what Harry is learning. It must be absolutely fascinating. I've read a bit up on Professor Snape, and he has a mastery in both potions and defense against the dark arts. Harry must be learning so much from him. Harry just nodded and Ron shook his head. Whatever, mate, if you want to waste all your time studying like Hermione does, you can go right ahead. I'm going to go find someone to play exploding snaps with, Ron huffed as he wandered off further into the common room, which was now mostly filled with students. Hermione huffed herself and then yelled after Ron. I don't just study, you know. She shouted irritably before she disappeared up the girls' staircase. Harry shook his head tiredly before he left for the boys' dorms. Not too long after, and Harry was sound asleep just after his head hit the pillow. No matter what Snape had said about those spells being low level, it had taken a lot out of him to make them one steady stream. He'd honestly like to see Snape try that and not be tired afterwards. Though Harry was sound asleep and outwardly looked like he was having a peaceful night's rest, he was far from resting comfortably. He was currently reliving every horrible bit of his last 3 months of life before coming to the past. That was his dreams before the first time he had woken up. Before the second it was worse. He had relived his death and the death of Ginny over and over again. By the third time he was about ready to give up on sleep for the night, and turn to the knife, but remembered that he still had some of the dreamless sleep potion that he had made in his last session with Snape, where he had promised to try and stop cutting himself. He took a half a dose as he still had classes the next morning, and he'd already missed quite a few this year. Harry woke up really late the next morning to shouts and talking coming from all the dorms below the second-year dorms and into the common room. He turned back over with all intention of going back to sleep, not wanted to even get out of bed after the night he'd had. He assumed Fred and George had set off a prank or something when Seamus and Dean came running into the dorm. Harry, mate, get up, morning classes have been cancelled, and McGonagall's called us all into the common room, Dean said, drawing back the thick curtains around Harry's bed. Harry sat up immediately, completely wide awake. Despite the potion still in his system, it hadn't worked very well anyways. What's happened? The two just shrugged and shook their heads and then left the room. Harry quickly got out of bed and got dressed before dashing down to the common room just as McGonagall entered through the portrait hole. Settle down, everyone, I have an announcement to make, McGonagall called over the students. Everyone was instantly silent, all wanting to know what was happening. This morning 7 students were found petrified on the second floor. Murmurs and whispers sprang up all over as students looked around to see who was missing, before McGonagall continued. Do not fear, they will be well again as soon as Madame Pomfrey can make up a cure for them. However, for your safety while we search the grounds for the culprit to this serious crime, you will stay in your common room for the rest of the day. I do not want to see any of you out of bounds. Understood. Everyone nodded and then started talking again to one another as McGonagall left. Harry stared after her for a good 5 minutes before he sprinted up the stairs and retrieved his invisibility cloak and slipped out of the common room unnoticed by the students, but not the teachers. Unbeknownst to him, he had tripped a ward that alerted them if any students left. Harry quickly made his way down to the second floor and slipped unobserved into the girls' bathroom. He quickly looked around and put up a silencing charm before opening the Chamber of Secrets and descending cautiously into its depths. It wasn't that he didn't trust his friend, but what else was he supposed to believe? He'd put Mordadov back into the chamber just a few days ago, and to shank him as the basilisk was complaining about having to be in Harry's pocket all the time, because Harry didn't want anyone to see him. Harry opened the entrance into Salazar's chambers and then walked down the stairs and into the sitting room, where he immediately found Mort curled up in front of the fireplace sleeping. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. "Hey, Mort," Harry hissed loudly enough to wake the serpent. The basilisk blinked open his eyes and then lifted his large head to see Harry. "Harry, what are you doing here? Do you not have classes?" Mort asked curiously. Harry shook his head. He was still trying to figure out how the snake could tell time down here in the depths of the school. "No, they were cancelled. 7 students were found petrified this morning, the school's being searched. I just wanted to make sure you were all right." "You wanted to make sure I had not done it," Mort said calmly. Harry looked at his feet and nodded. "I understand. I am the logical choice after all, and we still have not located the one who petrified the school's caretaker. Do not worry, I am not offended. I am sorry, Mort. After my second year, every time someone set Hogwarts to unrest, I was the first person people turned to. I shouldn't have assumed it was you," Harry said regrettably. "Though I almost wish it was you, then I would know who did it. Perhaps there is a way to sniff out who is responsible. Obviously they have to have a basilisk in their control, and as only one other person that we know of can speak the serpent tongue, they also have to be able to control him using other means," Mort suggested. Harry thought about it for a moment before he looked back up to Mort. "Are you suggesting that we go on a sniff hunt around the school?" "You are brilliant, Mort," Harry exclaimed. "Though, I am going to have to shrink you again." "Not if I use the pipes and you follow my voice," Mordadov said, and Harry nodded. "Right then, let's get started. I do not want any more people to get petrified, or worse, killed." 4 hours later had Harry still following Mort's voice behind the walls, and still they weren't that much closer to finding out who was behind it all. Though Mort had just hissed that he was definitely on the trail of another basilisk, which was a good thing, though they had been back and forth down this particular corridor 5 times now and had found nothing. And Harry didn't think they were going to find anything, as it was the same corridor that the 7 students had been found in, so of course it smelled of basilisk. Harry was getting tired, but he was still alert enough to stop when Mort called out to do so. This was at the same time that Harry heard the staff talking in an office not too far away, the Defense Against the Dark Arts office in fact. Harry crept quietly by as he headed further down the corridor, but stopped before he almost laughed at what he was hearing from Lockhart's office. Of course it is Harry Potter. He is after all the only one missing, and he did rather cruelly throw me into a wall yesterday. Lockhart sounded like a wounded puppy. He would not have thrown you into a wall if you had simply blocked his spells or moved out of the way, you bumbling incompetent fool. Mr. Potter would not intentionally harm you or another student. The disarming spells he used were meant to be a distraction for Mr. Malfoy. He had anticipated Mr. Malfoy jumping out of the way and cast one just off the others, which worked rather well, I might add. Harry could hear the smug smirk in Snape's voice. "I still think he did it intentionally. He has been nothing more than an attention-seeking know-it-all in my class since the first day. He persists in disrupting my class at every opportunity. The petrification of the students was obviously his plea for attention. If anything, he has probably been kidnapped." "You idiot," Snape sneered very pronouncedly at Lockhart. "You think so, Severus?" Dumbledore asked. "It is highly probable," Snape replied. "Oh, I do hope you are wrong," McGonagall nearly whispered. "As do I," Snape said quietly. Harry felt guilty at causing his professors to worry, but there was really nothing any of them could do at the moment, and Harry wasn't about to give up Mort or his secret about being a Parseltongue. It would raise too many questions that he didn't want to answer, so he'd take care of this himself. Harry moved away from the office and towards where Mordadov was calling him. It wasn't long before Harry found an old hidden passageway that was half collapsed, but looked to be tunneled out. They must have passed in front of it 100 times, it was so obscured. Harry cautiously walked down the tunnel until he began to hear voices, or rather one voice talking to himself. Harry stopped almost instantly and anger burned through him. He knew that voice. Without so much as a thought, Harry jumped out, pulling back the hood of his invisibility cloak as he did, and aimed his wand, the Cruciatus curse on the tip of his tongue and wanting to be used. Pettigrew, seethed Harry, fire coming to his eyes and turning them very nearly red. Pettigrew's head shot up and he turned as if to command the small basilisk asleep beside him to attack, but Harry was quicker. Wingardium Leviosa, Silencio, Crucio. Harry felt no remorse at Pettigrew's pain as he watched the sniveling rat wreath in agony in the air before him, but he did at what he was doing and the curse's power weakened then finally died away as Harry lowered his wand to his side, the fire disappearing from his eyes just as quickly as it had come. Pettigrew dropped to the floor as Harry looked at the ground, feeling physically sick at what he had just done. Pettigrew pulled out his wand and suddenly a hissing sound of "kill" sounded through the room and Harry had just enough time to dodge being bitten by the now very much awake basilisk. "No, stop," Harry hissed as he rolled away again, but the serpent kept coming. Harry ran out of the room and back down the passageway and into the second-floor corridor as fast as he could as the basilisk was right on his heels. He slammed into the wall and then rolled away as the serpent followed shortly after, leaving a rather large dent in the stone where Harry had just been. Harry ran full speed back the way he had just come, his cloak flying from his neck behind him. He passed Lockhart's office, where he yelled, "Stay in there!" before running past, followed by the adolescent basilisk, then Pettigrew, and then right behind him, Mortadov. The professors all ran towards the door in shock at what they had just seen and then quickly followed after them, each with their wands drawn. "Potter, there's no way you can outrun my basilisk!" Pettigrew screamed. "Neither can you," Harry yelled back and Peter glanced over his shoulder and then did a wide-eyed double take and sped his running up at what he saw. Harry made to dodge another swipe at him as he turned a corner, but tripped and skidded across the floor and straight through Beeping Myrtle who screamed. Harry rolled to the side as the serpent struck at the ground where he had just been. "Mort, help!" Harry yelled as the basilisk attempted to strike at him again. Harry scrambled out of the way from another swipe and then got to his feet about to run again when his legs were swept out from underneath him and he landed very hard on his back and then he was pinned down by the large serpent's tail. The last thing Harry saw was the basilisk's huge yellow eyes glaring down at him and then everything went black. Harry awoke with a bitter aftertaste in his mouth and several people standing around him in what was unmistakably the hospital wing. He blinked blurrily at the professors around him and then choked out, "I'm not dead." A brief chuckle came from Dumbledore as he handed Harry his glasses. "No, Mr. Potter, you are not, however you have been petrified for the last few months." Harry looked around at the others again, before he asked, what happened exactly?" "Interesting that, you were found in a corridor with Peter Pettigrew, both of you were petrified and the basilisks that had done it had left you alive and have not been seen since," McGonagall replied, her eyes full of confusion. "Basilisks?" asked Harry looking rather perplexed. "P. Pettigrew," he then asked, then his eyes widened. "Oh," Harry suddenly exclaimed as he remembered, everything. He was in the past and Pettigrew had a basilisk, right? Harry frowned as Snape looked at him in confusion and then Harry had an epiphany. "But you know who told me he was dead, said he'd killed himself after betraying my parents. How can he be alive?" Snape's frown deepened before he caught on to what Harry was trying to accomplish. Dumbledore looked to the other professors as if expecting the revelation, but not who it came from. "Voldemort." Harry clenched his teeth as pain ran down his spine, but otherwise, tried to hide it. Dumbledore noticed, but didn't comment as he continued, "Told you about Pettigrew. He told you he had betrayed your parents." Harry nodded. "He said someone named Black, I assume another of my parents' friends, was supposed to be their secret keeper." Harry said this with uncertainty in his voice and Dumbledore nodded. "But, they switched to Pettigrew at the last minute at Black's insistence. Something about not suspecting Pettigrew of being the secret keeper, but it doesn't matter, you know who said Black was dead," Harry said softly. "Sirius Black is not dead," Snape said dryly. "He was imprisoned for Pettigrew's murder." Harry could almost hear the, "as you well know," that Snape obviously wanted to add to the end of that. "Of course, we've known this for quite a while as your friends had told us what you knew at the beginning of the year, and have reminded us every week since," Snape said as he looked up at Dumbledore with a look of, "I told you we should have believed them, on his face. Harry would have smiled at Snape for cleverly, yet rather dryly, reminding Dumbledore that his godfather was stuck in prison for a crime he never committed. Though, he'd had no idea about his friends speaking to the professors about this. That must have been why they kept disappearing together. What? Well, obviously he was framed, Harry exclaimed as his voice cracked from lack of use. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you, Harry, for this information. We were about to wake Pettigrew up and get the information from him. No, Harry said, and then thought quickly for his response to that as everyone looked at him curiously, even Snape. I saw him turn from a rat. He's an animagus. That of course was true, but he didn't want the professors to find out that he had cast the Cruciatus curse on him. Pettigrew may be a coward, but he wasn't an idiot, and he'd be sure to take Harry down with him. Black wasn't lying, McGonagall exclaimed with astonishment in her voice. He had really learned how to turn into an animagus. So Pettigrew's the one who's been petrifying people? Harry asked quietly. Yes, Harry, but everyone is well again, Dumbledore said. Though we are curious how you managed to be in that chase with the basilisks to begin with. Harry suppressed a smirk. I was kidnapped. Harry almost laughed when Snape stared at him and then rolled his eyes. Harry and the others who had been petrified were released from the hospital wing just before the feast that night, which was a rather huge affair as everyone welcomed them back and Dumbledore announced that exams had been cancelled. Harry learned that the other 7 students who had been petrified were Colin Creevey, Hermione Granger, Penelope Clearwater, Justin Fitch-Fletchley, Ron, Ginny and Percy Weasley. Apparently Ron, Ginny, and Hermione were trying to find out why Harry liked beeping Myrtle so much and Colin had tagged along to get pictures of the ghost. At the same time Penelope and Percy were on their way to the defense office to ask Lockhart a few questions before class. Justin just happened to be using one of the sets of secret passages off the library to get to the Great Hall in time to have breakfast before class. The passage had dropped him off on the 2nd floor and he'd nearly run into the group of Gryffindors in his hurry. They'd all been arguing about watching where he was going and running in the halls when the 2 prefects had stopped them from fighting. Before they could all break up to go their separate ways, Ron had seen the spiders fleeing along the wall and out of a window. They'd all been staring at said window curiously when the basilisk had come out and they'd seen its reflection. They were all very lucky that they had been looking at the window. The funny thing was, that almost everyone who had been petrified the first time had been petrified this time as well. Harry guessed some things just couldn't be changed. The thing that really stumped Harry, and he still didn't know why, was how he survived. He'd looked directly into the basilisk's eyes. He shouldn't have survived and Mort had said the same thing. Harry had been researching every chance he got to find out the reason, and he still hadn't come up with an explanation. Harry suddenly stopped in his tracks as he was following the others down to the end of year feast. Hermione looked back at him and then stopped the other second-year Gryffindors, and Ginny and Colin, who had been walking with them. Harry, what's wrong? She asked. Harry was looking out a nearby window with tears in his eyes. The window faced the front gates and 2 men were walking up from them to the school. Harry took off down the corridor, the others right after him. Harry lost them about halfway to the entrance hall, he was running so fast. In fact, he was so focused on getting to the entrance hall that he didn't notice Snape until he had literally collided with him. I'm so sorry, Professor, Harry said as he sprung back to his feet and began to help the rather irate man up off the floor. Please tell me you weren't running from another basilisk, Potter, Snape said as he brushed himself off. No, Sirius and Remus are here, Harry exclaimed. Ah, the Mutt and the Wolf, Snape said dryly. Harry nodded and was about to take off again when he was grabbed by Snape. You don't know them, Potter, Snape reminded. Harry instantly deflated. You cannot just run up to them. I know, it's been forever since I've seen either of them, Harry said quietly. I will bring you to them and introduce you, Snape sighed at the despondent and rather pathetic look on Harry's face. He rolled his eyes when Harry beamed. Thank you, Professor, but is that such a good idea? Harry said quizzically. As I recall, you hate each other. Loathe each other, Snape corrected almost proudly and Harry snorted. Come on, Snape said as he rolled his eyes again and cuffed Harry on the back of his head. I can't believe I'm doing this for you, he commented as they started walking towards the entrance hall. Ah, come on, Professor, you know you've become fond of me, Harry teased. In his second year, Harry would have been too frightened to even really talk to the professor, but since Snape had started training Harry, they had both become friends. Yes, Harry would call it that. Harry respected the man and Snape had come to respect Harry. They'd also both gotten to know each other and Harry even went to Snape to talk on occasion. Harry still kept his own secrets, but Snape had been able to help him with many things including his nightmares, and Harry was now able to sleep most nights all the way through without the aid of a dreamless sleep potion. I can't believe I'm becoming fond of you, Potter, Snape said back, and Harry nearly tripped. Really? Said Harry once he'd overcome his shock. Doesn't mean that I'm not going to laugh if you trip and fall on your face with your gracelessness, Snape scoffed. Ah, Professor, I'm touched, Harry said as he put his hand over his heart and pretended to wipe a tear out of his eye. You aren't going to hug me or anything, are you? Snape said in obvious disgust. Come on, everyone needs a hug every once in a while, Harry joked. Not me and not from you, Potter, Snape sneered. I'm wounded, Professor, Harry said dramatically. You'll get over it, I know I have. Snape barked out a sudden laugh at Harry's mock outraged expression. Finally they'd reached the entrance hall. Unnoticed they had left behind a group of shocked Gryffindors at Snape's and Harry's joking with each other. By the time they'd arrived, Dumbledore and McGonagall were both in the hall and Sirius and Remus had just entered. It took everything in Harry not to run to the two men, and Snape's hand on his shoulder. Sirius, Remus, McGonagall greeted with a smile on her face and tears coming to her eyes. Professors, Remus greeted back while Sirius had a kind of lost look in his eyes. We are no longer your professors, Dumbledore reminded gently. Sirius, how are you doing? Sirius smiled slightly as he focused on the old man. Much better, thank you, Professor, Albus, Sirius corrected. Thank you for inviting us. Not a problem, dear boy, I am very happy that you accepted the invitation. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling quite wildly. My goodness, is that Harry? Remus suddenly said as he noticed Harry and Snape standing in the entrance hall with them. Harry smiled as Sirius turned towards him as well as the two professors. Harry didn't move as Snape still had a firm grip on him, though the hand was obviously also for support as he was trembling slightly. The last time he had seen the both of them it had been as they had died. Sirius of course through the veil and Remus a conjured silver arrow through the heart at the final battle. Snape squeezed his shoulder once before he released him. Lupin, Black, I would like you to meet Harry Potter. Harry suddenly found himself with a couple sets of arms wrapped around him. He was so shocked that he just kind of stood there stiffly until the two had let go. Hi, Harry said eloquently. Harry, we were friends of your parents, we went to school with the both of them, Remus explained. I know, I have pictures, you were at my parents' wedding, Harry said with a smile on his face. You must be Remus, Harry said holding out his hand. Remus shook it firmly. Harry turned to Sirius. And you are Sirius, Harry stated. Not all the time, Sirius joked and Harry chuckled. I don't know if anyone has told you, but I'm also your godfather. Harry made a show of widening his eyes and shaking his head. No, no one had told me. Harry made a point of glaring at the two heads of Hogwarts, who both had the grace to look guilty. There was silence for a few minutes until Harry spoke again. I found a box of pictures in my vault. You were in most of them, though you were quite a bit younger in them. As was Professor Snape, Harry said with a smirk, as he just couldn't help himself. You have pictures of me, Snape said in a horrified voice. They better not be incriminating, he muttered under his breath. Professor, what kind of Gryffindor do you take me for? Of course they're incriminating. Not that they're leaving my trunk, Harry added when Snape's eyes widened comically and Sirius and Remus both snorted. Snape suddenly rounded on Harry. They are in your trunk. As in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, as in the dormitory above Fred and George Weasley's dormitory, as in the trunk that has been sitting there for most of the year unattended. Snape said all in one breath. Harry shrunk back a bit. Yeah, that would be where they are, sir. Harry gulped. But they'll go right back in my vault as soon as I get to Gringotts. Harry assured. That's assuming the Weasley twins haven't already got them and had them confiscated, McGonagall muttered as she tried to keep the smile off her face. Snape rounded on the older woman. What? Oh, come now, Severus, no harm no foul. I will return the pictures to Mr. Potter tomorrow morning before he leaves, McGonagall assured. No, you'll give them to me, Snape practically demanded. Oh, but there are pictures of Mr. Potter's parents in them, I'm sure he'll want them back. No, no, Harry said, shaking his head adamantly. No, by all means, I have plenty, he can have them, all of them, Harry insisted. Snape would make his life a living hell in training if those pictures got around. He was also going to skin the twins alive for going through his stuff, that is if Snape didn't get to them first of course. He was just glad that anything incriminating to him was in the chamber with Mort, including the Horcruxes, or he'd be screwed right about now. Snape nodded. There's that Slytherin self-preservation I knew you had in you, Snape said dryly. Harry raised his eyebrows. I have plenty of self-preservation, sir. Snape just glared at Harry. It's not my fault trouble seems to follow me wherever I go. I'm not going to say a word, Snape said loftily. Basilisk, Snape said under his breath. Harry's mouth dropped open that Snape had just done that. Poison, he continued. Need I continue? Those weren't my fault, Professor, Harry said holding his head high. The others watched the natural bantering back and forth between Harry and Snape in almost shock. Of course the professors knew the two got along, but not to such an extent. It was almost as if they were father and son, and both Dumbledore and McGonagall wondered if the two realized the bond they were forming. Sirius and Remus were just in shock. Harry took a step back as Snape's face turned slightly red as he tried to suppress laughter. Oh, yes, very much not your fault at all, Snape said in an amazingly calm voice, though with a dangerous hint of amusement to it. You're certainly one to find a reason to stay out of trouble, Harry. Harry nearly choked as the man said his first name, but recovered quickly. It wasn't the first time, though usually when he said it, Harry was dying. Harry almost looked to make sure he wasn't. Yes, Professor, Harry answered finally. Sirius and Remus looked at him funny, obviously expecting some sort of animosity from Snape for Harry's cheek, but Snape wasn't going to give any. Most of the school, though as shocking as it is to them, knew that Harry and Snape actually got along. What's the matter, Black, amazed that there's a Potter that doesn't despise me? Snape said rather scathingly. Severus, Dumbledore admonished. Albus, Severus said right back. Harry could almost feel the tension in the hall building, and Harry was determined to make it disappear. It was so relaxed a minute ago. What had happened? Professor Snape, Harry said loudly. You were going to tell me about the things I should study over the summer before the feast, so that I don't fall behind. Snape actually chuckled at what Harry was obviously trying to do. Fall behind? You are already ahead of the 7th years in potions as well you know, Snape boasted dryly, turning the spotlight on Harry completely. He knew how much Harry hated being in the spotlight, so to speak. Harry blushed, but before he had a chance to comment, 4 people exclaimed at the same time, and in the same exact way, 7th years. Dumbledore looked the most shocked. Severus, you never said he was that advanced. I did say he was remarkably gifted and he would be my apprentice if you allowed it, Snape said quite seriously. Dumbledore frowned. You know I cannot. Why not? Asked Harry bluntly, as he turned on Dumbledore. By now a rather large crowd had formed on the stairs over the entrance hall. Students, all who were heading for the end-of-year feast and had gone unnoticed. I cannot answer that, Harry, Dumbledore told him firmly. Harry glanced at Snape momentarily. It's because of you know who isn't it, because of the mark. Who told you that? Dumbledore questioned immediately. He did after he saved my life the last time. Do you really think he'd save my life if he still? Harry trailed off as he then took real notices of the students listening. He's saved my life 3 times I might add, Professor. In fact, I trust Professor Snape more than I trust anyone else here, including you. I want to be his apprentice and I'm honored that he's chosen me. Harry said calmly, yet passionately. Dumbledore took in a deep breath and looked at Snape beside Harry with contemplation in his eyes. It was almost as if the entire hall was holding its breath while Dumbledore continued to stare at Snape. There hadn't been an apprentice in Hogwarts for over 50 years. Minutes went by before Dumbledore finally looked away. Very well. Dumbledore sighed, though there was no twinkle in his eyes. Professor Snape, if it is your desire to have Mr. Potter as your apprentice, then I will allow it, after his 3rd year. Snape nodded immediately, and Harry smiled. That means I'll be able to learn defense against the dark arts from him too, right? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at Harry and sighed. Yes, Harry, when you are 14, he said, glancing again at Snape. Hermione suddenly ran up to Harry as if coming out of nowhere. Harry, do you know how lucky you are? She exclaimed loudly. You're going to be learning both potions and defense against the dark arts from a master. There was an odd intake of breath from most of the student population. They'd all known Snape was a potions professor, but to hold a mastery in 2 subjects was very rare, almost unheard of, and at such a young age. Both Sirius and Remus had their mouths hanging open. Whether it was from the fact that Snape held 2 masteries or the fact that Harry wanted to be his apprentice, Harry wasn't sure, though it had him laughing. Harry sat in his bedroom in Privet Drive with Verdammt und Die Dunkelheit propped up on his knees. It was nearing the time when Aunt Marge would be leaving with Uncle Vernon. Surprising even Harry himself, the visit with Aunt Marge had actually been, well, surprising. Harry, to try and keep the peace at the Dursley residence for the summer, had buttered up his aunt so much that she had yelled at Vernon for treating him like a beep. Things in the Dursley residence had remarkably and rapidly changed after that for Harry. He could almost now call them real family. Who knew that Vernon Dursley was afraid of his sister? It was quite extraordinary, really. After that first day, Harry got along with Aunt Marge rather well. From what he had ever seen of her in his youth, to him she had always been just like Vernon, but she really wasn't all that bad, once Harry got to know her. He still disliked her dog, though he got the impression the feeling was mutual on the dog's behalf. He even found out that she knew about magic, but didn't think it was safe because of people she knew who had died in the last war, not muggles like herself, but wizards. Vernon was rather shocked by this news as well, and had literally gone into a catatonic state for 2 hours. His experience with Aunt Marge was so different that Harry was tempted to make sure the woman wasn't under some sort of imperious curse. But all her actions suggested she wasn't. It was rather perplexing for Harry, but the apology he had received from Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley was well worth his perplexity. And to think all he had to do was be nice to the women. Harry lowered his book with a sigh. It was slow going trying to understand not only the language, but also the complexities of the spells in the large dark arts book. It was well beyond anything he had ever studied. It must have taken Tom Riddle years to get to the level he was to be able to cast some of the spells with such ease. If the man wasn't such a bloody lunatic, he'd almost respect him for his knowledge. Harry had thought about sharing the book with Snape, but had decided against it. It was a very dark book that had even Harry questioning his sanity for reading, even if he was fascinated by the material. Harry had been so determined this summer to find a counter curse to the curse scar on his neck that he hadn't even noticed his birthday had come and gone until long after it had happened, and he hadn't received any presents. The first thing he had done was call Dobby and ask him about it, but the house elf was just as baffled as Harry. That had been when Harry had realized that there had been no owls at all, not even his Hogwarts letter. The only exception was Hedwig, who Harry had sent to Hermione right before Aunt Marge had arrived. It actually wasn't until 2 days after his aunt had come that Harry had even noticed anything was amiss. Ron hadn't even tried to call him on the phone or anything. Harry heard through his door the family gathering to say farewell to Aunt Marge and put aside his book to join them. He walked down the stairs slowly. He was rather depressed that he hadn't had any owls and had been the last couple of days. It hadn't helped that he still wasn't any closer to finding the curse, let alone the counter curse to his scar. Aunt Marge must have noticed his down mood because she calmly asked what was bothering him. "What's been bothering you, Harry? You've been like this for days," she commented. Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley looked at Harry, obviously just noticing. It's nothing. I just haven't received any communications from my friends all summer, not even on my birthday. I should have at least received my Hogwarts letter," Harry said as a frown flitted across his face. He'd never not received his Hogwarts letter. Aunt Marge looked rather concerned. I'm sure there is an explanation. Perhaps they're just late in coming. Harry smiled slightly. I'm sure you're right, Aunt Marge. Uncle Vernon looked between the two for a few moments before he finally spoke. We should really be going, Marge. Don't want to miss your train. Yes, of course, she said, and with a flourish of goodbyes and promises to write, and with a pointed look at Harry, she was gone. Harry watched from the doorway of number 4 as Uncle Vernon's car disappeared. Harry was about to turn to go back inside when he decided a walk would do to lift his spirits a bit. It was a beautiful evening after all. Harry called back inside briefly. Aunt Petunia, I'm going for a walk. All right, do be back in time for dinner, Harry. Harry was actually surprised when he got an acknowledgement, as he had been expecting his relatives to go back to their usual selves with him once Aunt Marge was gone. I will, Aunt Petunia, Harry answered back before leaving the house. Harry walked a pretty far ways, all the way to the playground and beyond. The streets were deserted as it was late afternoon, nearly dinner time. Harry, after a long while, walked back to the playground and sat on the swings and looked up at the nearly cloudless sky, hoping to spot an owl, any owl, but there was none, not even a single bird. Harry let out a long sigh and looked down and was surprised to see his cousin walking towards him. Is it true you haven't received anything from your friends? Dudley asked as he sat down next to Harry on one of the swings. Harry only nodded, expecting Dudley to go in on him about it. That's too bad. Harry looked at Dudley as he remained silent for a few moments after that. That was it, no mocking, nothing. Harry shrugged in response, not knowing what to say. Harry looked up as the cloudless sky suddenly became filled with heavy dark clouds as a storm rolled in. We should get back, looks like a storm's coming in. Dudley nodded and stood. Harry followed and the two began the long walk back to Privet Drive. It wasn't long before it started to rain and the two found themselves running back home. They were about 2 blocks from Privet Drive when a car zoomed past and then slowed to a stop and drove backwards to them. It was Uncle Vernon. Get in the car, boys, it's absolutely raining buckets, what are you doing outside anyways? Harry and Dudley climbed into the back seat. They were both soaked and shivering and had water dripping from their hair. We were out for a walk, Dad, the storm just came out of nowhere. It was strange, Dudley said through chattering teeth as Uncle Vernon put the car back in gear and started again for Privet Drive. It is awfully strange, Vernon agreed as he glanced at Harry in the review mirror. Harry opened his mouth to argue that it wasn't him when he looked forward and in the middle of the road was a person. Uncle Vernon, look out, Harry shouted, and Vernon slammed on his brakes and swerved out of the way of Mrs. Figg, who had been standing in the middle of the street, looking to the sky, umbrella in hand and not even noticing the car speeding towards her. The car grazed a lamp pole before screeching to a halt. Uncle Vernon jumped out of the car to see both the damage to his new car and if Mrs. Figg was all right. Stay in the car, boys. Harry had every intention of doing as his uncle said, but then he felt something he hadn't felt in little whinging since he was 15 and he jumped out of the car. Stay in the car, Dudley, Harry said urgently as he pulled out his wand. The Patronus charm on the tip of his tongue. Potter, I said stay in the car. Vernon nearly bellowed. But, Uncle Vernon, Harry trailed off as the cold seemed to pervade all of his senses and memories bubbled to the surface. What are you doing, boy? Uncle Vernon shouted, but Harry barely heard him as screams echoed through his mind. They weren't just his mother's, but his friends and his own. Harry's wand dropped from his fingers and he fell to his knees as darkness seeped into his vision. That was when he saw the first Dementor standing directly above him. No, Harry whispered weakly as a gnarled bony hand grasped him around his neck and lifted him. Harry. His name was shouted by someone, but Harry barely registered it as he felt not only his happiness being beeped away but his soul. Expecto Patronum. Someone shouted and a bright white light invaded his senses and Harry felt himself drop to the ground. Harry lifted his head, as everything came rushing back to him, to see the wispy Patronus being quickly overpowered and Sirius Black stagger back. There were too many Dementors, at least 10. Harry felt his wand by his hand and seeing his godfather there gave him a new strength. Harry lifted his wand as he shot up to his feet. Expecto Patronum. Harry shouted and prongs. The stag form of his father shot out of his wand, lighting up the whole area more brightly than he'd ever shown before. Prongs leapt with super speed towards the Dementors, driving one by one, all of them away. Harry dropped to his knees just as the cold was swept away and Prongs disappeared and Sirius was at his side in seconds. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry nodded, though he was breathing heavily. "I'm fine," Harry said, taking in a deep breath to calm his racing heart. That was when he saw his uncle lying on the street shivering. "Uncle Vernon." Harry got back to his feet and ran over to the man. Vernon looked up to his nephew. "I don't know what that was, but you saved my life, boy," he said shakily. Harry just stared back at Vernon, not knowing what to say. "Here," Remus Lupin said as he walked over to Uncle Vernon and Harry and handed them each a piece of chocolate. "Eat it, it'll help, really." "Dad, Harry," Dudley called as he ran over to them from the car he had stayed in. "That was really scary. What just happened?" Dudley was handed a piece of chocolate as well and he ate it without question, as Sirius explained grimly. "Those were the Dementors of Azkaban." "Dementors of what?" asked Uncle Vernon as he got back to his feet, the shakiness slowly leaving his limbs. "Dementors of Azkaban prison," Harry said quietly. "The wizarding prison, but what were they doing in Little Whinging?" Harry asked, but then shook his head. "Forget I asked that. Of course they were after me, but who sent them?" "I would like to know that as well," Dumbledore said as he helped Mrs. Fig over to the group. "Dumbledore," Harry said, "not that I'm not grateful, but what are you all doing here?" he suddenly asked. "We were actually coming here to collect you, Harry," Sirius explained. "You haven't been answering your owls." "My owls, but I haven't received any," Harry exclaimed. "Not a one?" asked Remus. Harry shook his head. "No. Not even my Hogwarts letter. You don't think someone's intercepting my mail?" Everyone looked at Dumbledore. The old wizard looked just as perplexed. "We will look into it." Half an hour later found Harry and Sirius, packing Harry's belongings up. "So where are we going?" Harry asked, though he already thought he knew the answer. "We are going to my family home in London," Sirius said as he picked up a couple of schoolbooks from Harry's desk and placed them into Harry's trunk. So they were going to Grimmauld Place. Harry wondered if Dumbledore had decided to bring back the Order of the Phoenix early. It would make sense as the Dark Lord was back, in more ways than one, even if he hadn't gotten his body back yet. Harry dropped down to collect his things from the loose floorboards when Sirius picked up something from Harry's bed. "Verdammt und die Dunkelheit," Sirius said fluently, like he'd been speaking the language for years. "Harry, where did you get this book?" Sirius practically demanded. Harry was so shocked when Sirius had spoken the title that he had hit his head on the bed when he had lifted his head, and he came up rubbing the back of his head as he looked at Sirius uncertainly. Harry, this is a very dangerous book, a dark arts book, where did you get it?" Sirius did demand this time. I don't know. I've never seen it before in my life," Harry stuttered out, though even a complete idiot would be able to tell that Harry was lying as there was bookmarks and even notes in the margins in his handwriting. Sirius looked down at his godson seriously. "You are lying to me." "No, really, I don't. I have no idea where it came from." Harry tried to keep his face neutral as he bit the inside of his lip. Merlin, he hoped Sirius believed him. He didn't know how else he was going to explain it. "Finish packing your things," Sirius said with disappointment in his voice and eyes as he turned and left the room with the book. "Damn," Harry cursed as he threw the stuff from under his floorboards into his trunk and sat down heavily on his bed with his head in his hands. He knew he shouldn't have left the book lying around like that, but he hadn't expected Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore to show up at his house either. Harry heard footsteps on the stairs and quickly finished throwing his belongings into his trunk just as the door opened and Dumbledore came into the room, the book in his arms. "Sir, really I can explain." "Sit down, Harry," Dumbledore said firmly. Harry sat on his bed immediately. "Harry, I didn't question you about your scars. I discontinued my questioning about you being at Hogwarts last summer, and I haven't even bothered to ask you how you knew how to cast the Patronus charm. But this," Dumbledore held up the dark arts book. "Where did you get this?" Harry took in a deep breath and looked at his hands. "Knockturn Alley," he said quietly. Volume. Harry hissed as pain shot from his scar. You know who cursed me, so I can't say his name. The counter curse is somewhere in that book, Harry said, still looking at his hands. He of course failed to mention when this happened. He did this to you when you went after the stone? Dumbledore questioned. Harry simply nodded, still not looking up. Why didn't you come to me? Why didn't you tell me when I asked? He asked gently. Harry shook his head. I don't know, I guess I was scared, Harry lied. Dumbledore took a deep breath in, obviously detecting the lie, but he let it slide. Well, if the counter curse is in here, we shall find it, together, Dumbledore said as he squeezed Harry's shoulder comfortingly and then stood, with the book still in his hands. Come, we should go. I still have to figure out who sent those Dementors after you and who's been intercepting your mail. Grimmauld Place hadn't changed, though when they had arrived by Portkey, Harry had to pretend that he couldn't see the building until after he was handed the piece of paper with the location written on it. Harry guessed that because he knew the location in the past, future, whatever, he still knew where the location was. It's not much to look at, but it's secure and hopefully we'll be able to clean the place up once the Weasleys arrive home from their vacation, Sirius said cheerfully, though his voice was low. Just be careful to keep your voice down when in the entrance hallway. Don't want to disturb dear old Mum, Sirius said as he nodded at the curtained-off portrait of Mrs. Black and led Harry to the stairs. Harry followed, looking at the dead heads of the house elves on the walls, thinking that Dobby could probably get most of the stuff off the walls in no time. Sticking charms or not, the little elf was quite powerful after all. Seeming to sense some of what Harry was thinking, Sirius spoke over his shoulder. I would have had most of this horrible stuff off the walls, except for the permanent sticking charms on everything. I've tried several times to counter them, but I've not accomplished much. Could my house elf help? Harry asked. He might as well give Dobby something useful to do as he was paying him and all. House elf. Right. I remember reading the papers. Potter liberates House Elf from Malfoy. Exactly how did you come about doing that anyways? I'm not quite sure actually. But Dobby went out of his way to keep Malfoy from cursing me, so I offered him employment. I only thought it was fair. Where else was he going to go after all? Harry said as he shrugged his shoulders, a smirk on his face. He was still pleased with himself about the whole thing. If you ask me, the Malfoys deserved it. Did you know that my cousin Narcissa is Lucius Malfoy's wife? She's just about as vain and arrogant as he is. Harry hesitated before shaking his head. Luckily Sirius had his back turned to Harry and didn't notice. Ah, here we are. It's not much, but it will do. I even cleaned it up for you a bit, Sirius said as he led Harry into his room. It was the same one he shared with Ron in his 5th year. Ronald Weasley will be sharing with you when they arrive, but I'm sure you won't have a problem with that as he is your dorm mate and friend, at least that is what I have gathered from Dumbledore. Harry nodded. It's not a problem. Well, I'll leave you to get settled. Professor Dumbledore said he wishes to see you after dinner, which will be ready hopefully in about 10 minutes, Sirius said as he laughed slightly and left Harry to his own. Harry sat down on his bed with a sigh. Good old Grimmauld Place, he whispered to himself. Harry didn't bother to unpack as he made his way down to the kitchen. On his way he ran into a mumbling creature. Harry's eyes flashed with fire, and before he could stop himself or knew what he was doing, he had grabbed Creature around his shoulder, stopping him. Creature, seethed Harry angrily. What does filthy half-blood want with Creature? The elf muttered. I want you to die a very painful death. Harry let go of the filthy house elf, pushing him away as he heard footsteps on the stairs and reined in his anger slightly. And one day I will make sure you do, Harry said darkly and let the wide-eyed elf scurry away rather quickly. Harry shook off the rest of his anger at the elf and continued downstairs and into the kitchen as if he hadn't confronted the traitorous elf at all. That wasn't to say that it wasn't still affecting him. Throughout the meal, every time he saw Creature, it took considerable control for Harry to not leap up and strangle the house elf. Harry didn't normally hold violent tendencies towards magical creatures, but the elf had betrayed Sirius and it had led to his death. Harry just had to keep reminding himself that it hadn't happened yet. After dinner, Harry sat in the parlor with Dumbledore as the old wizard carefully flipped through the dark arts book he had confiscated from Harry earlier in the day. Harry kept looking apprehensively at it and Dumbledore. "You've read through most of this?" the elder wizard asked, a frown on his face. Harry hesitated and then nodded, as it was obvious by his notes. "Yes, sir, but I don't understand half of what I read," he answered somewhat truthfully. "A lot of it was very confusing." "How do you know that the counter curse is in here?" Dumbledore asked as he closed the book. Harry looked up at the headmaster. Damn, what was he going to say? He told me, Harry said quietly as he looked at the floor. Lord Volume. Harry seethed as a slight pain started to run down his spine. "Please don't say his name." "I apologize, Harry. He told you where to find the counter curse?" Dumbledore questioned, worry clear in his eyes. Harry nodded. "I suppose he thought that I'd get a taste for the dark arts while I was researching the counter curse. But honestly, I have no interest in them at all, Professor. Most of the things in there make me queasy just thinking about them." Harry looked up to the headmaster's eyes as he said the last bit. After all, it was complete truth. He did get queasy just thinking about some of the things that had been cast on him that had come out of that book. "And that, my boy, is one of the ways that you are different from the Dark Lord," Dumbledore said wisely. Harry didn't contradict him. The day the Weasleys arrived at Grimmauld Place was the day pure chaos arrived as well. Harry thought it was great. The Order of the Phoenix had been reinstated early, and currently Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, and even new head boy, Percy, were all trying to eavesdrop on the last meeting before school started again. Harry, on the other hand, was sitting on the stairs with Hermione, patiently waiting for the meeting to be over with and for his spy to report to him. It was the last night at Grimmauld Place before school, and while the younger Weasleys were unsuccessfully trying to infiltrate the Order meeting all night long, Harry and Hermione had made sure their belongings were all packed away, and Harry had sent in his little spy to do the dirty work for him. Harry was quite smug with his idea. The others couldn't fathom why he had no interest in the meetings the Order held. Only Hermione knew the real reason. A small pop alerted them that the meeting was over, and Harry and Hermione shared a brief smirk before calmly ascended the stairs back to Harry and Ron's room and listened while the others were all scolded by Mrs. Weasley for eavesdropping when they had been discovered. Harry chuckled to himself as Dobby handed over the new listening globe he had purchased in Diagon Alley when they had made a run for their school supplies earlier in the day, and picked up Hermione and her new cat Crookshanks while they were there. "Thank you, Dobby. Anything of real importance that I should listen to now, or can it wait till I'm at school?" Harry asked. Dobby's not sure. "Harry Potter, sir, but they may have found a cure for your scar," Dobby said quietly as to not be heard if anyone was listening outside the door. "Really? That's excellent," Hermione exclaimed. That was when his bedroom door opened and Snape's imposing figure came through with his arms crossed over his chest. He took in first the house elf and then the listening globe in Harry's hand, and then Hermione's guilty expression. "So that's how you've been listening in," Snape sneered, glancing down at the elf with amusement clear in his eyes. Harry smiled sheepishly. "Clever, Potter, very clever. The headmaster wishes to see you, but I'm sure you already know why," Snape said knowingly. "Oh, and Miss Granger, you should work on keeping your expressions neutral. Had I known nothing, you alone would have given everything away," Snape said neutrally without any scorn or contempt in his voice. Hermione still blushed and nodded at the professor's advice as Snape turned to leave. "Good work, Dobby," Harry said smugly as he pat the elf on the shoulder and hid the globe in his pocket as he followed Snape from the room. The Weasley kids were all looking guilty and a bit queasy when Harry passed them with a smug smile still on his face. Harry just shook his head in amusement. He did tell them that they shouldn't eavesdrop and that they'd learn so much more if they didn't. Only Hermione had listened and questioned him ruthlessly about it. Harry noted that most of the Order members had gone by the time he got downstairs, though a few lingered. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Remus, and Alastor Moody were all still there, as of course was Professors Dumbledore and Snape. "Take a seat, Harry," Dumbledore said pleasantly as he motioned to a chair at the kitchen table. Harry did as instructed and then waited while the door was closed and silencing wards put back in place. His friends already knew about his new curse scar, so it made him a bit nervous that they had put the silencing wards back up. Professor Dumbledore pulled out Verdammt und die Dunkelheit and opened it to a bookmarked page and slid it across the table to Harry. Harry looked in confusion at the English-written page until he realized that it wasn't in English at all, but in Parseltongue. Harry glanced over it for a second until he remembered that they didn't know he was a Parseltongue yet and lifted his gaze. Harry shook his head as if in confusion. "What is it?" he asked. Dumbledore and the others seemed to sag in immense relief. "It's Parseltongue, Harry, the only one who can translate that is the Dark Lord," Dumbledore said gravely. "That's the cure, isn't it?" Of course Harry already knew it was, but he wanted to keep his secret about being a Parseltongue a while longer, even if it meant he had to live with the cursed scar. He wished he could just take the book and rid himself of the scar, but Dumbledore hadn't left him alone with it since it had been discovered in Harry's possession. The only way he'd get the book back now was if he stole it, and he may just have to do that. Dumbledore nodded. "I am sorry, my boy." Harry shook his head. "I'll just have to live with it, for now," he mumbled the last two words to himself, a plan already forming in his mind. Of course it all hinged on if Snape would help him. Harry and Hermione hurried into the Great Hall just as the sorting was being finished by Professor Flitwick. Both had identical grins on their faces that no one could identify the cause for. Ron looked at the duo skeptically, but didn't have time to question where they had been as Dumbledore had stood up to give his speech. "Welcome," Dumbledore said jovially. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a couple of announcements to be made before I allow you all to partake in this excellent feast. First, I am pleased to welcome 3 new teachers here to Hogwarts." Scattered whispers went up and down the house tables. Even Harry looked perplexed. 3 new teachers. Of course he already knew about Remus and Hagrid, but who was the third? First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher for Professor Lockhart, who I'm sure most of you remember I dismissed last year for his incompetence. Scattered applause and laughter met that announcement. Harry and the Weasley twins clapped loudly and cheered to make up for the lack of applause, but really they were applauding the fact that they'd got Lockhart fired. Technically the twins had done most of the work as Harry had been petrified for most of the year, but it had been his plan to begin with. Second, I am pleased to welcome Professor Black, who will be co-teaching the Upper Defense Against the Dark Arts classes as well as teaching an old class that has not been taught here at Hogwarts for many years. The dueling class will be open for 3rd years and above, and the sign-up sheets will be posted in your dormitories this evening and will be added to your schedules tomorrow. Your heads of house will be available this evening if you have any questions. Look at Snape, Ron hissed beside Harry as he clapped for Sirius. Harry looked up to the man as he too clapped enthusiastically for Sirius. The man did not look happy about the appointment of his 2 childhood rivals. Harry shook his head. Somehow he was going to get the 3 to be at least civil with each other. But he had a feeling that it was a war unfortunately lost a long time ago. As to our 3rd new appointment, Dumbledore continued as the polite applause for Sirius died down. Well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gamekeeping duties. The applause was rather thunderous at the Gryffindor table, in particular. And Harry couldn't help grin when Ron and Hermione looked at him as if he were a seer. He'd let slip about Hagrid when Harry had finally gotten all of his mail from the summer, including his presents just a few hours after the Weasleys had arrived at Grimmauld Place. He just happened to mention offhand that only Hagrid would assign a biting book. When they had gone to Diagon Alley, Harry had taken pity on the bookstore clerk and told him how to subdue the books. The poor man had hugged him and began crying. By the time the applause had stopped, Harry, Ron, and Hermione being the last, Hagrid had tears in his eyes and Sirius was grumbling something in Remus' ear. Probably wondering why they didn't get such applause. "Well, I think for now that is everything of importance," said Dumbledore. "Let the feast begin." Harry was more than happy to enjoy the feast. After all, he needed the energy for tonight, as he doubted he'd be getting much sleep. That night in Gryffindor Tower, the line to sign up for the new dueling class had everyone 3rd year and above in it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione chose to stay off to the side until everyone was done signing up. "We're going to be really busy this year," Harry said quietly to Hermione. Hermione nodded in agreement, looking uncertain as to whether or not she should add the extra class. "Sirius will be awfully disappointed if I don't sign up," Harry said more to himself. "Yes, but you already have your extra lessons with Professor Snape. You'll be ahead of all of us anyways," Hermione reminded. "I'm sure he'll understand." "True, but technically I'm not supposed to be learning what I'm learning from him until I'm 14. If I use that excuse I might get Professor Snape in trouble with Dumbledore." "Well, while the two of you decide, I've got more than enough room in my schedule," Ron said as he bounded over to sign up for the class. "I'll sign up, and if it gets too much for me, I'll just drop the class. After all, I'm not taking divination, so that's one less class to worry about," Harry reasoned. "And you don't have Muggle studies," Hermione said as she nodded in agreement, and the two went up to put their names on the third-year sign-up sheet. "I hope this is a good idea," Hermione said quietly to Harry as she signed her name and handed the quill over to Harry. Harry hesitated. Did he really have time for this class? Harry nodded to himself. Yes, of course he did. Harry signed his name on the sheet and stepped back. He really hoped he didn't regret this. "Well, I'm off to bed. Night, Ron, Harry," Hermione said and disappeared up to the girls' dorms. "We best get some sleep," Ron said as he pat Harry on the back and headed up to the boys' dorms. Harry followed silently, looking over his shoulder at the dueling class sign-up sheet as he did. It didn't take long for the dorms to become silent as everyone drifted off to sleep. Harry waited just long enough to know that his dorm mates were all asleep before he grabbed his invisibility cloak and headed out of the dorms and out of Gryffindor Tower. He walked silently with his cloak concealing him, all the way to the second-floor girls' bathroom. He slowly opened the door and stepped in, only to stop when the glowing tip of a wand was poised in front of his face. Harry slowly removed his cloak and let the door close behind him. "Evening, Professor," Harry said as he walked over to the sink that concealed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. "Evening, Potter," Snape said as he put his wand away. "Did you get it?" Harry asked over his shoulder and then looked at the snake engraved on the tap. "Open," he hissed. As Harry had cast a permanent silencing ward over the sink, the opening to the chamber slid open silently. "Indeed," Snape said as he looked down the pipe with interest. "It was difficult, but I managed it. It will have to be returned before morning though, or we will arouse his suspicions." Harry motioned to the stairs and started his descent with Snape following. "Hopefully it won't take that long," Harry said, and then led the way through the rest of the Chamber of Secrets and down into the Chamber of Salazar proper. Harry chuckled as Snape was rather startled when Mort appeared into the sitting room. "Harry," he hissed, "it is good to see you." "It is good to see you too, Mort. This is Professor Snape. He knows everything." Harry pointed to Snape, who was trying not to look too uncertain. "Professor Snape, this is Mortadolf," Harry introduced and then held out his hand for Verdammt und die Dunkelheit. "We've found a cure, finally, it's in Parseltongue. You are going to perform the counter curse here?" Mortadolf asked. "Yes, I've brought Professor Snape just in case something goes wrong. It's rather complex and painful. I haven't told him this yet as I haven't had more than a glance at it. But what I saw was less than pleasant. I suggest you read over this counter curse more before you attempt to use it," Mort advised. "I plan to. I need to go over everything with Professor Snape. If something goes wrong he needs to know what to do. Then I will leave you to it. Be careful, Harry," Mort hissed and then left for the other room. Harry stared after him for a moment and then turned back to Snape. "We've got a lot of work to do before morning." Harry sat cross-legged on the stone floor in the Chamber of Secrets. It was a few hours later and he was more than certain that he could perform the counter curse. Whether he could perform it correctly was an entirely different matter. Mort was sitting beside an uncomfortable-looking Snape a few feet away. Snape kept glancing uneasily at the overgrown effigy of Salazar Slytherin. After finding out from Mort, through Harry, that the second basilisk from the previous year was asleep behind the statue, he was even more nervous about being in the chamber, even if he was fascinated at the same time. "Are you sure you can do this, Harry?" Snape asked for the 15th time. Yes, Professor, I'm sure I can do this. If I can unblock your magic, I can rid myself of this curse. Harry's words were more to reassure himself as he poised his wand over his right hand and made a quick slashing movement with it. He'd gotten rather good at casting spells with his left hand. Harry winced as 3 cuts formed in the middle of his palm and blood welled up in his hand. The shards in his hand glowed dimly beneath his skin. Interesting, Harry muttered to himself before he ran his blood over his wand and then gripped his wand with his right hand. He touched the cursed scar with the tip of the bloodied wand. Harry hissed in pain at the contact but pushed past it as he gripped his wand tighter and blood flowed more freely from his hand down his arm to be soaked into his sleeve. Harry began a long chant in Parseltongue that he had forces himself to memorize. Luckily to him, Parseltongue looked and sounded like English, so all he had to do was remember to stay saying it in the language. By the time Harry was finished hissing the counter curse, his breaths were coming in short gasps. As soon as the last string of the spell was past his lips, a bright flash of green magic exploded from his wand. Harry couldn't help the brief scream that escaped him as he dropped his wand and clasped his hand over the back of his neck. Harry, after catching his breath, ran his hand over where the mark was. The scar was still there, but the pain was gone. It worked, Harry whispered. Snape was at his side less than a second afterwards and healing the palm of Harry's hand. "How do you feel?" Snape asked as soon as the cuts were healed. "A little tired, but other than that, great," Harry said happily if not a bit tiredly as he ran his hand over the scar again. "Voldemort," Harry said and then smirked as there was no pain, but then he frowned. "You know, I never noticed that the dark mark stings when I say his name." "You call that a sting?" Snape griped. "I think after what I'm used to, I can deal with the dark mark burning a bit." "I think you're building up a pain tolerance," Snape said dryly as he helped Harry to his feet. Harry swayed a bit and Snape steadied him. "I think I'm more tired than I thought. You did just perform a rather complicated bit of dark magic and it is 4 in the morning. And you're probably suffering from mild blood loss. I will escort you back to your dorms," Snape said as he hid the book he needed to return to Dumbledore in his robes and handed Harry his nearly forgotten wand. Snape left Harry a corridor away from Gryffindor Tower as Harry insisted that he could make it back the rest of the way on his own, though now Harry was rather regretting that action as Sirius stepped out in front of him with Professor Dumbledore. Harry tried not to lean on the wall he was supporting himself with, but he was just too wiped out and he could feel sweat soaking the back of his shirt. "Mr. Potter, what are you doing out of bed at this hour?" Dumbledore questioned almost instantly. Sirius, however, was more concerned with the way Harry was supporting himself with the wall. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, I was just." Harry reached up to adjust his glasses with his right hand that he hadn't noticed was covered in blood from his rather more soaked shirt sleeve. "Harry, is that blood?" Sirius exclaimed. Harry started as he looked at his sleeve and hand in confusion and then reached up and ran his left hand over the serpent scar under the collar of his shirt. His hand came away covered in blood, it wasn't sweat soaking his shirt. Oh, Harry whispered before he collapsed to the ground. That was why he was so tired. "Harry," Dumbledore and Sirius both yelled as he slid down the wall. "I don't feel so good, Sirius," Harry said as he closed his eyes as his head swam dizzyingly and then he felt himself being levitated. "It's going to be all right, Harry," Sirius reassured as he walked beside him, though he looked at Dumbledore worryingly who was levitating Harry. They arrived in the hospital wing not too long later and Harry was settled on a bed as Madame Pomfrey was summoned. "Mr. Potter, what on earth did you do to yourself this time?" Harry almost laughed at the "this time," but he was rather busy trying to come up with a why he was bleeding from his scar. Madame Pomfrey proficiently handed him a blood-replenishing potion, which Harry downed without question. "I don't know. I felt weird when I woke up and then Professor Dumbledore and Sirius found me in the hall." Harry shook his head and then rubbed it as a headache was forming. It also gave him an excuse not to look at the 3 while he lied to them. Harry just hoped Snape got the book back without Dumbledore noticing it missing. "I don't remember how I got there. I'll be able to examine your scar more easily if you remove your shirt, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said briskly. Alarm bells suddenly went off in Harry's head and he moved away from Madame Pomfrey like she was about to electrocute him. No, I'm fine, Harry said and slid off the bed, still a little wobbly. Harry, what is wrong? Dumbledore asked. Nothing's wrong. I'm feeling better is all, Harry said quickly as he backed away from them. He was feeling better. Harry, why don't you want to remove your shirt? Sirius asked, eyeing his godson. I don't see a need to. I'm fine now, Harry said adamantly, and then he ran out of the hospital wing, probably not the smartest idea on his part. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore shouted after him, but Harry didn't even slow. Harry ran quite a ways before he saw Snape walking toward the direction of the dungeons. Professor, hissed Harry, and Snape turned just in time to see Harry running towards him. Hide me, excuses, alibis, something. They want to remove my shirt. They as in, them, Harry pointed over his shoulder as he continued to run past Snape. Just as Dumbledore, Sirius and Madame Pomfrey came around the corner. Harry Potter, stop this instant, Dumbledore shouted, annoyance clear in his voice. Harry stopped at the tone in the old wizard's voice and turned back around. Albus, Poppy, Black, what is going on? Snape asked as he looked back at Harry, who was standing in the hall with a defeated look on his face and breathing heavily. That is what we want to know, Sirius snapped at Snape. Harry, come here, Sirius said sternly. Harry hesitated but then walked towards Sirius with his head down. He stopped by Snape though, hoping the man could offer him some protection against the inevitable. Mr. Potter, why did you run out of the hospital wing when Madame Pomfrey suggested removing your shirt? Dumbledore asked. I can explain that, Snape said without hesitation. The Weasley twins had him sample one of their products they are testing. Patches of his skin are rather scaly at the moment, as well as black and blue. He came to me for a remedy just before curfew. He didn't want to get the Weasley twins in trouble when it was by his own stupidity that he sampled one of their products. Snape sneered. He even put a bit of amusement in his voice. Harry's respect for the man raised tenfold. The man was just masterful. No wonder Voldemort never found out he was a spy. Is this true, Harry? Sirius asked. Harry nodded while giving the adults a rather sheepish expression. Sorry, he mumbled. I really do feel better though. Harry skidded into the potions classroom just as Snape was about to close the door, Hermione right behind him. Potter, Granger, you are late. Sorry, Professor Snape, Harry said quietly, as he was gasping for air from his run. We got held back by Professor Vector. Harry handed over a permission note signed by the professor. Harry looked in the classroom and noted that Ron was looking at the two of them funny. Obviously he noticed that they had disappeared on the way to potions. Snape nodded and allowed the two to their seats at the front of the class. Harry slid in front of Ron while Hermione sat in front of Neville. What did Vector want with you? Ron whispered. Wanted to make sure we understood the homework assignment, Harry whispered back as he retrieved his potions book from his bag. You're in arithmancy? Ron asked. Harry nodded. Wait a minute, isn't arithmancy during Transfiguration? Honestly, Ronald, how can someone be in two places at once? Hermione asked quietly as she too was pulling out her potions book. Harry snorted and bit his lip to keep from laughing out loud. Yeah, Ron, how can someone be in two places at once? Ron just gave the two a bewildered glare. Uh-oh, what's Malfoy doing? Hermione whispered about 40 minutes later as she prepared more of her ingredients to go into her bubbling cauldron. They were making the shrinking solution. I don't know, Harry whispered back, looking over to where Malfoy was pushing something into Goyle's simmering potion. But if he blows something else up, Snape's going to. Orange, Longbottom, Snape said in exasperation. Harry and Hermione both turned just in time to see Snape ladling some of the potion and letting it splash back into the cauldron for everyone to see. Neville had turned a nice shade of pink in embarrassment. Tell me, boy, does anything penetrate that thick skull of yours? Potter, switch places with Weasley and help Longbottom fix his potion. All right, sir, Harry said and quickly switched with a relieved-looking Ron. Obviously he needed help of his own as his potion was actually a bit on the pink side. Mark my words, Longbottom, if Potter can learn to brew a decent potion so can you. And with that said, Snape stormed back to the front of the stunned class. About 2 seconds later, Goyle's potion exploded and covered the majority of the Slytherins in a purple goop. Snape ran his hand down his face before he pointed his wand and cleaned up the mess with one swipe. That of course didn't clean up the boils that were forming on most of the Slytherins' hands and faces. Because of Mr. Malfoy's blatant attempt to get himself injured again, the Gryffindors will receive full marks today, and Draco, you have just lost your house 50 points and gained yourself a week's detention with the headmaster. Draco opened his mouth to protest, but Snape cut him off. Now everyone out, he shouted as he pointed at the door. No one had to be told twice, as both the Gryffindors and the Slytherins quickly packed their things away and exited the dungeons. But they weren't so lucky to have gotten out of class early. By the time they were cleaned up and had their things packed away, class was just ending anyways. The Gryffindors were in stitches as they made their way up to lunch, and the Slytherins sulked off to the hospital wing. Did you see the look on the Slytherins' faces? Ron exclaimed as he, Harry, and Hermione climbed the steps into the entrance hall. Full marks for us and 50 points from Slytherin. That's great, don't you think, Harry, Hermione? Neither Harry nor Hermione answered, and Ron turned around to look for them as Neville, Dean and Seamus stopped as well. Where'd they go? He asked with a perplexed look. They were right behind us. There's Hermione, pointed Seamus. Hermione ran up the stairs panting slightly as she clutched her heavy book bag and tucked something into the front of her robes. How did you do that? Asked Ron. What? Hermione asked as she joined them. One moment you were right behind us, the next moment you were back at the bottom of the stairs again. What? Hermione asked, looking slightly confused. Oh, I had to go back for something. Oh no, Hermione exclaimed as the contents of her bag fell as the seam gave way on her bag. I told you, you shouldn't be carrying so much, Harry said as he appeared by Hermione's side, breathing a bit heavily himself, and bent down to help Hermione pick up her things. Ah, where did you come from? Exclaimed Ron as he fell backwards. Harry chuckled. What do you mean, Ron? I've been here the entire time. But, I hope there's something good for lunch. I'm starving. Hermione cut off Ron as she now had all her books back in her bag. She smiled at Harry and marched off towards the Great Hall. Harry helped Ron up and then followed after her. Ron turned to a bewildered Seamus, Dean, and Neville. Do you get the feeling they're not telling us something? The other three just shrugged. After lunch, where Ron wouldn't shut up about their potions class, Harry sat down with the other Gryffindors in defense against the dark arts. He looked around wondering where Professor Lupin was when he finally came into the classroom and announced that the lesson would be a practical one. That was when Harry remembered what this lesson was, and he paled dramatically. Oh no, he whispered under his breath as the rest of the class got up to follow Lupin out. Harry was the last one out of the classroom and the last one hesitantly to enter the staff room after Lupin had chased off Peeves and gained the other Gryffindors' respect. Harry looked at the wardrobe with trepidation, wondering if he shouldn't just skip the lesson. But as Snape began a sneering contest with a smiling Remus, Professor Lupin started to explain what was going to happen and how to counter it, and then the lesson started in earnest and Harry was pushed into line in front of Hermione by Dean, who shot into line himself. One by one, each student had a go, and surprisingly Neville's wasn't Professor Snape but a rather large plant that Harry recognized as Devil's Snare, which knotted itself into bows. By the time it was nearing Harry's turn, Harry was certain he could make the Dementor into something laughable. Excellent, Ron, you're next, Lupin said jovially, though he gave Harry a pointed look that stated that Harry didn't have to go if he didn't want to. Harry simply nodded that he was okay as he watched Ron's spider spin his way. The Gryffindors gave him encouraging smiles. Harry took in a deep breath, just noticing that Snape had stayed behind to watch, and pictured the Dementor that was going to turn from the spider, in a pink frilly wedding dress. Harry aimed his wand expecting the gnarled hand and ice-cold feeling of the Dementor, but neither ever came. Instead, something far worse came from the spider, and Harry staggered backward as it towered into view of the rest of the class. Harry dropped his wand and fell as he tried to scramble away in utter terror, but his limbs seemed to have stopped working. No, Harry whimpered. It was Voldemort in the flesh, and holding in his hand, pointed at Harry, was a fire-red sphere, and he was chanting something that had been forever embedded into Harry's memory. Stigmatus de Tempuserus, Stigmatus de Mortis, Sigillum de Parciarum. Stigmatus de Tempuserus, Stigmatus de Mortis. With each string of Latin the sphere grew redder. Harry felt like he couldn't breathe as pain started to well up in his chest and memories started to flood his mind. Snape jumped in front of the boggart and it turned into a werewolf, then a rat, and then was swept back into the wardrobe where the door was securely shut. Harry tried to gasp for breath as the chanting continued on in his mind. "Harry, are you all right? What was that?" Lupin asked worriedly as the rest of the class stared at Harry, pale and shaking on the floor in fear as the memory still was fresh in his mind. "Move," Snape commanded as he all but pushed Lupin out of the way and grabbed Harry's chin so Harry was looking him in the eyes. "Harry, look at me." "Breath, it was not real, it was a boggart," Snape said firmly. "You must breath, clear your mind, it wasn't real," he stated again. Harry nodded as a tear slid down his cheek as the memory slowly left him. "It was real," he whispered, and then he took a deep breath in and pushed Snape aside and sprinted out of the staff room. He didn't even pick up his wand or bag. Harry made it all of 2 corridors before he stopped and slid down the wall and put his head in his hands as sobs racked his body. "Your boggart was when he branded you with the death mark, wasn't it?" Snape asked quietly as he slid down the wall and sat next to Harry. Harry nodded without looking up. "It was pain like nothing I'd ever felt before, not just physical. My worst memories were ripped through my mind over and over again with such clarity, and all the while was Voldemort chanting." He was barely whispering and still it felt like he was screaming the words, Harry said shakily. "And the pain, it was like having my heart ripped out over and over and over again," Harry sobbed, burying his face further into his arms. Snape put his hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed gently. Snape stayed sitting by his side until Harry stopped sobbing and got himself under control. "Lupin is likely to tell Dumbledore about your boggart," Snape commented after a while. "I'll tell him it was a dream," Harry said quietly as he wiped his eyes. "Harry, boggarts take on the image of the thing we fear the most, as you well know. A dream cannot conjure up something that fearful without there being a base in reality," Snape said lightly, looking at Harry. "Well, what am I supposed to say? The branding spheres aren't even supposed to exist. Voldemort, I suppose I can explain, but not knowing of the sphere are the words to the curse." Harry ran a hand through his hair, which was rather damp through sweat. "I suppose I can just avoid him for the next few days and hope he forgets to ask, or gets too busy," he muttered. Snape only nodded. "It is getting more difficult for you to keep your secret. You're lucky last week I was able to come up with an excuse for your early morning wanderings covered in blood, not to mention stopping Poppy from ripping your shirt off." "Ugh, don't say it like that," Harry shivered. "I think you've given me a new boggart." Snape chuckled lightly. "On the plus side of that, I can say the Dark Lord's name again without excruciating pain," Harry cheeked. Snape rolled his eyes. "Be careful, Harry, it could cause a lot of problems if anyone found out you were from the future." "Don't I know it? Well, I better go butter up Professor Lupin and see if I can't convince him to not tell Dumbledore about my boggart," Harry said with a sigh as he stood and pushed himself off the wall. Snape stood as well. "Do you want me to come with you? I could frighten him into submission," Snape said with a smirk. Harry shook his head. "No thank you, Professor, I think I can handle Professor Lupin on my own." "Very well, and don't go running into any more boggarts, will you? It's not very much fun seeing a shattered Harry Potter," Snape said seriously. Harry nodded, his mind flickering back on how much fear the boggart had brought on him. Snape squeezed his shoulder once and then turned and left, his robes billowing in the usually manner. Harry watched after the man. It was odd to think that just over a year ago they hated, or rather loathed each other, and now, Snape was his support. Harry really didn't know where he'd be if he didn't have the man to talk to. It was almost like having. Harry shook his head. Was Severus Snape actually becoming like a father to him? There was a time when Sirius was the closest thing to a father Harry had ever had, but Sirius and him had never really had down-to-earth talks like Snape and him had. Harry shook his head again in bewilderment and set out back to Remus' classroom. Merlin, he hoped he could convince the werewolf not to tell Dumbledore. Unfortunately, Harry never had the chance. Just as he rounded the corner he ran into Malfoy and a bunch of other Slytherins. Harry was going to shove past them when Malfoy blocked him. "What's the matter?" Potter, you look like you've been crying. Did something big and scary upset you? Pansy Parkinson teased, using a baby voice that sounded too much like Bellatrix Lestrange for Harry's liking. Merlin, Harry hated how fast news traveled in Hogwarts. Shove off, Harry hissed and tried to move past the group of Slytherins again, but he was pushed up against the wall by Malfoy. What's wrong, Potter, afraid of a big scary man with a globe? Malfoy sneered. Harry's eyes blazed with fire at that and he snarled angrily and then pulled back his fist and punched Draco in the jaw. Malfoy stumbled back against the opposite wall and then Harry shoved him hard against it and held him there with his arm. That man was Lord Voldemort. Harry seethed and Draco's eyes widened. If you ever saw him in the flesh you'd piss yourself. So forgive me if I'm afraid of the man who killed my parents. Harry growled, not realizing that he was cutting off Draco's air supply until he was suddenly pulled off Malfoy forcefully. He hadn't even heard Lupin and Sirius yelling at him to drop Draco. What in Merlin's name do you think you're doing, Harry? Sirius shouted angrily as he let Harry go once he'd stopped struggling. Harry's eyes lost the fire in them as he looked at Draco, who was on the floor, having slid down the wall after being released, and was taking in large gulps of air, his jaw turning several shades of purple. The other Slytherins were staring at Harry with fear in their eyes a few feet off. Obviously they had run to get a professor. I'm sorry, Harry said quietly as he hung his head. He didn't have any idea what had just come over him. Sirius grabbed Harry's arm roughly so that Harry was turned towards him. Sorry doesn't cut it, Harry. You could have seriously hurt him. Sirius snapped, pointing at Draco. Harry attempted. What was going through your brain? Strike that. Obviously not much. Sirius seethed. James never acted like this. Harry suddenly shook Sirius's hand off him roughly. Don't compare me to my dad, Sirius. I'm not James Potter. Harry shouted and started to walk away. Harry, stop, we aren't finished. Sirius said sternly, grabbing Harry's arm again. This time his hand clamped over the dark mark and Harry seethed and tried to shake Sirius' hand off again, but Sirius had a firm hold, and didn't seem to notice that he was causing his godson quite a bit of pain. It wasn't entirely his fault, Professor Black, Draco said suddenly from the floor where Lupin was looking at his swelling jaw. Both Harry and Sirius looked at him as Sirius dropped Harry's arm. We started it. We didn't know. I shouldn't have said anything about him. Harry looked at Draco in shock but then shook his head. No, I should have controlled myself. I'm sorry for hitting you, Draco. Draco got to his feet and held out his hand to Harry. Truce, Potter, we were both in the wrong. Harry looked at Draco's hand for a moment before he nodded and shook the blonde's hand. The other Slytherins gaped at the two while Remus and Sirius shook their heads in bewilderment, not knowing whether they should punish both of them, or let them off for making up. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.